Good morning. Excuse me. Hey, we'll start that again. Good morning and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call, August 19th, 2025. And I got some friends here, John the Goat Hoagland, and the guy that's as cool as the other side of the pillow, JD. What's going on, JD? How are we feeling this
What's
morning,
up?
guys?
Good morning, Jay. Excellent. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. Hoag usually goes first, but I'll start today. Feeling good. Good morning, friends and traders in the chat. We have that poll up. I see your answers coming in. But Hoag, how you feeling today? Good morning.
I'm feeling good. Thank you, JD. Good morning, Jay, as always. Happy Tuesday. Some people say Taco Tuesday. I think we're going to have tacos tonight, but we got some work to do before we get to that. Opportunities in the markets always around. Good morning, everybody.
Feeling good this
Yes.
morning. We got a poll in the chat for the opening range trade in gold. You know, it's a trade that we take every morning. Polling in the chat asking you guys, are we taking the 1, 3, 5, or not taking the trade at all? So get your votes in there. I think the 5-minute is the leading vote getter. Again, last time I checked, it was 40% of the vote. Gold does open up in about 3 minutes at 7:20 Central Time. We will be taking whatever the chat votes on. So make sure you participate there.
Mm-hmm. Trump is live on Fox News. He's being interviewed on Fox as we speak. We got some headlines coming out from that interview. We'll keep you posted. Nothing real market moving just yet. But just a heads up. The man's in front of a microphone and a camera.
You know that can move
Whose dog's
markets,
barking
Shady.
at the TV?
We know that can move markets.
Yes, it certainly can.
Let's see here. Make sure you get your votes in there, chat. We'll be going over gold, crude oil, the NASDAQ, the S&P, prepping you all for the day. But we start with that opening range trade. Right now, gold is trading 33.8280. I know Dakota and I were looking for longs last night in gold that looks like they may have played out. I took one off for scratch. I think Dakota took a little bit of a hit on a trade. Just kind of took forever. Right? We're seeing these markets in imbalance and range bound activity. We'll see a lot more of that when we get into the charts. It's kind of just a slow grind up. Right now, we have a 50-50 tilt in gold. So really no direction. But Christopher said it in the chat. Jay and Dakota were with the banger of a call last night on gold. Unfortunately, both were not in the trade. You only get paid if you're.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Sodbuster's in the chat sounding off early. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. Always a pleasure.
Let's see. So we got gold opening up in about a minute and 20 seconds here. We're going to share some news, but we'll wait until gold opens up. Do you have any preference for this gold trade? If we take a long or a short?
In the short time frame, it's right in the middle of the range from yesterday. Inside range, inside value. I like to be patient with that. In a longer time frame, we're near the low end of the area of balance we've been in, so I'd prefer the long side. For that, we were looking for an opportunity down at 33.72 for the session yesterday. We did not quite get there, but we did get there last night, and we've got nothing but rejection below that. So if we're going to if we're going to maintain rotational trade, I like the long side. Just kind of looking at where we are. Here's the daily. Maybe this will show a little bit more clearly, but that trend line off the beginning of the year coming right across where we are now, still range bound. I like the longs because we're near the low end of that balance, but we will see. We will see. This is a mechanical trade. We don't get to choose. We're just going to take whatever side the chat chooses according to the time frame of the opening range.
Yep. 17% votes for no trade. Only 17. Gold is officially open.
We got 17% for the 1 minute, 19% for the 3 minute, 5 minute, 48%, and no trade 16%. So it looks like we will be taking the 5-minute opening range trade again. I don't think it's lost once. I don't think it's lost once since we started voting. Maybe there was one time. But
I thought I'd twist it up a little with the no trade option today. Doesn't look like it's doing much though. So I'll think of something else for tomorrow. We got to twist this up a little bit, make it more interesting.
JD, while we wait for this gold trade to play out, what's on the economic calendar for today?
Yes, we've got a couple of minor events happening today. We've got housing starts and permits, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Housing starts 7:30, building permits 7:30. The Red Book 7:55, and Michelle Bowman speaking a couple times today. Once at 9 o'clock Central Time, and again at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That'll round out our eco calendar for today. We do have a White House press briefing. I'm getting an update on my calendar now. So we're gonna have a White House press briefing at 12 o'clock Central Time. We'll try and pipe that in. That'll be right around Lunchbox trading time. So we'll get the live feed for that, and we'll bring that in. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions over surrounding yesterday's meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky and other European leaders. That will probably be main topic of conversation for the press briefing. So we will definitely pipe that in for you.
Got a miss as far as earnings are concerned this morning. Home Depot missing on both earnings per share and revenues this morning. That's about it for important earnings for the day, but we've got a lot of retail coming out the rest of the week. Target, Lowe's, TJ Maxx, Estee Lauder tomorrow, and Walmart on Thursday could be an interesting one. Intuit after the close on Thursday as well.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. I think we got time if we want to run that news source clip. JD, I heard you mention the Ukraine talks yesterday. I think we can get it in before that 5-minute closes. 1 minute would have triggered a short, but let's run that clip.
Yeah, we got some good commentary from Tom Foreman from CNN going over everything that happened.
It's really worth reviewing what everybody wants out of these talks. What does Russia want? Russia wants their position holding part of the eastern part of Ukraine, the Donbas region, and Crimea to be made official and permanent, and maybe other lands beside. What they're mainly wanting out of this is to normalize the fact that they invaded this country and to say, well, now that's just the way things are. Let's quit talking about invasion. Let's talk about what we have and let us hold on to it. What does Ukraine want? Obviously, they would want to reverse that. They would want to say, we're a sovereign nation. You had no business coming in here in the first place. We would like you to give up all this territory and go back to where you belong in Russia. Now, that may not be possible in these talks, the way they're being approached right now. So Ukraine may have to deal a little bit more on the idea of saying, let's give you a little less of the Donbas. Let's not give you a land bridge from there down to Crimea along that area. Let's not let you push all the way up to the Dnieper River. Let's not let you get a deeper hold within Ukraine from which you could launch a future attack. What does Europe want out of all of this? They want to see if Russia can somehow be pushed back and not given that deeper hold where they can push on and maybe go beyond Ukraine by taking the whole country at some point. That's one of the big concerns here. How do you contain Russian ambitions by keeping them pushed back? And what does the United States want in all of this? Well, the president has made it clear over and over again what he wants is some kind of a deal that he can plant his flag on, something where he can say, look, I finally delivered on that promise I had that I would end the conflict. It's just not clear how he's going to get that end in a way that all these different parties can agree to.
Very interesting. So concessions need to be made all around, apparently, which obviously we don't know how open other countries are to that, but more meetings are attempted to be set up very soon. I read some articles this morning. President Trump's trying to reach back out to Mr. Putin in Russia for another follow-up meeting. So we'll see what happens there. Will it happen tomorrow? Likely not, but they're trying.
Got that 5-minute range closed in
gold
here. 33.82 evens at the low, and 33.84.70 at the high for this 5-minute opening range.
All right.
27 ticks.
Working our stop to enter below 81.80. Stop to enter above at 84.80. Got the micro contract up. What do the 1 minute and 3 minutes show us?
1
minute was a short. 3 minute is no trade yet.
No trade yet. GC 1
do
minute
have-
short.
We do have overnight VWAP sitting right here, 33.8170. Kind of right below this trade right now. See if it triggers us into the short here and how we respond at that VWAP. It's been a support pretty much the entire night. Every time we came down and tested it, we bounced off of it. But, let's see here. I know last night when we were looking for those longs, we were looking at targets up at 3,400. We didn't get there, and we may not get there today, but let's see what this market brings today.
We do have a bit of a weak low yesterday.
Weak low overnight.
33.7630. Bit of a weak low there. Overnight is below that level. Opening in range and in balance and in value. Bit of a V-shaped profile indicating long liquidation yesterday, but that's not supported by open interest. Of course, we'll go through all of this again. Only adding 500 in open interest yesterday on a push near what I see as a relatively important low.
We are sitting right in the middle of that 5 minute opening range right now. JD, before we get into the charts, I want to run any news on gold prices.
Yeah, we can talk about that. We were just talking about it, actually. Marginally higher this morning, not a whole lot. Spot gold prices rose about 0.1%, 33.37, 31 an ounce for spot gold prices. Again, we're looking at this 5 minute opening range breakout. Some news, some notes on other precious metals out there. Broader metal prices. Spot platinum rose 1.5% overnight. Spot silver up 0.2%. Copper futures on the London Metal Exchange up 0.2% this morning, and COMEX copper futures also up 0.2% this morning. So a little rise across the board in precious metals. Looks like we've gone flat ahead of the 7:30 numbers, though. We will see. Again, we have a couple of very light numbers coming out. Building housing starts and permits coming out in just about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. See if we can get triggered into a trade here on gold, but pretty quiet for the moment in the metals complex.
Looks like we got a Canadian inflation data coming out as well. Canadian CPI coming out. I don't know how much attention we pay to that, but for our friends up north or anyone trading the Canadian dollar, watch out for that number coming out in about a minute. Hoag, you want to jump into the charts while we wait for this trade to trigger?
Of course.
We got about 1 minute till this number comes out.
All right, let's wait.
1 minute.
We'll wait on it.
Less than a minute. Less than a minute.
Auburn Gresham wants to know what happened to the Dow last night. Almost a 200-point candle in a minute. That's a great question. And not sure. Yeah, I see that spike. That is something that we've seen happen in the Dow right around that time, 5 a.m. Central Time. If you zoom out and look at a couple different days. Yeah, what's happening?
I believe that's right when Home Depot earnings came out, 5 a.m. Central Time.
That is, yeah. Yep.
That makes sense.
It's recovered nicely.
Yes, it has. 10 seconds to this number.
BTFD.
Here we go. I don't expect this to be a very heavy market mover. Nothing earth-shattering happening here. It is a minor inflation gauge.
And what do we got? Who's seeing the numbers? I got Canadian CPI year over year actual came in at 1.7%. Forecast was 1.8%. U.S. housing starts actual came in at 1.428 million. Forecast was 1.297 million. We got building permits actual came in at 1.354 million. Forecast was 1.386 million. And housing starts change month over month came in at 5.2%. Forecast was negative 1.8%, with the previous number coming in at 4.6%.
We did trigger a short in gold. House count short 5 micro gold 3381.80. 3381.80 short 5.
And if you're new here and you're wondering why we are taking this gold trade, we are looking at a opening range trade. The chat voted on a 5-minute opening range. So what we look at is the first 5-minute candle from 7:20 a.m. Central Time, and we're going to go short below the low of that candle and long above the high, whichever one triggers first, and look to hold this trade, right, as long as it plays out. Sometimes we see this trade, be the trend for the day. Other times it stops us out. But the risk is managed on the other side of that range, and we'll manage some of the position at about a 1-to-1, maybe a 2-to-1. We'll maybe take some of the position off, but this may be a trade that we hold on to all day if the market presents that opportunity to us. So house currently short 3381.80. Where's that CYA, JD?
3385.10. 3385.10 CYA.
And if you're new
You're
here,
not familiar with
because
CU? Yeah.
go ahead, JD. Nope, you
We're
got
about
it.
to say the same thing.
Yes, we were. We're always on the same page, JD. I love it.
If you're not familiar with CYA, go ahead and open up the Topstep trading glossary. Go to TopstepTV, the website. You'll find a trading glossary with all of our favorite terms in there. Words, phrases that you might not be familiar with that we say quite a bit here on Topstep TV. Go ahead and check out that webpage. Might answer some questions for you.
Pop quiz, Hoag. CYA, what does it mean?
Cover your ass.
Cover your ass. We don't like to use the S word. We don't like to use the S word on TV in case the Goldman interns are out there hunting us down.
We used to call it the order that shall not be named, but it was kind of long. CYA is much crisper.
Commonly known as a stop. Yes. Oh, he said it. He said the word. He said the quiet part out loud.
For the for the Goldman interns that are watching here, gold trading 33.80.40 currently, still 50-50 on the tilt from what I'm seeing here. House short 33.81.80. Hoag, let's jump into these charts. Where might we be going with this gold trade?
All right, let's do it. So this is the daily as usual. JD as always, starting with a little bit longer time frame out, and obviously the market is still very range bound. We are at the lower end of that range. Yesterday, let's get a little bit bigger here. So yesterday, I was looking for an opportunity down around 33.72 for an execution, but by the end of the day, it was pretty much over, and we did actually get down to that level, and then some by a little bit. So we added 500 in open interest yesterday. Now that yesterday was a relatively large range in the extended trading hours. Not so big necessarily in the regular trading hours, but it did double the initial balance. I'm really kind of surprised to see how inert that change in open interest was yesterday. Jay, this trend line we're up against goes all the way back to the beginning of the year, and this is really kind of our third real touch point. There's there it is. Last of December to this low, now to this low. What do you think about holding this, or do we get a little bit deeper? I still don't think we break market state until we get below weekly kickoff low 33.43. But what do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I think we could get a test below that trend line. I think we have had to adjust it where this most recent low was, but we've seen a couple of tests of this trend line before, and it looked like, this is the break that it's finally going to go, and then we're right back up into that range. So I wouldn't be surprised at a test down to that weekly kickoff low, Hoag. or down to these 33.30s. But I don't see enough in gold to look for a complete trend break. So we're seeing narrowing ranges over the past couple of days. We're kind of slowly trading to the lower extreme of that range,
Hmm.
but I'm expecting a bounce at some point in the coming days, just because that's been the pattern for half of the year. Uh,
Right.
so it's,
Yeah.
it's
I
hard to
mean,
kind of see anything else until it does happen.
April and May are these highs and lows, and it's been narrowing pretty much ever since. Let's take a look at the 30 and see if we're seeing anything important here. So this is that unemployment bar, right? This is that week ago Friday
Yep.
unemployment bar. We got to that 33.75, 76, about halfway through that, and we've really been trying to see if there's any acceptance below that, and we really haven't seen any. Now, this is that trend line that goes off the beginning of the year. So this, I would kind of call this, an important support level in many time frames. It's 50% of the unemployment bar. We're kind of pushing up against that. We're also looking against this trend line. We're near the low end of the current area of longer time frame balance. This is kind of a critical area. And again, I'm really surprised by the lack of increase or decrease in open interest yesterday, particularly on a day as downward as a yesterday was. You would think that this would be a long liquidation day. We'd see a pretty good drop in open interest as longs started to get squeezed near these lows. It is even a B-shaped profile, which is typical of that. Again, we doubled the initial balance, but we only added 500 in open interest. This is not encouraging for continuation to the downside. But where are we? We're right up against that 50% off that unemployment bar, and we're right up against an possibly important trend line. So it kind of makes sense. There's a lot of folks probably sitting waiting for new information, looking for this market to tell us something, and I don't think it did tell us much yesterday with that open interest. Overnight inventory. I mean, what do we have? We are trading. Here's our open last night. We are trading maybe about flat. We're inside value. Stay patient. Stay patient today. We're seeing some continuation below our opening range trade. I'm looking for an opportunity still to see some sort of basing. Last night's low was pretty deep here. 33, 70, 60. I was looking for 72s yesterday to look for an opportunity for a potential long. Let's see what happens. But again, we are inside range, inside value. Tells me to stay patient and wait for better trade locations as the day goes on. We got the opening range trade, the dead ass high so far, so that is looking good. I can see us, getting down to this value low, last week's low, 33.75 half. We've got that 50% of that bar. We got the trend line. There's a lot of confluence down here. Let's see what happens. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Same thoughts, Hogue. That target, that 75 area, would be a management target for this trade, in my opinion, just because of the amount of times we've traded down there and bounced. At that point, if we get down there, I don't know if we need to take the full position off, but I'd probably manage some of it, right? Just because that's shown it's been an area where the market can bounce. If we do
Sure.
see some continued selling down there, and I think this is what we've been looking for pretty much since we printed that candle, right, and tested 50%. If sellers sell below that 75, then there's a lot of room down, right? There's another 40 points or $40 to the lower extreme of that range. They just have to sell it, and they haven't done so yet. So really, buyers not really gaining any traction above 3400s, sellers getting no traction below 33.75. And shout out to Vav in the chat that says it's the lightest volume day since July 3rd, and that was a half day for the volume that we saw yesterday in gold. So yeah, slowing down a little bit here. Maybe everyone's waiting for what's going on in Jackson Hole and between the Russia and Ukraine and the EU leaders, but pretty quiet markets right now in gold.
All right, thanks, Jay. Jay, all
Thank you,
right,
Hoag.
sitting in a little bit of a winner here. What else we got? Equities news, JD. What you got?
Yep, Coach Jay just nailed it. Traders are awaiting to see what Powell's going to say on Friday in Jackson Hole, looking for clues into what Fed policy might be going to the final meetings of the year. Are they going to hold tight on rates or hold steady? Are they going to cut rates? So Fed Chairman Powell's speech on Friday, 9 a.m. Central Time from Jackson Hole, is pretty much the event of the week right now. After we've gotten past all the Russia and Ukraine meetings, now we're going to be focusing on Jackson Hole for the rest of the week. But stocks ticking a little bit lower this morning, mostly after that we talked about Home Depot earnings coming out at about 5 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We saw a dip in equities. S&P 500 futures, NASDAQ futures, both down about 0.1% each. They've sort of evened out. Since then, trading back inside range, inside value from yesterday. Sort of a no change in U.S. equities overnight. Overnight in Asia, stocks closed a little bit lower, marginally lower. Shanghai Composite down 0.02%. Nikkei closed down 0.38%, and the Hang Seng Index closed down 0.21%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little higher this morning. Got the FTSE up 0.34%, the DAX up 0.3%, and the CAC up almost 1%, 0.9% gain in the CAC right now. US dollar index down just a couple ticks, 98.052 last trade. VIX is down 0.5%, 14.91, and the US 10-year Treasury note yield sitting at 4.314% currently. Getting a little follow through to the downside on this gold trade right now. I will continue to monitor. What are the charts telling us?
We've got a.
I heard my voice.
We got a weak low in the on the low in the gold, 33.7630. It's a little bit of a double bottom yesterday. No excess on that. I think we're probably going to target that first here. We shall see. But now on to the S&Ps. All right. This is the daily. These are the April lows, okay? When we've seen what's been going on happen over and over again as the market continues to push higher and higher. We get a rally, we consolidate. We get a rally, we pull back and consolidate. We get a rally, we consolidate. We get a rally, we consolidate. Get a pullback, get a rally, and we consolidate. In the S&Ps, that is what appears to be happening now. So we are in day 4 of an area of consolidation or balance. We kind of talked about this yesterday, looking at this low here from one of the days last week was 64.53 quarters. So 53, kind of the low end of the short time frame area of balance that we are in. Yesterday's daily bar, a doji, was showing indecision, still holding above that short time frame lower end of the balance area, the lower extreme. Narrow range yesterday, very narrow in regular trading hours. But we did add 10,000 in open interest. When you see on the 30-minute chart, you're gonna be like, okay, where did all this open interest come in? Because we didn't really do anything. We just rotated and rotated and rotated. Shay, what do you think about what's going on here? Is this starting to kind of feel like a little bit of a bull flag, perhaps? Not technically, but it's just what happens. We rally, we consolidate, we'll either pull back or we'll see the next leg to the rally. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of seeing here, Hoag. The S&P is just holding up pretty well. We were looking at that August 12th daily candle, and we're just consolidating at the high of it right now. It's giving a ton of opportunity, maybe. And you read my mind with that open interest number. Where? What were they looking at? Plus 10,000. But this might just be accumulation before the next move. right? And we'll see where that next move is. But if you look at a higher time frame chart, I'd be willing to bet it's to the upside, right, where we continue to make all-time highs. But
Are you able to read my notes?
no, I think
No.
it's called synergy, Hogue. We've been doing this so long together, we just we know what the other one is thinking. Uh, but yeah, we are just consolidating up here on this daily. But yeah, not a lot to say on that daily candle. What are you seeing on the
Yeah,
30?
it's so on to the 30. So let's start closer and move our way out. Do we have any overnight inventory? Eh. Where are we here? There it is. So we opened here. We're trading here. No overnight inventory. Value high, value low. We're in the middle. Stay patient. Now, what were we talking about with all this open interest coming in yesterday? Can anybody in the chat or in the world or in heaven tell us, where did all this open interest come in yesterday? It was an absolute dream for range bound traders. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rotations from high to low or low to high with which to look for profits. These, we used to call these cash register days. And if you can fish them out, if you can sniff them out early in the day, you can just print money all day in both directions. Does anybody actually get to do that? Well, if you're really good, maybe you do. But it's not that easy. But what direction did all this open interest come in yesterday? I mean, we barely moved settlement. We were range bound all day in a small range. It's very difficult to decide. What Jay said was, that's energy coming into the market. It doesn't really matter what direction it is at this point because it was kind of directionless. We're still somewhat kind of directionless from yesterday. So what does it tell us? Well, there's energy coming in. There is a change coming. There's a change coming. Now, looking a little bit further out, the NASDAQ has traded through both of these single prints in the NASDAQ that occurred on the 12th. That's the day that Jay was kind of focusing on the fact that we are just kind of hanging around at the high of that. We haven't even tested the halfway mark. We tested down to the first line of single prints or single TPOs from that trend day to the upside, and we've found support once, twice, thrice. So we're really kind of holding up much better in the S&Ps. And if we can take a look, I mean, we've since this all-time high, which occurred in the overnight trade, we know that tends not to be very lasting. But we've been putting in lower highs. We've been putting in slightly lower lows. So what's the volume been like on the daily chart? Volume has been increasing, but it's kind of a slow bleed as far as as far as volume is concerned. But it still supports the idea that we may be kind of creating some degree of a bull flag here. So a bull flag is against the bigger trend. As price continues to kind of push lower in a slow way, volume falls off. Open interest yesterday is a little bit concerning. Jay, when you look at this 30-minute chart, what do you see?
We are very much in yesterday's range and balance. Hogue, there's a question. It says, or Chase Patrol in the chat says, range days sound so easy, but who knows in advance that this will be a range? It's kind of hard to tell in advance that it's going to be a range. You can look at the economic calendar. You can look at, what the potential catalyst later in the week. And then if we just kind of understand how the markets move, we say it all the time, the market may be waiting for new information. When is that new information coming out? Sometime later in the week. So you start to put those puzzle pieces together. Hogue, if you can map out yesterday's initial balance in the S&P, 64.75.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Got it there?
64.75 quarter. It's this pink line here,
Got
and
you.
here's the low, which is
Okay.
64.6075.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. So now, traders, if you want to do something, if you want to anchor a VWAP, which is in your drawing tools, anchor it to that 830 open and just look at that angle of VWAP. It is a flat line. And that is what tells me range bound market, right? So anytime we get extensions away from that VWAP, you're looking to fade the extremes. But that is telling me that there's no direction. That VWAP is literally a flat line right at 50% of the day. It's actually still since that point right at that 50%, 64, 66.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, you're
that
not
is
kidding.
the
It's a flat line.
yeah, it is a straight line. So what that tells us is that there's volume trading here. We see it in the open interest number, but there's no directionality in this volume at all. So for now, it's fade the extremes until it breaks. Once it breaks, do I want to fade that break? Probably not, right? Because like Hoag's been saying, if they're building momentum here, they're building for a move. Now, when that move happens, accumulation turns into distribution phase. I don't want to fade whatever that move is, but for now, it's saying, and even last night, Hoag, we looked under that initial balance low. Volume was still in the middle of the range. We popped right back up to the middle. So I'm
Mhm.
seeing range bound market until it's not. It, up to you as a range bound trader, how many times you want to take that trade. I know for me, I take one or two, and I'm like, okay, I did my job for the day because I'm usually a momentum breakout trader. But that is what the market is showing right now. So if I'm looking for anything else, I might be forcing my own opinion on what the market actually wants to do.
So Jay, this flat VWAP anchored at yesterday's regular trading hour open.
Mhm.
Because there's more volume during the regular trading hours, it's going to move a little bit more with
Right.
the lower volume in the overnight. It's not going to push this VWAP as much. But the fact that it is absolutely flat as a pancake, even with the gyrations we saw last night, it was
Yep.
pretty low volume and no major change in market state. Great call there, and a great look at that, Jay. Thanks for bringing that up. So
Awesome. So
we are in range, we are in value. Try and stay patient. Look for better trade locations as the day goes on. We're looking at 64, 54, 53 as the low end of the current area of balance. So I think we need to hold above that, uh, or we can go looking for other levels to look at. And we still have those single prints 64.44 to 64.43 and a quarter, three little single prints there. Those will be visual targets. Then we've got the halfway mark of the NFP candle, which is right around 64.30 to target to the upside. Do we have anything to really target to the target to the downside, I should say? We do have a naked point of control up here, right around 64.78 to the upside, which would be a visual target. And other than that, the only other visual target that I see to the upside is that last week's all-time high and the all-time high that occurred in the overnight session. Thank you very much, Jay, for again pointing out that very interesting, important information with that anchored VWAP from yesterday's open. Great stuff.
so we got a poll up in the chat. What time frame are we taking for the opening range trade in crude oil? Is it the 1, 3, or 5 minute? And if you guessed the 5, you were right. 42% of the vote right now, 184 votes. So make sure you get your votes in there. 17% for a no trade. I do like that option in there because some days it's going to present a no trade. But 43% crude oil does open up in about 6 minutes. JD, before we open, do we have any news on crude oil?
We sure do. Also, we've got a number coming out in about 2 minutes. The weekly
Okay.
Red Book numbers due out 7:55 a.m. Central Time. Keep you posted on the results of that. But yes, crude oil. I found a very interesting article yesterday. It came out yesterday morning, but it was kind of late in the day before it came across my feed. It was felt a little too late to share, but I want to share it this morning with you guys. It's still relevant. Look at that headline. Speculators drive oil futures to most bearish positioning since 2009. For all of you out there listening but not watching, I'm going to read some of these bullet points off for you. Money managers now hold the first ever combined net short in WTI futures across both the CME and ICE exchanges, making the most bearish positioning since 2009. This is crude oil we're talking about. CME net long positions in WTI have collapsed 80% this year to just 49,000 contracts, while ICE WTI sits at a net short of 53,300 lots. Brent futures also saw selling pressure, dragging the combined Brent plus WTI net long to a 3-month low as traders ramped up bearish bets. This is an excellent article. I want to sort of. I'm going to drop the link to this article so you guys can all read it. But a couple of quotes coming out. These all these stats are based off of the weekly commitment of traders report from last week. It's published weekly. Bo can tell you all about commitment of traders reports. I didn't think anybody looked at those reports anymore, but apparently they do.
Yeah, it's important when it becomes important, and this might be.
Yep.
So, JD, on that point, I'm looking at I have a trading view chart up on the side, and I'm looking at 2009 when that bearish position may have been put on. Do we know when? We don't know what time in the year that bearish position was put on, right? Because crude made a low in 2009, right around $40, and rallied all the way through 2011.
Yep. There's actually another part of this article. It says, there's a quote. Who is this quote from? I'll find the name in a second, but I got this article from oilprice.com, but it says, while the immediate catalyst is unclear for the short positioning, any shift in the technicals or fundamentals could force a sharp, fast, short covering rebound. So that's something
Squeeze 'em, Hoag.
keep an eye out. Yeah.
Squeeze 'em.
Squeeze. Putting the squeeze on.
Squeeze them.
So that's pretty much the same scenario as 2009, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And if something does change, all those shorts are going to be stuck in the hole, and they are going to run for the hills like nobody you've ever seen. Dad always said, man, market always looks the worst at the bottom and the best at the top.
Yeah.
Got a lot of trap shorts here, it sounds like. And
that's what it sounds like.
Some major trap shorts, not speculators, major. Well, probably both.
These are major money managers, heavily short crude oil.
Hey, let's let the retail get paid, huh? How about us? A little something for us, huh? Yeah, let's do this. Well, let's look at the chart before we get to this opening range trade. And what we say this just about every morning, but things will certainly change. We're still range bound. We're still in rollover. Rollover ends on Friday. We are trading the October contract, and we are still kind of pinched between the 100 session and 200 session moving average. We added 6,400 on an attempted up day yesterday of open interest, estimated 6,400 increase. Overall, that it's a little better than you would say, because the September contract lost 18,000. So we're looking at about 24,500 increase in open interest in the future months. The current front month, October, November, and December, they all pretty much added open interest. So does that mean that those are possibly new longs? Those are partially going to be, of course, moving from the September to the October. It's very blurry when this happens, but we can kind of now begin to postulate that we added some longs yesterday, and whether they're short time frame or longer time frame longs is unknown. This market has been in short time frame control. It has been respecting short time frame levels for weeks now, and there is an anticipation of change with that open interest in yesterday's session. Jay, what do you think? I mean, we're obviously range bound, coming to the end of rollover. What are your thoughts?
We spent a decent amount of time, Hoag, under this 200 moving average on the daily. It's been 12 days now since we last closed above it. So it does look a little heavy. Is there some room to the downside? I think there definitely is, right? If we see some real selling in in crude come in, maybe down to 58s, but that is asking a lot. That's asking a lot. That's asking that an entire short position to actually be right here and continuing to push crude lower. And maybe we do get that, but for now, we are range bound. And I think we have to trade it like a range bound market. Calling the extremes of this range, 6150s maybe at the low. I know we did peak down at 6105 recently. We're trading right at 50% of that candle right now, which is at 6180. And then to the upside, we're narrowing a bit, but at $63 level. So right now we're kind of in the middle. Crude is open right now. Seeing some selling coming in, but very range bound, Hoag. I think a lot of the opportunity is coming from if you're up for the London session, where we start to see that volume come in. Those are some pretty good trade locations. But outside of that, you know, it's presenting opportunity. It's just not opportunity I've been able to trade. So I've
Right.
been kind of hands off in crude.
Well, just looking quickly here at the 30-minute, the market opened yesterday, traded to the point of control lower, found a base below that, traded then to a point of control higher. This is one of the things that short time frame markets do, short time frame auctions do. We doubled the open interest to the, we doubled the IB to the upside with additional open interest. So it's looking like those were probably some longs coming in. Overnight inventory short. Here we go. There's where we opened. Here's where we open right there. We are currently trading lower, but we are also inside value, value high, value low. I'm going to suggest trying to stay very patient. A little bit of a blow off top here, a little bit of excess there, and we've been seeing sellers coming in since then. Again, with the market opening, with overnight inventory, there's always the possibility that inventory can unravel and bring us back up towards settlement. But opening in range and in value after yesterday, kind of a toothy, almost somewhat emotional move to the upside. I wouldn't really call it a double distribution. It was a normal variation day with a hint of double distribution near the end of the day. And again, double the IB. So decent range. But where did we go? We're right back to our settlement from Friday. We haven't gone anywhere. We've had some gyrations, but we're still relatively range bound. Let's see what this opening range trade says. And Jay, what do you think of what we're talking about here on the 30-minute?
On the 30, I'm looking at the highest volume candle from yesterday. We're trading into that right now. So 61.89 was the high. We just saw a big spike of selling. The 1 minute opening range would have triggered a short there. Yeah, if we can accept price back inside that, if we get a 30-minute candle close inside this range, then maybe we get the rotation to the other side. But pretty range bound. But that candle that made the low of the day yesterday, we're testing it now, Hoag. See if we get some acceptance of price inside this range. 61.67 is 50% of that candle.
We are extending the overnight range right now, right on the open. Thank you,
down
Jay.
1.4% right now. 1 minute opening range is pretty tight. We're looking at 8 ticks for that 1 minute opening range. 7 ticks.
Yes, I have it on 3. Yep.
7 tick opening range. We got the 3 minute closed now. The low of the 3 minute we have at 61.78 in the minis. But we will be taking the 5 minute opening range trade, winning 45% of the vote with 381 votes. So while we wait for that, if you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up button, like and subscribe. Tell your friends and family to as well if they're trading, or even if they're not, if they just want to be up to date on market news. They're going to get the most up to date news on pricing in the markets at TopstepTV. So tell them to like and subscribe. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here. That 1 minute opening range low was 61.89. We did just come back, tag that, and holding so far. Got 1 more minute on this 5 minute opening range here.
Looks like it could be either the 3 or the 5 today, because right now we're still inside the 3 minute.
So we are 58% long in the tilt in crude oil. Their average price 62.06, so they're underwater right now. Holding the low of that 1 minute opening range so far. We got 30 seconds on this 5 minute range. Looks like maybe a little bit different in the micros, but I got a high 61.96 and a low of 78. Seeing the same thing there, Hoag?
I concur. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, 5 minute opening range closing in just a couple seconds here. JD is queuing up those orders. Let's see if we get tagged into a trade. I think we are still in that gold trade as well.
Yep.
We are. We're seeing a little bit of follow through in gold right now. Got an unrealized profit of about $140. So working our stops to enter in crude oil, 61.77 below the market and 61.97 above the market. About a 18 tick wide opening range.
Perfect.
We're on the lows now. We took out the overnight low and rebounded just a little bit off of that. So might be looking at another liquidity grab here.
And we're in.
No trade. We're not in yet. Anybody vote for no trade? 19% of the vote.
Gold,
no trade.
Crude traded 61.77 in the bigs.
Not
the minis.
The micros. Not the micros.
Micro stopped right at that low.
Wow. Look at the liquidity
Different markets.
on micro.
How about that? Was that a save? What do you think? Should we pull this?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Is gold trying to warn us? I'm sorry, crude. Is crude trying to warn us right now?
You had your opportunity to stay out of it. Let's see.
I think we got about 5 seconds. We're in. 61.77. No slippage. We're tagged in. Let the games begin. Here we go.
That 5-minute candle was the highest volume of the day. That's to be expected, right? That's the market open.
Yep.
We'll see how we trade through that now. Kind of looking at that as the start of the day. We got VWAP attached to that right now is at 61.86. Would love to see that VWAP leave the range, kind of follow us lower, not just price wise.
Yep.
But the house is short 61. What price do we get, JD? 61.77, short 5 micros.
61.77. Yep. All 3 time frames triggered a short position. And the opening range wasn't terribly wide. We're only taking about $125 worth of risk on this trade in crude.
Beautiful. Where's the CYA at?
CYA 6202, 62.02.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, maybe for a second there, Crawford got a good save on that, but here we are. We're short now.
Gold's looking a little better. We're seeing some follow through to the downside. I'm going to switch back over to gold, actually.
All right. There's that trend line. Settlement. We're through settlement, through the trend line. Last week's low next, 33.75 half. Go.
I'm going to peel off a couple at 2R. And we'll have a free trade on. We'll leave 3 on for a runner.
Right at that 75 level. I like that.
Yep.
I like that.
Got a bid in 74.90. I'll 10% this if we start getting close.
Okay.
Nice trade. Nice trade. Gold trading right under settlement right now. 33.78 was settlement. All right, we got some trades on early this morning. But let's go through this NASDAQ chart, Hoag. I know we got some news prior to that. So, JD, I'm going to run some news on Nvidia.
Yeah, Nvidia's back in the news. Here's an article from Reuters. This came out earlier this morning. So President Trump last week opened the door to the possibility of more advanced Nvidia chips being sold in China, but the sources noted U.S. regulatory approval is far from guaranteed amid deep-seated fears in Washington about giving China too much access to U.S. artificial intelligence technology. But Nvidia is developing a new AI chip for China based on its Blackwell architecture that will be more powerful than the H2O model it's currently allowed to sell there. So that's according to a pair of unnamed sources. So Nvidia back in the news, making more chips for China. We're getting real close. Oh, a bid jumped right in front of us. There's 85 on.
Oh, they're watching.
See if I can. I'm jumping in front of that 75 bid. Let's see if we get it. And we got it. We're filled 75 times.
Nice trade.
We covered 2. We got a free trade on now. We locked in some profit. And we'll take these other 3 for a ride.
Auto liquidator, do your job. Do your job.
Good
So
job.
these new Nvidia chips, are these the what the US is going to be taking 15% of all sales from?
I believe that is what that tax. I won't even call it a tariff. It's more of a tax, right?
Right.
But I do believe that that tax will apply to any new chip sold to China.
Nice. Good stuff. Right.
So it's only the barbecued chips, not the sour cream and onion chip.
Hey-o. I was hoping for a good potato joke because we're going to talk about potatoes in just a few minutes.
All right, let's check out the NASDAQ, which is suffering a little bit more than the S&Ps. We're seeing more of a pullback. We obviously we were looking at these 3 down days typically, as Linda Raschke taught us and Mick Aronimo taught us. Usually on an uptrend, 3 down days, the 4th day is going to be an up day. It didn't happen. Why not? Well, we're seeing more of a bull flag. I think the S&P is more range bound, but we're seeing at least some pullback and continuation to the downside. Nothing tremendous, nothing scary, nothing huge. We are seeing volume falling at lower pricing. That's good. Markets are looking for new information, folks. Indecision yesterday. When we look at that daily bar, it's pretty much a doji, even wicks on both sides. The market looking for information. We had a 2,400 in open interest yesterday, but I think the direction yesterday was a little bit more clear than the S&Ps. But Jay, what do you think of the NASDAQ here? We're really showing some exactness on these highs, which leads me to believe that any shorts that may be coming in off those highs are shorter time frame, weaker hands. What do you think, Jay?
I would agree with that, Hoag. We are seeing, movement to the downside over the past couple of days on lower volume, which, you know, as soon as those shorts stop selling and maybe we find some buyers, there's squeeze potential back up to all-time highs. But let's see how far they want to take this before we do get those buyers to step in. On the daily, I know we were looking at 23,775 a ton initially as a target, and now I'm kind of using it as a pivot where I want to be short below it and long above it. We're starting to see some price acceptance below that 23,775, which was 50% of that PPI day candle. So if
Right.
we continue to see that selling, maybe they are pushing this towards that 23,600. I know it's a price I mentioned yesterday. We don't get to choose how or if or when the markets get to our targets, but that is where I'd be looking for maybe some longer time frame buyers to start to step in.
Thank you, Jay. Take a look at the 30. This is that level, that halfway in that August 12th. Well, I just kind of moved it. I think. Oh, what did I do? Hey, stop that. What the heck? Oh, here we go.
Do a Control
I
Z,
did
Hoag.
that, didn't I tried, but here, let me try again here. Oh, here we go. Wrong computer. There we go.
There it is.
All right. So here's the 30. Obviously, all-time high. Extended trading hour session, point of contact, kind of following the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute chart down now. Here's those single prints. This is how far we've come in the S&Ps, just to this same kind of level, according to the single prints from the Tuesday or from the August 12th bar. Okay, this is that level, that's a 23,775 level, I think was where we were really looking at it. I've moved this a little bit. 775. I did move it a little bit. So that's where we were kind of looking for buyers to come in, maybe some sellers to come in below that. Really spanned it nicely yesterday in the regular trading hour range. So adding open interest yesterday, the market opened near and below value, and it worked its way back into value throughout the day yesterday. So with the open interest increase of approximately 2,400 yesterday, I'm looking at that as potentially new longs. We saw a spark in buyers in NASDAQ yesterday that we really didn't necessarily see in the S&Ps. The market opened, it left a failed downside auction, tried that failed downside auction a number of times, and then by the open yesterday, by the open last night, we were back above the initial balance high. So we did see at least some direction in one way or another yesterday. What do we have as far as overnight inventory? I don't think that we're really seeing all that much. Here's that 1700 bar, that 5 p.m. Central Time opening there, trading here. Overnight inventory is short. We are, however, inside value, the initial balance low, value low, approximately. Value high here. So we're kind of spanning inside value. Again, these markets are really looking for new information. They are really just trying to decipher what might happen in negotiations overseas and in the Jackson Hole. We are at some risk here, I think, of possibly seeing some continuation of the downside in the NASDAQ. But we will see. Jay, what do you think of this 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ? Anything you're noticing? Anything that's sticking out to you?
30 on the NASDAQ. We're under the 200 moving average. We're under the 20 and the 50. If we see continued follow through, below yesterday's low, I'm still looking at that 600 level. That's a big if, though, right? The markets have been in balance over the past 2 days, and maybe going into a third day of balance before we start to hear some stuff out of Jackson Hole. So I am patient, Hoag. Patient.
Mhm.
There were some opportunities to trade extremes of ranges yesterday. I'm going with the same approach until that breaks. But for now, on the 30s, just a lot of overlap, a lot of chop. Kind of reminding myself that I don't necessarily need to take a trade, especially in the equities. I could find another market to trade if it's not clear. But clear for me right now is range. So I'm trading that
Okay.
until it breaks. We did see a little nice bounce here in gold.
I see
Off
that.
those lows. That was on the 3-minute. That was the that 809 Central Time candle was the highest volume we've seen all day so far. We're trading right up at the high of it, 33.7620. So if we start to
Yeah, that
close
was
outside that candle, I might not hate cutting that trade. But what are you saying, Hook?
a pretty vicious move there.
Was
I'm gonna anchor this at 2.
Yeah, do you think should we cut a couple more of these? This is some strong buying. It feels like
yeah, I don't
Well,
mind taking a couple more off here. We're in 3.
we got 3 on right now.
okay, we're right at anchored VWAP from the open.
Mm.
33.7690.
76 and 90.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see that as well, Hoag. Yeah, interesting spot here. Interesting
Yeah,
spot.
I'd say we stick with it. I say we stick with it unless we break over that anchored VWAP and then just get out of all of it. I mean, we got no risk on it if we just do that.
Yep. Okay. All right, we'll continue to monitor. What was the price of that anchored VWAP again, Hoag?
33.7690.
33.7690.
I could see
We've
putting
got
the stop back above settlement.
just above settlement. Yeah, I'll adjust risk. Stop just above settlement, locking in some more profit. Worst case scenario, we make $200 on this trade.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty vicious pullback, but
It was.
I mean,
yeah.
we're in a very interesting level, just like Jay, just like you said. I mean, this is a really tough level here, but we're gonna see what happens.
Crude oil not cooperating again this morning. You guys know how I feel about crude.
I hate it. Natural gas is selling off here. I see some traders in the chat, and I do have to talk to this because it is the trade that Coach Paul named after me, looking for potential J trades in natural gas in crude oil and gold. The thing about that trade, remember, if we don't see a candle close above that high volume can mean continuation, and that's what we're seeing in natural gas. That is potentially what we're seeing in gold. So just be aware of, and I try to remind myself as well, be aware of preempting trades, because it might be telling you something different than what you're seeing or hoping to see. So just keep that in mind. But JD, who do
Excellent.
we have on the calendar for today?
Ooh, we got a good one. Coming up next in fast markets, number 122 on the big board, Cheat Gay, and number 146 on the big board, Braden C. They're going to be here for fast markets, joined by Jack, Andre, and Hoag. Coming up, we're moving the morning recap back to 11 o'clock Central Time this week, so you see Hoag right after fast markets for that morning recap. Then I'll be coming in for Trade with Topstep with our old friend John London. Coach Jay and I will both be in there talking to John London. Love it when he comes on. He likes training it up. After that, Lunchbox trading, we've got Coach Deanna and another one of her chameleonaires, Topstep VIP. Shay will be here to join us for Lunchbox trading. We've also got that White House press briefing starting right around 12 o'clock Central Time, so we're going to pipe that in for you also. After that, Mindset Matters, everybody's favorite, Robin Dane is back. She's going to be rapid fire answering questions from you in the chat, so make sure you're here with your questions at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. After that, we're wrapping up the Dayton Power Hour. It's the Ladies Takeover Power Hour week. Fatima is here. She's going to be joined by Jack and Andre. They're going to duke it out, and then all of our female guests on Power Hour this week are going to be joining up again on Friday for a reversal challenge, a massive reversal challenge Ladies Takeover. So stick around. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way today and for the rest of the week.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Hope, let's go through this checklist before we get into trading.
All right.
Can't have fun if you don't do your homework.
No, you don't get to play if you don't do your homework. Pre-market research. We just went through 4 markets. Yes, NASDAQ, crude, gold. Just looking at the market state. Is it in trend? Is it in a pullback? What kind of market state is it in? Always looking at volume and open interest. Those are tools that I've been using for many, many years. And sometimes they're going to mean a lot, sometimes not so much, but you always got to keep an eye on them. What about your other reference levels? Last week's high, last week's low, 3-day high, yesterday's high, value areas, moving averages. Always do that research. Take a look. Think about what your hypotheses are for any markets that you're going to trade and set up 2, 3, 4, 5 different hypotheses. In case one of them doesn't play out, your primary hypothesis doesn't work for you. Be ready for what's next. So we've already done the morning routine complete. Okay, checklist done, plan done, strategy review done, journal done, prep workstation, yes. All right, now we're ready to start trading. Here we go. We're gonna say, all right, we've got a number one setup here. Where's the profit target? Where's the price? Where's the what's the reward over risk ratio? What is the result? Do this for each trade and any trade that you're going to take. You don't have to use this trading checklist. It is something that we would like you to do. We'd like you to create your own. You may use different tools. You may have different levels that you're looking for. And at the end of the day, of course, you're going to review your trades. You're going to update your trading journal, get plenty of rest. And it's always that little reminder, don't overtrade. Don't trade impulsively. Don't trade out of FOMO, and don't trade angry. Always do your homework, and I'm going to nag you every day until you do.
A little reminder. I got a little reminder from JD. We probably didn't run the most important news clip of the day so far. So let's see if we can get that before fast market starts. JD, what do we got?
Guys, it's August 19th, which means 2 things around here. First, it's my sister Marie's birthday, so happy birthday, Marie, if you're watching. I doubt she is.
Happy birthday.
And it's also National Potato Day, everyone. This is the day when the starchy side dish gets to take center stage. Whether they're baked, fried, or mashed, potatoes are a staple for many meals. There are 4,000 varieties of potatoes, according to the International Potato Center. They're grown in a variety of colors and sizes. Potatoes have great health benefits, too. They're loaded with vitamin C and potassium with no fat or cholesterol. They are, however, high in carbohydrates. Celebrate the day by hosting a baked potato buffet where everyone can add their own fixings. Just remember, those fixings will hike your calorie count. Don't worry about tagging us in your potato picks unless you really want to. Go ahead, tag us in your potato picks.
Yep. In the chat, name a food more versatile than potatoes. I challenge you. You got all day. I don't think there is one. Chris wants to know, how does this help with trading? Chris, it doesn't, but it helps plan what I'm eating for lunch today. I'm definitely going to eat some potatoes, order some fries.
You eat some French fries?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Hoag,
Crude oil about
let's
to
get
tag
it.
us out. Yep.
Yeah. Getting there. Looks like we're right back to VWAP and gold as well. But yeah, JD, as always, a pleasure spending mornings with you. And it's always a pleasure spending the morning with all of you. I always like to take a look at the chat. My early birds are usually the same ones. We got Shubham, we got Dan Trader, we got Tom, we got Man Caves, we got Yabbersmack. Yabbersmack, it's great to have you back in the fold here. We're all very happy that you're back. I like this name. This is a new one. A range is a trend. That is a chat name in YouTube. I like that one. Roger W., AVS Phoenix Trading, Gorillionaire, and a host of others being with us here today. And again, we do thank you. It is National Potato Day. Yes, I've eaten a few potatoes in my life. I much prefer like cheese fries. I do not like ketchup, but I will put ketchup on my French fries as long as it's half Basco. If you've never tried that, try it. It's pretty darn good. So it was gonna be Taco Tuesday, but what am I gonna make with tacos and potatoes? Maybe potato tacos. I don't know if that works, but we'll try anything here. Folks, it is time. You've been waiting patiently. It is time for Fast Markets, and it's going to be coming at you like right now, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, friends and traders. Get your potatoes loaded.
Ooh.
Andre, Potato Day.
Happy National Potato Day. Yes, Jack. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets on this Tuesday and National Potato Day. Lower left-hand corner, we got number 146 on the big board, Braden in the house. Upper right-hand corner in Anchorage, Alaska, perhaps. We got Jack, and Chike has gone dark screen on us. We'll see if we get him back. Let's get right into it. Braden, happy Tuesday. Thoughts coming into this trade. Good morning, my friend.
What is up, guys? Yeah, happy Tuesday. Thoughts? Not a super confident thought, that's for sure, behind this market. We have 5 down days in a row here on NQ is what I'm looking at. Daily candle flips green. If we can break above 23,800, I kind of would like to see something like that happen. We have a weak momentum pullback, but just a lot of red. 5 red days in a row here. So I would be looking for hopefully a red to green type move on the session at some point.
Okay, above 23,800. Chike, what's happening, my man? Thoughts coming into this open?
I'm actually expecting us to consolidate today. We've had kind of some slow grind downwards type of days today in the past couple of days. So I'm looking for that to continue, but to the upside instead. So I actually agree with Brandon with that upside potential.
Okay, looking for upside potential. Okay, we will we'll get back to Chike. Get your audio back. Can you say that one more time? We got about 50 seconds till the open. Your thoughts coming in? You want to see a push above 23,800?
Yeah, so I actually want to see us consolidate. Either if we have a tight consolidation, then up to 830s, 836s. Okay. And then if we do have that more of an extension, then all the way up to the 950s. But the past couple of days we've been consolidating, so I'm expecting that to continue going forward into the day.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you. Well, sounds good. Jack, 15 seconds coming into this open. Thoughts? You nailed the above below yesterday in Power Hour.
Wait, did I?
64, 66 in the ES. What levels you got your eye on?
Well, we're about to hit the open. Still, that level is what they got to break. That 64.70. Yesterday, by some measures, was like the narrowest range in the S&P 500 in 2 years.
Yes, it was
I'll
20
dig into the
points.
stats on that later, but right now we're open and we're still
get-
there.
Yes, we are. Let's take a look at these prices. In the NQ, 23,760, call it. ES, 64.66. Gold trading, 33.77. Crude, $62.02. Dow, grinding higher here, 45,094. Let's see how this plays out here in the first 60 seconds. Chike, for those that are just meeting for the first time, you still looking for that that trade? 15 minutes into the New York session? If then, so you'll take the trade. You still looking for that setup? Are you still executing that?
Yeah, so I'll be taking that. I'm not sure on the direction just yet because we need to close that first 15 minutes. But if we do close above 800s, then that trade is invalidated. So I'm looking for us to stay below 800s to take that trade.
Below 800s. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Seeing some selling here. 23,748. Braden, you're looking for 23,800s. About 50 points from there. Anything to the downside you got your eye on?
Yeah, just the overnight lows. Once again, I kind of agree with Chike. It's a lot of consolidation. This market hasn't given us a lot of continuation trades. So most importantly, I just want to throw this out there before I get to mention it. Definitely, if I'm going to be taking trades today, not going to be looking for a big trade. I'll look for 20, maybe 30 points. But this is a market, it's just a lot of chop. So the longer you hold on to these trades and expect the move to happen, even if it starts to look good for you, history is showing us over the past 5 days, the ATR is taking a nosedive, and we are just, chopping and consolidating. So not looking to marry any trades, but I expect a slow-moving market. Obviously, it's a slow open. I'm going to let this kind of ping around and see where it wants to find buyers, and then I'll look to maybe take some range trades, but not looking for a huge big trade.
Okay, so 20, 30 points in the NQ. All right, we're selling off here in the NASDAQ, 23,711. And we're down about 70 points in the first 2.5 minutes of the New York session. ES following suit as well. About 10 points or so since the bell rang. Bottomed out 64.60. Gold pushing higher here a little bit, 33.78. House count does have some position on, but right now NASDAQ is selling off. Dow's not doing too much. We're closing in on 23,700 here in the NASDAQ. A little bit of buying stepping in here. How far do they want to push this lower? ES trading 64.58 now. And they're aggressively hitting this bid. Look at that red candle on the volume. It is sell, sell, sell right now. Beneath 23,700. Just bottom out at 23,686. Chike, how are you interpreting this move? We are selling off here. We're down about 100 points since that bell rang.
Yeah.
The fact that we broke past that range that I was actually looking for the consolidation, we could just head down and probably hit 550 today, somewhere around there.
550. Okay.
Yeah.
House account is flat. House account is flat.
That's assuming we hold below.
Below what price again? I'm sorry, 730s or 75?
720s.
720. Okay, well we are
on my chart. I have those books.
Yeah, turbo shorts indeed. We sold off aggressively on that.
We're not able to take out those session lows in the ES. Right now there's a few points above it. As I'm saying this, it's getting a little closer.
Okay. NASDAQ definitely heavier of the two and of the three for that matter. More selling here in the NASDAQ. New lows getting put in here. ES not so much. Sell in the NASDAQ. 23,673. Session lows there. What do we got on the ladder? Anything down here? Not seeing much, but more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. ES about 3 points off the lows. Trading 64.57.
Palantir is getting waxed right now.
Is that what this is? Because they are
it's part of it.
Okay.
Been going on for a couple of days now, but that's down 4%.
They are cooking this thing. Brady, you said 5 down days in the NASDAQ right now?
Yeah, we're working on 5 if we close red today. And the longer that you see, in a higher time frame uptrend, if we have 4 or 5, 6 down days in a row, I typically really do start to feel confident about buyers stepping back into it. But yeah, this looks weak right now. 23,600 is that next. We have some support there on the daily. I also have a
Right.
20-day EMA at 542. So, but yeah, this looks
Still
heavy.
more room. Yes, it does. Still more room. Speaking of heavy, okay, 50-50 on the tilt in the ES and the NASDAQ, 69% long in crude, 60% long in gold right now. But yes, it does look heavy. A little bit of a bounce here. Maybe some profit taking, maybe some longs trying to jump in. The NASDAQ, about 20 points off the lows right now, 23,680. So bottomed out at 660 ES. 3-point bounce right now, 64.57.
Well, what gives me a little pause about the buyer stepping back in is, yes, we've had, 4 or 5 days down the NASDAQ, but, these are the daily candles. No big red candle yet. You look back at some of the days we're down. It's usually what do we call it? Elevator down. Elevator down. These have been kind of just like testing the waters, so this could be the day. I'm not calling the big one, Andre.
The big one. Yes, was that the big one? Okay, not yet. We're not calling for the big one just yet, but some pretty aggressive selling in the first 5 minutes of the New York session. The volume was, yes, that was no joke in the NASDAQ. Okay, here, Dow's pushing higher here. NASDAQ selling off. Dow just made some new highs, 45,117, while the ES bottomed out and the NASDAQ just more selling coming here in the NASDAQ. Braden, this does look heavy.
Yeah, this is just like, this is an NQ. I mean, you have NQ opens here, sells 100 points, and then we can't even get 10, 15 point buyers off the lows. I mean, that's very, very heavy. You haven't had, 100 point sell off's nice, but you haven't had a fresh break of that low with like a lot of volume, but it's just looking very weak. It's just a weak reaction from buyers down below the 700s. Like
NASDAQ
out of the opening bell, you usually expect.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. Out of the opening bell, you expect some swings, buyers fight back 30, 40 points on a move like this, but I mean, it's just very heavy.
ES just got smacked. They tried creeping that thing up to 64.60, and they just hit that bid right back down to 64.57. NASDAQ wants to do the same thing, but sellers are definitely trying to keep this thing down right now. We're about 7 minutes into the open. Again, on that opening bell, we saw about 100 points in the NASDAQ. And about...
I don't want to...
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was going to say, you kind of want to see ES close below 64, 54s to like know that NASDAQ's going to be free falling today. So for me, I'm looking for those 64, 54s in the ES as that confirmation that we're going to be free falling today.
All right, well, they're definitely trying.
It's a couple 100 points.
All right, they've retraced about half of that first 5 minute candle in the ES, back up to 64.61. NASDAQ up about 40 points off those lows just put in it. Now trading 23,700. Who stepped in front of that? Go down. ES went right back up to overnight. VWAP trading 64.62. We got some action.
Yeah,
there, boys.
and I was watching the overnight session, and I'm not going to get suckered into just taking this long either, because there were some pretty decent bounce attempts in the overnight session that just got completely sold off. Sold off. Like 47 to 804, all the way back down. So there's buying attempts, but like I said, I'm not going to hold. If I do get long, I'm not going to hold for more than probably 30, 40 points.
Oh, Braden, that just increased. It was 20, 30 points. Now it's 30, 40 points.
Braden, was it
but
20, 30, 40, 50?
All good. I'm just all good.
200.
Yep. 200. You see that big red candle in the NASDAQ? That was being pretty tame right now, but we did bottom out on 23,660, back up to 23,700 in the NASDAQ. And you get eyeing a trade here in about 6 minutes. You have to tell us exactly what you're looking for, but are you seeing what on the checklist, if thens? So far, is that trade still looking like a possibility here in about 5 minutes, Chike?
Yeah. And right now, it's leaning towards that short side.
Okay.
Thinking ES or NQ?
The NQ.
Alrighty.
Interesting. All right. ES staying a little strong here. Back up to 64.62. Did 8 points off the lows that we just bounced off of. All right, pin to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. Those are updated and refreshed before every single New York Open. on that link, have a little real estate on the screen. For those, we'll be referring to them every day, every hour, every week, and into perpetuity. Also, do you one better. If you don't have the real estate on the screen, just click on that indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Click on that, type in Topstep daily levels, and have boom, slap, overlaid right on top of your charts. Let me get Hogan here. I'm sure we'll be referring to those, but you're going to buy this all the way back. ES is certainly making a run for it. About 4 points more to the upside, 3 points more to the upside to completely retrace that sell-off we saw on the bell. NASDAQ about halfway there.
Yeah, this hourly could close. This hourly could close back above the overnight lows at 720, 730 level. That would look solid. False break, and then we close back above the overnight support.
Well done, ES. NASDAQ about halfway there. Retracing that sell-off. Trade 23,715 now. Get back up to 770s to completely retrace the sell-off. But ES is definitely doing the heavy lifting. Dow continues just to push higher. 45,142 new highs just printed there. And NASDAQ is definitely the weaker of the two or the three. I want to see, Jack, we got up to these 64, 68s or so in the ES. Should be interesting to see. Here we go. First couple.
Well, right around settlement.
70s,
Because of my above below. That's why it's right around settlement, right, Andre?
Listen,
yeah,
absolutely.
Line in the sand. I mean, if you can get above that, it'd be impressive. That's that sell off. Here we go.
Look at that.
Testing it right now.
Nice turnaround. ES about to make session highs here. 64, 68. Look at that. Well done, ES. There you go. New session highs. New session highs. What a turnaround in the first 15 minutes of the New York session here. We did bottom out 64.54. Made new lows and turned right around. Printing new highs. 64, 69.5. Who took shorts up there? Where do you get? You take the shorts and where do you take it down to?
Ooh,
if you did take the short.
At least initially it held again. Once again, just a reminder, that is 64.50 in the SPX.
Yeah.
Wow. The option level.
NASDAQ not convinced. Not convinced just yet. Still hanging around 23,720. What a turnaround for the ES. Home Depot leading the way for the Dow. Good earnings. We did have Home Depot earnings before the bell today. And they were strong. Got more retail earnings this week. We also have Jackson Hole later this week, but we got the Dow is still continuing to cook. Printing new highs there. NASDAQ, not so much.
Oh, yeah. Home Depot.
They crush.
He's lifting the Dow right now. Just looking right now. Well, the stock is up. I can't tell if this is delayed. I don't have it on my watch board, but Home Depot's up like 4%. They're the fourth biggest component of the Dow.
Well done, Home Depot. Moises says Home Depot was not strong. All right, well, it's up 4%, so I'm just doing the heavy lifting for the Dow. And Crude trades.
I'm waiting to see some consolidation above 700. I want to see buyers hold above 700. Mm-hmm. And then we have a couple levels. Once again, the red to green move on the daily would be a break back above 23,800. I also have VWAP at 23,750. So there's two levels there. But I want to see buyers hold this above 23,700.
Above 700
so yeah. I'll look for some consolidation here. Then I'll maybe attempt to move through VWAP.
All right, Chica, you still wow, this keeps getting rejected up there.
Yeah, 30 seconds until I take my trade here.
Okay, still looking to short side?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You ever preempt it? I know you're seeing what's happening in this candle. Do you ever try to preempt it? All right, I'll let you take this trade. Talk us through it.
Yeah. In a second.
Okay, let's see if how this plays out. Again, Chica mechanically will take the trade about 15 minutes into the New York Open. Looking for some if-thens to execute, but NASDAQ definitely heavier here. Wow.
Yeah, this reminds me of last night. Everything's getting sold. Every pop's getting sold.
Damn. Push it lower here.
Well, it seems so obvious in retrospect. It just
What, the
just
69s?
tagged that level again. Yeah, the 7. What did it get up
I
to?
know.
Yeah, 69.5. Like just right back to settlement.
If it's anything like yesterday, maybe
Wow.
we were in the range. Go ahead.
Low day in Cube about to break.
Yep. Wow.
Definitely about to break.
Wow. You take it, Chike?
Yeah, I'm in that short from 685. It's not letting me place my limits though for some reason.
So how many times are you short?
3 MNQs.
3 MNQ. Okay. From 23,685. Currently trading 23,000.
What level are you looking to take that, GK?
Pardon?
What price? What price are you looking to take that to?
Oh, 585, 100 points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you go break even if this breaks low a day with volume?
No. I don't like to go break even.
I hear you.
GK, yes, risky 50 to make 100, correct? That is actually that's the strategy. That is the plan on this trade 15 minutes in the New York session.
Yeah.
Okay. Locked in short from. Yes, we do have a speaker at the top. There. Okay, very good. So I got a speaker at the top of the hour. That would be Bowman. Bowman scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. Bowman also scheduled to speak this afternoon at 1:10 p.m. Central. A little double dip of Bowman today. Wow, new lows. 3,650. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, they'll give you a 100-point bounce, but if you try to hold it and look for, upside levels, it gets very, very tricky.
More push here. Need more push. Again, speaker at the top of the hour. Gold's turned around in the last 40 minutes or so. Well, about 13 bucks off the lows. It's getting
Copper's been very slow after that massive sell-off with that tariff news. But Copper's maybe trying to make a push lower. I would get into this trade. I just really don't know what kind of follow-through you would see because it's just been low volume.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Copper could be something to look at there. Pretty weak buying off of that massive sell-off.
Brayden, you typically look at Copper or just caught your eye because it's moving on the chart?
I was looking at it ever since the I don't really trade it, so I don't know how it moves that well, but I've been looking at it since that massive sell-off.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of hard not to. Just attracts my eye.
Limit down, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, huge sell-off, and then it's just a fraction of that move has been retraced.
Interesting.
And I would assume lower there off of that. Just a lot of selling, pretty weak buying reaction off of it.
NASDAQ is.
I would get into it. I just don't know what the follow through would look like.
We got on the tilt, 71% short in the NASDAQ. Tilt continue to push lower. New lows just printed in the NASDAQ. 23,638 just printed. We're looking for.
You want to see 515s today?
585s. We're looking for 585 Chike.
Yeah, but I do think that we get to 515s as well. But I'm going to exit at 585.
Okay. You could see more room to the downside at 515?
Yeah, 515s, yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, here we are, upper left-hand corner of the screen. We got hashtag fast markets. We got the hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Submit.
I put in a five micro sell on copper at 4,370.
4,370. All right, let's pull up the copper here. Let's take a look. What's cooking in copper?
And I might. It's a slower mover. I might just hold that like most of the session. So we'll see. But I will be trading in Q. But I'm just gonna leave that there.
Just leave it there. Just let it bake in the oven. All right, you are short from 443.70. Short 5 micro crude. Micro copper. MHG. MHG. Hoop says, Hoop's a big fan. Love me some copper trades. All right, Hoop. We got Hoop support. Happy birthday again, by the way, to Hoop. Brayden is in. GK is
me out.
short the NASDAQ.
Still never took out those lows of the session in the ES. Not even close, really. Well, since it came very close earlier, but then like right now doing pretty well.
It's like
Just down 0.6% in the NQ.
Yeah, I want those lows taken up for like more confidence in this trade.
As you yesterday, Jack, just a little bit. Got the ranges. You said the tightest range in the ES in quite some time. It was about 20 points.
Yeah, I'll talk about that more in the news. We got a little story on that.
Very good.
Oh yeah, you asked if I preempt the trade ever. I used to try, but I learned my lesson because I used to just try preempt it and it just reverses completely on me. And I didn't account for that in my backtesting. So now I just don't preempt it because it's not accounted for in my backtesting statistics.
How long did it take you to learn your lesson, if you will? That you got to wait and be patient.
5 or 6 times.
Okay, no, that's not bad actually.
Yeah, it's good.
That's not terrible. Sometimes I like to say around here, you got to touch the stove 1,000,000 times before you realize it is hot. Crude continued to push higher here, $62.18 last trade there. Got some volume trading. What is it? There's something on the ladder here. 23,650 last trade in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ struggling to stay bid. It's on the ES, 64.61. Jack, settlement 64.60. I'm sorry, 64.70 in the ES settle.
I mean, just about. It's like 64.69 order.
They're going to give it a shot here. A little bit of a 25-point bounce off the lows in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's cooking up and down, up and down. And gold, or crude's continue to push higher here. Gold is up about 50 cents, 30 cents in the last 18 minutes or so. Right? Always rise? I know. A Bowman at the top of the hour. House account is flat, by the way. How many different markets are you looking at, Braden? I mean, something caught your eye in copper. So you got copper up.
Just in Q, copper. I want to start trading a little bit of Bitcoin, but nothing crazy. Unless it's an obvious setup or something. Like, I wouldn't look at gold. It's just too rangy for me. But copper, and once again, I don't really have a lot of experience with copper. That trade could just chop around. It has been chopping around. So we'll see. But I do like to stay with really just NQ, unless there's like an outlier that's kind of obvious to me or something that I would like to trade. But no, just copper and NQ.
Yeah, I feel like it's better to specialize in a market than just trade like a bunch of different markets.
Getting one of the personalities of the market, how it flows, the fundamentals certainly does help. But charts are charts, supply and demand. Look at this. ES, all right, going to grind this thing a little bit higher, 64.64. Now 66.
I'm in three micros looking for the break of 70 quick scalp, or sorry, 23,700 quick scalp. My entry is 687, and I'm going to pop out above 700 break. I'll get out of it.
All right, long 3 micro NASDAQ, 23,687. Looking for a push to 23,700. You're Braden talking about it. Little base hits. Last week on Thursday, Braden trading micros made $10,000. That's right, trading micros. If we get up to the 64.69 in the ES.
Well, it's tricky. It's knocked on the door so many times. I guess what I prefer to see is if we kind of like broke that quickly and then sell it if it came back through. Pop some stops. I assume there's got to be some stops up there.
We got crude pulling back just a bit, $62.12. Off about 10, 15 cents as we topped out at 62.26. This got violently range bound like yesterday, written all over it for now. We're back to entry.
Yeah, it's that ES that's really holding up this.
Is that what it is?
in my opinion.
I'm looking at that.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
Yes, has hardly moved. Well, I mean, it never broke the lows from overnight.
they're setting these. They're setting
yeah, those
these
lows
ranges
get
in here.
broken.
Yeah.
Should see NQ4.
Those lows are 23,000. You talking about the ES or the NASDAQ, GK?
Yeah, in the ES. In the ES.
Yes, okay, those lows are 64.54 in the orders. Something on here. We gotta get a speaker in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes, we got Bowman speaking. Jack, thoughts on Fed Watch, on Fed Funds, on rate cut?
We are
Anything-
coiling. Let me share this tab instead, as they say in video. Is like, look at the daily candles on like the 10-year rate. We're coiling very noticeably, you know, since July pretty much, and getting narrower and narrower. I think especially this market's waiting very much for Jackson Hole.
Have we seen the schedule
As far as
speakers yet
Fed Watch.
for Jackson Hole? I have not seen who they're trotting out just yet. Again, it's Jackson Hole Symposium, where all the Fed governors meet Thursday and Friday. And Paul typically will go to the microphone. I'm not seeing Paul keynote
He's on
speech. Here you go, Friday,
morning?
9 a.m. Yep, 9 a.m.
That's
Central
early.
Time.
That's 8 a.m. 8 a.m. in the mountain time zone where they are.
Yes, it is.
Is that thing with it in the mountains?
That is that thing when they're in the mountains, UK. Indeed.
yeah.
They have to go to the mountains to do their best thinking. That's where they get the clarity to just come out and say we're probably going to cut rates. But yes, they will telegraph or definitely message to the markets what the plan is. Again, Fed FOMC meeting will be September 17th, I do believe. Crude turnaround 60. Yep. Crude back to 62 hours even. 50-50 on the tilt. Anything else we got on the schedule for the day? We have, all right, Bowman at about 2 minutes. President Trump signs congressional bill, noon central. Then we'll have a White House press briefing with Levitt at noon central. And then Bowman will be speaking at 1:10 p.m. Central. Braden is long. Braden Long from...
Wait for the break of 700s. This is brutal. Brutal.
We might get it here. Are you working an offer at 700, or you just want to see it get through and then manage from there?
I've got some limit sells there. If that's a key level and sellers still have control, it could just be like a quick pop and then it gets faded very quickly. So I have some limit sells just above 700s. So 706, 711. If it starts to look good, maybe I'll hold a little bit. Once again, the hourly, like this can still leave a nice wick. It bounced really nicely off this down channel on the hourly. So we'll see. Right now I need to break through 700, and then I'll look to take some profit off the table and then maybe keep a couple. But I'm gonna add 5 here. Starting to see some long back to the mid 90s. Yeah, I'm pulling the risk up.
Okay. Let's know that average price when you do get long. 8. Micro
10 micros, 23,690.
Long 10, 23,690.
I'm having an issue putting a stop in.
Okay, well, are you still in this?
Yeah, I'm in it. I can't put a stop in.
Interesting. Check your settings. Your contract limits up or something. We'll take a look at that.
I've got 5 micro on, 5 micro copper, and 10 micro MNQ. Let me see if I can bounce out of this trade.
All right.
Okay, I'm out. Let me see. Okay, it's working now. So, something weird with that.
Interesting. So what's your current position?
All right, I've got 10 micros long at 23,690. Make it
Okay.
15. Make it 15. 687.
Okay, long 15 MNQ. Long 15 MNQ. 687.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Alberti in the chat.
House
Alberti in the
account
chat.
joins you with 1 NQ. Where's our stop on this bad boy?
I've got it right under that recent wick. It's at 73. I almost got taken out. Nice reaction though. Look at that.
Come on. What price we get, Jack?
We got 82 3/4.
Cool. Let's take the profits. All right, long 1 NQ, correct?
That is correct.
Sweet. All right, sounds good. I'll keep an eye out for a Bowman. Bowman scheduled to speak. Scheduled to speak right now. Haven't seen much just yet.
I got kicked out of
Those
that one.
700s do look strong.
You got kicked out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm out of it.
700s. I've seen some selling there. Is that what you're talking about, GK?
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing
Wow.
from Bowman just yet. Braden, I know what you're thinking.
It looks good. I don't want to jump back into it. It just takes me up by a tick, and then now it's back in the 90s.
Shoot,
Yes, cooking.
we got.
Don't.
Okay. We actually took that for a gain, but we got double filled, so we lost $100.
Double filled. What, on the short? Okay. Well, all right. All right. So everyone flat? Flat?
Yeah, so we're all good. So we're all flat. So we're down $106.
All right, cool. Nothing from Bowman just yet. We got nothing from Bowman just yet. Alberti in the chat said, anyone's seen the F1 movie? There's a lot of parallels to trading. I have not. Now you really have caught my attention.
I want to see it.
Me too.
Watching
You
it.
watch F1?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite driver? Let me guess, Lando.
Hamilton.
Hamilton, of course, the greatest ever.
Yeah.
What's he doing on Ferrari? Why is Ferrari? They're so bad. Where's run by idiots? Hamilton is the greatest of all time.
Mhm.
Want to see that movie? Yes, it's in the theaters right now. Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll's not the GOAT. Get out of here. Absolutely not. Lance Stroll. He's dead. He's a billionaire baby. Billionaire boys club. Nope. All right, ES strong here. ES score right back up to the highs, 64, 69 half. Short. Alonso's my favorite. Yep.
Well, at least I'm glad that I dumped that double fill right away.
Where's that 1,000 lot? There it is. Hoop 1,000 lot. It's 64, 63 in the ES.
Yeah, that's always the
Nice
best thing to
ES.
see. If you fat finger, just like remove the trade instantly.
Absolutely.
That's not like what you planned for initially.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
New highs.
All right,
ES.
we're at above 70 in the ES.
What are we
283
gonna do?
lots at 73 quarters.
Yuki Tsunoda, get out of here. We're a lot upside, just in ES. New highs.
Okay, okay.
Short. Love it.
Oh, they took the 400 lot. I'm not short.
Okay.
But if I were, this isn't a terrible if it comes back through that 70.
Going to look because the NASDAQ ain't budging. Interesting. All three of these. Wow. Yes, there you go.
Ooh, there's
New
the stops.
highs. Yup. Look at the NASDAQ go.
Bowman spitting.
Is Bowman spitting? Thank you. Braden, you're flat. Or are you flat, Braden? You still in this thing?
Yeah, I'm flat. I managed it to too tight. My stop was at 73. The low of this range before the breakout was 72. So
Crude,
but now
Copper, you're out too.
yeah, I had to get out copper. I don't know if there's a technical thing on that, but it's not letting me work M and Q orders with a copper trade on. So
All right, we got Bowman here. Debanking is a problem in the financial system. First comments from Fed Speaker Bowman. I was not gone indeed. We don't review up the NASDAQ 23,717. Now 718's trade. Markets are cooking. Markets are cooking.
Yeah, but there's some big sells. I saw 300 and something lot just go to the offer.
Oh, just right there, pretty much at market.
Yeah, pretty much like join ask.
We got here in the NASDAQ. Anything jumping off the? Nothing right now. So NASDAQ definitely the heaviest of the three.
Yeah, we got rotation going on.
It moved hoop. 1,000 lot down to 43s, 64.43. About 30 points down there to the downside. The ES. 73% long in the NASDAQ tilt. Any more from Bowman? Bowman, Fed will address debanking if more cases arise. Debanking, Jack, what does debanking mean?
I mean, I don't want to get into it too much.
Help me. What's
I think they mean, I don't know, selective, like not being offered bank services. I think, and let me know, Chad, if I'm wrong on this. But when I hear it, I'm thinking of people not given the option for various. I don't know if it's be it political or the business or whatever else.
I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah,
I got long 10 micro in Q at 23,717.
717, 10 micro. 10 MNQ.
I want to go. I want to look for this to go take. First of all, VWAP, and then I want to go see if we can take the that opening price at 770 that we topped out at before the sell-off. And I might get in and out of this a couple times if it's a slower move up, just because once again these are slower markets. So, I mean, if we push 720, 730, maybe I exit, reposition. But let's see, VWAP's at 731 here.
Long from 717. GK still short.
Yeah, 735.
Yeah. Was that 1,000 still down there? Who it was down at 43. He's way down there. It's just showing that'd be well beneath the session lows in the ES. So has paired off just a bit. Keep an eye out for anything more from Bowman. Nothing more. Just those two headlines right now. Debanking.
It's funny, we're still in a similar range from yesterday, just like in the ES at least, top to bottom.
It's like
we're at about 20 points. We've just been doing it violently back and forth, just like yesterday.
It's a little bit like yesterday. These jokers. We're trying to see if. So NASDAQ's in the middle of that opening. We'll get Hogan here when he's ready. I want to talk about this opening range. I want to see if it's a dead as high or dead as low in the NASDAQ. What's up, Hogan? There you are. Wow. It's like you rub the bottle on the genie. Was it blink your eyes 3 times and genie shows up? What's up? What is that? What's up, Hogan? Happy Tuesday, man.
Good morning.
What do you on the first 40 minutes of this New York session? Thoughts on ES and NASDAQ price action and volume? What are you seeing, Hogan?
I love the ES. You guys can have the NASDAQ. Here's what happened in the ES. So the opening range was initially the high of the session. It got taken out pretty early, but when we came down to this level, now this is single TPOs from the 12th, I believe that was unemployment. Look at where the market has tried to get through several times. You tried to get through these single TPOs, never in regular trading hour session. Back to them, back to them, back to them. Now, if you remember, all of this down here we were looking at some pretty strong initial initiative buying, open interest, increasing. And these single TPOs or these single prints are areas where those longs are trying to protect those positions. They're trying to protect those longs. The S&P is obviously way stronger than the NASDAQ for whatever reason. Take a look at the NASDAQ. So it's these single prints that have been kind of bringing in support. We went right to it, rejected, took out the opening range high, and we are now right at the high of yesterday's session. I'm looking for this thing to see some continuation to the upside. That's just me. Yes.
Gotcha.
Now, NASDAQ, much different situation. Five red days. Okay, we were looking for a rally after the third red day. That didn't happen. Now the NASDAQ is holding below the center line from unemployment. Looking at the high, the opening range is the dead ass high still in the NASDAQ, and it started right at that level. So we're seeing some continuation to the downside. We're seeing some buying coming in, partially because of the S&P, perhaps, whatever it is. But we still had the initiative buying back in this area, and they may be starting to protect those positions. The Dow, when Home Depot came out, they missed on both earnings per share and revenues.
No kidding.
There was a big kerfuffleation at 5 o'clock in the morning in the Dow to the downside, but the Dow has now recovered. So has Home Depot. I guess it's sell the rumor, buy the news. Interesting thing in gold as well. Take a look. Now, if you remember, Andre, we were looking at 33.72 for an opportunity for a long yesterday.
Look at
Never
that.
quite got. There was a weak low at the end of the day yesterday. It opens. We leave the opening range at the high of the session. We took that short. It came and got us. We trimmed the risk. We did get out of two of them very well, somewhere here near these lows.
Right.
So we did turn a profit on that trade. Anyways, so in the longer time frame, we're looking at this trend line right here that comes off of the
72s.
low of the year. Okay, this was the low of last year in December. Point of contact, point of contact, point of contact, and we're seeing a big degree of rejection every time we get down through that. So whether we're
price
getting
hope?
down through this, well, right now it's coming in at this time 33.7760. So we still have the opening range at the high of the day, but this rejection down here has me looking for potential longs. It did give us a very tasty little opportunity as we got into the lower volume node, which is basically that rejection bar right there. So this area right here, we're looking at around 33.76, 77, 78 as a possible opportunity to look for potential longs. That's gonna let us manage risk against last week's low, which is 33.75 half. And so, yesterday we were looking for 33.72 for longs. They would have paid it last night. They would have paid today if you can stay in the risk. Okay, that was some pretty considerable risk and a scary move to the downside. But I'm trying to see if we can see this gold recover and see some buyers come back in above this trend line and above settlement price from yesterday, which was 33.78.
My man, Hoag, what is up? Okay, love it.
Look at those S&Ps go. You guys can have NASDAQ.
NASDAQ's a little confused right now. NASDAQ is confused. Right back to point of entry for Braden. Got GK still short. NASDAQ 2007-11. 50-50 on the tilt. Bowman, a couple more headlines. Here we go. Bowman, regulation proposals won't change under the next Fed chair. Basel III will come fast among capital proposals. That awaits. Remember Basel? End of comment period for new leverage rules. All right, so nothing about monetary policy. More about regulation for the time being. I like that. There is only one step, and that is the top step. I like that, Yabber Smack. Hey, while you're at it, click subscribe. Closing on 178,000 subscribers. 170,000 subscribers. Yes, click the thumbs up, click the bell. Keep clicking, keep clicking. Greatly appreciate it on the march to 200,000 subscribers.
Yabber Smack is back from a little bit of a hiatus, taking a little bit of time off. Now he's back in the markets, and we're glad he's back. It's always good to see him.
Getting ready for the, call it the fall trade if you want. Fine. The summer doldrums. No, I don't believe that. But yes, getting ready for September trade. Yabber Smack is an OG. There you go. Not much from Bowman. Not much yet.
Yeah, you'll never guess where we're kind of getting sucked back to in the ES.
70s.
Yeah.
70s and then more
Seems to be
70s.
where people are comfortable until Jackson. Yeah, right now trading 64.53 in the SPX.
One from Bowman here. This is on Bloomberg TV. Okay, I'm more focused on doing my role. More focused on the role I'm doing. Okay, thanks.
Bowman married to the game.
Yep. Raise still long 10, correct?
I'm in 15 at 23,714.
Okay. 714.
Yep,
I'll
and
stay
I might
strong.
get stopped out. And I'm trying to understand. I might be falling a victim to the same thing we've been seeing in this market, which is the bounce starts to look good, and then we don't get any follow through. And so that's what I'm a victim of right now.
See money, take money kind of situation, it seems, with all this impending information coming out at the end of the week.
Yeah. How much could you have taken out of that trade? How many points?
Well, I actually was in it while Hoag was talking 5 or 10 minutes ago, and I took I think $200 on 727.
Mm-hmm.
Then I started 5 micros, started to try to build a position back on 700s, and the bounces are not holding. They're just not holding.
Braden, feel free to interrupt anytime when you're making a change in your position.
You're good. I was kind of scalping, so I don't want to be talking too much. It was going to be in and out, in and out.
Oh, yes, we are back in the 70 handle. 470, that is.
Mm-hmm. GK still short?
Not for long.
23,000.
Yeah, I'm still short.
Look at it. I love the patience, man. Typically, Chica, you're taking what? 1-2 trades a day?
Yeah, about 1 or 2 trades a day.
There you go.
A lot of it is just noise, in my opinion.
It is.
For this type of strategy. Obviously, other trading strategies have different parameters. But yeah.
Sure. Let this market breathe a little bit. Got about 13 minutes to the bottom of the hour, about 45 or 50 minutes into the New York sessions. New York session. One moment has
one thing I like.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go.
GK, please.
Oh, I said one thing I like is we still have point of control at 650s.
650. Okay. Why do you like that? Why do you like that the point of control is at you said 650?
Yeah, 656.
Okay. Why do you like that? When you're short, you want to see
just
more
the market gravitates towards the point of control.
Let's see if we can get that. Take a look at the ladder here. Pretty thin on the NASDAQ for now. It looks like there's something way up there. 27 lat. Okay. Let these markets cook. Let these guys manage their trades. Jack did hint at what did I ask you about? He's like, I have more to come. What did I ask you about? What do you got coming? I asked you about
S&P?
S&Ps or Home Depot, something like that. Come on in, Jack.
So, yesterday was actually percentage-wise the narrowest intraday range for SPY in more than a year. So going back to March 2024, you would have to go to find a day where the spot S&P 500 moved less than it did yesterday. Very narrow. And actually, so far, unless we break this to one of the sides, we're kind of repeating that today. We got about since the open, which is when the SPY opens, we got 54.76. We're about the same right now, just over a 20-point range. So yes, very much waiting for new information, as Hoag would say. Also of note, here's some other, when people are talking about like who's buying where and stuff, leveraged ETFs and inverse ETFs surpassed $60 billion assets under management for the first time in history. We trade futures. I think they're a better way of doing this, but to give the leverage to these ETFs in the market, the people that create them, they use futures, they use options to gain that leverage each day. So that's another big player in the field. Going back to our friends in the Mag 7 mostly, here's one. You can see the dent building. This is free cash flow for Oracle, Meta, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. And you can see that it is decreasing. Well, the reason why, of course, is because they are buying a lot of hardware, data centers, etc., for their CapEx build-outs for AI. It will be, that's kind of, I think that is the story going forward in the NASDAQ, is what sort of return on this investment these companies are getting, because they are spending a fortune on CapEx.
Right.
What other nuggets do we have? Oh, yes, one more. The Utes. The unemployment rate for 16 to 24-year-olds, the Utes, is up to 10% earlier this year.
Utes.
Yes. This is the first time that we have seen this sort of increase. It's gone up 3% over the last 2 years that we have not been in a recession. So once again, this is part of, I would probably say, the AI story as well. Although, Andre, I was having a conversation over the weekend with a friend of mine who's a big data consultant, and his company had done some layoffs recently. And he said that, like, more so than AI actually taking jobs, corporations are using AI as cover. You used to not do layoffs unless they were absolutely necessary. Now they're kind of using this as cover just to, trim the fat a little bit. So kind of a new trend in business.
Interesting.
So that's the news that I have for now.
Interesting. There it is. Kids don't want to work. Man, it sounds like the old folks have been saying about kids, today's youth, forever. While that was going on, we did see a pop in Crude. More buying coming here in Crude. We were trading 62 even, now trading 62.20.
Well, they're coming for our job, Andre. What was that poll? Like 30% of the kids in high school want to be YouTube influencers. YouTubers.
Yeah.
Youths in the YouTube.
Well, here we are. Here we are indeed. Crude not done here. 62.23. It might be pushing higher here. NASDAQ trading 23,705. And ES trading 64.73. Hoag, it's strong. ES is strong. He's still. What are we seeing on the delta there, Hoag? In the ES positive?
ES is positive 2,600 right now for the regular trading hour session. NASDAQ negative 800. Negative 800.
Thank you, Andrea.
We did see some iceberg selling down near the lows in the NASDAQ, 23,656. There was about 1,400 that traded there. 800 of them were on the offer. So some iceberg selling down low, but not seeing anything else as far as iceberging. That was probably just somebody getting out of some longs that they were worried about. And it's such a different story between the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. It always seems confusing and creates cognitive dissonance when they are this unaligned. The S&Ps are really holding up well, and the NASDAQ is just getting crumbled on every attempt at a rally until it's not. Very tough market right now.
We've seen that a lot lately, Hoag. Positive delta,
yeah, we have.
Negative delta, or just opposites, inverse of one another. It does make it a little tricky, more tricky.
In
terms of how to get a read. You want to see that confluence sometimes. You can see which way the markets are leaning and what the short-term time frame traders, what their position is, what they're looking for in the move. Speaking of which, grinding a little lower in the NASDAQ, 23,689. They want to go test the lows, about 50 points more to the downside here. Again, on that opening bell of the New York session, heavy selling in the NASDAQ, sold off about 100, 110 points. And saw pop ES sold off about 15 points, bottomed out at 64.54 and turned right back around.
It's a little wider. We got S&Ps up near yesterday's highs, right? Yesterday's session high. Let's just call that 64.75 and a quarter. Our session high is just above that here at 64.76 and a quarter. So four ticks through yesterday's high. The NASDAQ opened in range and in value and has really struggled to even get back inside of yesterday's regular trading hours session range, which was the range low was 23,719. Hasn't been able to get back inside the initial balance at all after it broke down through it. Opening range remains the high. I mean, the NASDAQ is still saying sell, sell, sell. The S&Ps aren't.
Right? Interesting. So that leads to the question. We might see a little push here in NASDAQ. NASDAQ looking, it might be getting a little heavy. Got Chike long range short. And ES has found its price of equilibrium now is 64.71. So does that mean the markets are always right? All right, well, stay tuned. If we get tip of the week, right? It's Tuesday. We bring a new tip of the week to you here at TopstepTV, I guess, well, every week. So what is it this week? The market is always right. Understand that we are in the markets environment, not the opposite. When we say the market has to do this, sure doesn't. And read what the market's telling you and trade what you see, not what you think. Hoag, is the market always right?
It is. I mean, it's maybe not always priced right, but it's always right when it comes to our positions. And this is a really good tip of the week for this week, because, you know, if you're looking at the S&Ps, you're looking at a different story than you are in the NASDAQ. They're both stock indices, but they are telling different stories. So, you know, read what the market is telling you, read what the market you are trading is telling you, because you're getting conflicting signals from the S&P, the NASDAQ, and even the Dow and the NASDAQ. I mean, they're just not aligned. And I think that's a sign that these markets are just seeking new information, seeking, you know, something to tell them what to do next. I think we're still holding above some pretty important inflection levels below price, where we saw some you know, pretty strong buying coming in. We're still holding above those overall, certainly in the S&Ps, maybe in the NASDAQ, but these markets are just kind of doing what they're doing, waiting for new information. I hate to say that over and over again, but it rings so true.
Have to. I think, Jaws, what'd you say? I lost it in the chat. There is no such thing as right or wrong in the market. It is just price, 100%. And what it means market is always right. That's speaking to us, the trader, right? When you're hanging, you're taking some heat on a trade. You're saying, "Oh, it's doing the wrong thing. You shouldn't be doing this." The market is right in terms of what our trades are doing. And look at this. We are selling off in the NASDAQ. 2006, ES as well.
AQ selling hard here. I think we got to give a round of applause to Chike, man. The patience to hold through these swings is pretty incredible, man. Pretty incredible.
Huge. Very patient.
Awesome. And now, yeah, we're seeing low day.
Yes, we are. There we go. Stops just went off in the NASDAQ, 23,625. GK short. You still short 3 micro, NQ?
Yeah.
Is okay. Looking for 585.
I find it relating to what Brandon said, like anyone out there that's struggling to hold like swings, that's a key indication that you need to size down. You can't handle that type of risk. So, for example, like if I was trading like a 1 NQ on this move right here, it would be a much more different dynamic than if it was 3 MNQs. So just find your risk parameters
that you can love those micros
handle. Yeah.
You want to keep pushing this thing?
Yes.
Yeah. I love discipline as well. So I got to ask you then, Chika, are you watching unrealized P&L when you're taking these trades? Because 1 NQ, you took some heat on that, as opposed to 3 MNQ. Are you watching unrealized P&L when you take these trades?
Yeah, I just watch it because I have nothing better to do. But like, really and truly,
I'm with you, man.
Really and truly, I like to place it and leave sometimes because I have my stops in. Like, as long as there's no like crazy news coming out, then I can just leave it.
Yeah,
and typically,
Pitch and trade, back
Yeah,
and
you,
trade. Put,
you watch
put the
it,
trade
but
on.
you don't let it affect. You don't let it affect the
Yeah.
trade.
Right.
Yeah. So I just watch it and just like
Sure.
just try to see like who's actually like most likely to win out the buyers and sellers. Like just see like if we're actually like looking heavy, if we're gonna go up, those type of stuff. But it is kind of pointless. I'll be real.
Yeah, I
agree.
In terms of just
We all-
watching it, like yeah.
Right.
You have to. You have to. I don't know. You don't have to, but I don't know. I watch it.
Yeah, I watch
Yeah,
it as well. I like watching it. I like watching it.
Especially
I'm
NASDAQ.
definitely watching mine. I'm $1,400 in the red. I'm definitely watching it.
You still in this trade, Braden?
Oh no, I'm well out of it.
Okay, cool.
I'm just gonna be patient. I'll see. We keep breaking low day. I'll see if there's a reversal attempt somewhere in here, but I'm gonna be patient now. This market's brutal. Yeah, this is a tough market.
You know, so see, a lot of times we say let the market tell you which way it wants to go. Well, it's really difficult trying to figure out which way this thing wants to go right now.
Well,
Maybe
the sentiment. The reason I mentioned Palantir earlier, Palantir is down more than 7% now on, not any major news or anything like that. Just it's obviously it's almost become a, what would you call it? The prime example people use as a stock that, like, by fundamentals is pretty stretched.
it's just
And
scalpers.
today that sentiment seems to be winning.
You said Palantir down 7%.
Mm-hmm.
You were just up a bazillion percent. All right.
They still are up 1 billion%. Basically, they're back to just where they were since they released earnings 2 weeks ago.
Very good. Yeah, Brandon, I'm with you. It's tough to get a read on this market. Dow's just up and to the right. ES kind of in the middle, and NASDAQ looking heavy. What's up, Chike? It's are you trading 23,626? Go ahead.
I was gonna say if that's the that weapons company, Palantir.
Yeah.
Well, data is the ultimate weapon.
I
guess is what
they're big brother.
Yeah,
they're essentially the ultimate big brother. Now up and to the right. Yes, there's a bit of a bounce here. The NASDAQ do it as well. It's very tricky. Base hits. Squeeze out some ticks because you got to manage your downside like this with trades like this is tricky indeed. Take a look at the wire. Nothing jumping off right now.
This is a market that is luring buyers in so well. NQ is, that's for sure.
Yes, it is.
This is like a nice 40-point bounce. You want to get in on it, but just none of these rallies are holding, so it's just difficult.
No, they're not, and the sell-offs are quick, and you got to take. Dow is screaming up. Dow's the only thing that's let the market tell you what direction it wants to go. Dow's the only one that's letting you know. We're going up and to the right. Home Depot, and you said Home Depot missed. Home Depot missed, and they're off earnings, man.
Yeah, they did.
Well, it's rotation, man. If you look, I saw a couple. Okay, so we've talked about this a lot, but let me switch my chart real quick. But like, here's the last 10 years. The magenta line or whatever is the SPX. This is the NDX, right? So in the last 10 years, the S&P 500 has returned 227%. The NASDAQ has returned 423%. There's a lot of room for possible rotation. Also, somebody tweeted that the equal weight S&P 500 hasn't been this low versus the market cap weighted since Crazy in Love by Beyonce and Jay-Z was at the top of the charts in 2003.
Whoa, there's a lot there. Equal weight versus, say that one more time.
Versus market cap weighted. Basically, we've talked about this a lot, how top heavy all of the stock market is right now.
How many companies is for S&Ps? How many companies essentially? How top heavy is it?
Well, I think Nvidia itself is like 8% of the S&P 500, which is I believe that in itself is a record.
It's insane.
And it's currently getting smushed.
Buy more.
By smushed, It's down, 1.75%.
Yeah,
Just discount prices.
Yeah.
not
Generational buying opportunity.
Yep.
Yeah,
And gold sold off about $4 right now. 33.76 last trade. Crude trading around 60. Crude very wiki on that 5-minute. 1,000. There's still that 1,000 lot lurking down there in the ES on the ladder. 64.43, 1,000 lots down there.
Damn, and the
NASDAQ.
ES, I feel like this is one of the most exciting 20-point ranges I've ever seen.
right.
There is.
It's just not giving it up.
Yeah, as soon as those 54s break, you should see like a big move to the downside.
Look out below.
Yeah,
Let's get there, Chike. Right now, it's another 20-point range day. 30-point range day. Low of 64.54, high of 64.76 as we trade 64.66. We're right in the middle. What's going to go here? ES, NASDAQ trying to move in tandem to the downside. It's like NASDAQ's, they're going to test some stops down here in the NASDAQ. We're about 18 points south, 6 points away from lows in the NASDAQ. Got a low of 23,613, 4 points from there. I'm going to go tap on that. And there you go. New lows. NASDAQ. ES just being stubborn today, both ways, up and down. Just being stubborn.
Tough.
Yes, it
Hanging
is.
tough.
Where's this NASDAQ want to go? And Chike short from 23,685 as we trade 23,612. He's got a downside target of 585.
585s. Yeah, 585s.
587 is last week's low.
Yeah, 585 looks good here. We're only 30 points off of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if NQ can break 600s here, I guess ES, the equivalent move on ES would be a move back to the equal lows on the hourly.
What price you got? 54?
Yeah.
Yeah.
54, yes.
54's the orders.
Yep. Like pulling teeth. This move to the downside is like pulling teeth. Buyers do try to come step in, and they gradually will sell it. But it looks like we got new lows coming here in the NASDAQ. About a point and a half from those. We go test at 23,600. There you go. New lows. Closing on 23,600. About 6 points to go there. ES still about 9 points away from low of day. As NASDAQ, Dow is just like whatever you guys are doing. We're just up and to the right here. Looks like we're going to give a shot to those 23,600.
Gold back to value low for the day.
See that? 72s. Oh, you still like those 72s? We're about a buck away from that.
Yeah, I want to see what happens here. What I'd really like to see is some sort of failed downside auction below the IB low, which is 33.6910. But at low value, it does offer the opportunity. The risk is still pretty substantial. We're looking at about 30 or 40 ticks of risk. See if we can get a little bit cheaper, and we'll see what it looks like.
What price would you think
I'm kind of
for
surprised
cheap?
by this pullback.
What price would look cheaper, Hoag? As opposed, like how cheap?
go-
$4 cheaper than 72s? $5? All good.
$2.
So 70s.
$2.
All right, 33.70, right? We're trading 33.73. You know, NASDAQ is pushing lower here, closing on 23,600. Got some stops beneath these 600s.
I've got my
Yes.
20-day EMA on NQ at 23,540. So that's 40
4-0.
points under last week's lows.
All right.
585s. So if we do snap, maybe start to look at it around 530s, 540s for that level to hold.
Okay. We got Pierre's perspective saying NASDAQ going to 550, 23,550. All right, Pierre, we got about 50 points to go to get there. I know Chica would like to see that as he is short from 2006.85. I'm going to try to get a 100-point banger here. 100-point banger. About 15 to 20 points to go to the downside. ES, can the ES?
I've had
Chico does that every time he's on. He just got just 100 points.
Risking 50.
Oh yeah.
Does it make 100? It's just being stubborn. Very stubborn right now.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, Hoag, I've got my eye on this gold. Gold's continuing to sell off here. $2 off the lowest. It's 33.71 last trade in gold. Crude back to $62 even.
I don't know. I'm kind of surprised to see it back down here.
We got Peyton saying gold is crashing. Gold's selling off right now.
Yeah.
Grinding
below
low.
that trend line. Couldn't hold that trend line. Couldn't hold VWAP. Couldn't do anything. I'm not even sure I like it down here now.
Jack, this ES is just every between NASDAQ, ES, and dollar, they've all got their own minds right now. There's can't really
they do.
find, which is okay. All right,
Yeah.
Trade the market. Yeah,
Some rotation. Apple or contrarian. Apple is still up 0.3%. Rest of the Mag 7 ranging from Nvidia down 2%, Meta down 1.8%, Tesla just down 0.25%. They're not playing today. That's interesting.
You know, are we taking this, Andre?
We're on the 70s. Yeah. You see more room with the setup. Well, what do we got here? We got about 19 minutes to the upside. We talked it out. See if you want to get to the 69s. If we manage the risk, cheap trade.
Yeah, I think I'd rather wait for the lows to get swept here at 585 to get taken out, then start to look for reversal, like Hoag said.
All right, now yes, move. All right. Yes, picking up steam to the downside. Here we go. Yes, selling off now the NASDAQ selling off. Chike about 10, 11 points from a 100-point winner here. 100-point winner. Short from 23,685. We are trading 23,593.
Chike's not giving up.
You taking it all out at 585, Chike, or are you going to take partials and then if it sinks 570s, 560s, or?
No, I'm taking it all out at 585. Yeah.
So on a test of the equal lows,
that's what works.
of
That's
last
what works
week's
best
low.
for me.
Right.
Working three on the bid. Come on, let's get those 85s. Let's get those 85s. The anticipation awaits.
I've had days where we've gone to maybe like within 2-3 points of my TP, then we go all the way back up.
No, you better take profits, Chike. Do not let that happen on TV. Do not let that happen on TV, man.
The 99% rule.
If it happens, it happens. That's
I love that attitude,
if it happens,
though.
It happens.
I love it. Yep.
I think you'll get 585 here. I also think you'll get 560s.
Okay. The kid is a killer. Now the ES is definitely waking up for the push to the downside here, about 4 points off the lows. 64.59 in the ES. Tilt 50-50. Here we go. Chike. My guy. You take it? You take it.
585, yeah. I'm out.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
100-point winner. 100-point winner. Well done, Chike. Man, oh man, that was absolutely beautiful. Nice patience. Give it for Chike in the chat. If you like that, give a thumbs up. Click subscribe. Click bell. Again, Chike sold 3 MNQ from 23,685 and covered at 23,585. But we did say, Brain, there might be more room to the downside here. Yeah, 515s. All right, we'll talk about that trade.
Yeah.
This thing slows down.
Just broke the low in the ES.
Yes, we did. All right,
Very
guys,
quickly.
here we go. Nice trade.
Just going.
Brain, you like 550s? GK likes 515s. More room to the downside in the
515.
NASDAQ.
Consolidate around the 515s.
515s. All right, very good.
This break in the equities ain't helping gold. Just
It's not.
close to session low. Let's see what happens here.
To me, it's all dependent on if ES really breaks its 64 54s plus 53s.
Yeah, it's failed downside auction if it doesn't.
Yeah, if it don't break it, then we still reach 515s, but we probably consolidate there instead of actually like continuing to the downside.
Yeah, it only took it out by a quarter, by one tick so far.
Yep.
So let's see.
Okay, what's here on the NASDAQ ladder? Something's down here, something down. I got a hard lot down there, 570 on the bid. ES,
Yeah, I guess.
1,000. Go ahead.
I guess 540s is kind of where I'd look for it. The 20-day EMA.
Wow. 540s. All right, looking for a push down to the 540s, to the 515s. 550s last trade, 23,575s. New lows just printed. And in the NASDAQ, ES as well. A little bit more reluctant, but 64.57 are the range. Buyers going to come in and buy in these 50s, 64.53s in the ES. It's not really his catalyst. What's the news? What's the push to the downside? Don't see much. Yes. Get the.
Get the feeling there's a boatload of stops below these lows in the S&Ps. If we break those single prints.
These 55s.
Still holding the low in gold so far.
We're going to range to range, aren't we? We're going to go range to the range to the range of the range. 64.55 last trade. 53s are the lows. Gold right around 33.70.
ES is a little like Jim Harbaugh right now. It's just like super intense, but consistent too. Very like doing sprints. Not really going anywhere.
Hey, new lows, gold hog. Good no trade.
Yeah.
33.67.
All right,
33. All right, so keep an eye. We'll see if we get that failed downside auction.
Yep. Man, that trend line from December just did not hold. It tried, but once that broke, we got to be careful here. Got about 12 minutes to a failed downside auction in the S&Ps.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. All right, buyers just step back in. Where are they going to take this next? Chike, how do we get to 515? Is it going to be a grind? Is it going to be? It's obviously not going to be linear. But in what time frame do you want to see? Does it matter time to you? When do we get to 515, or just how we get to 515?
It doesn't matter on time, but like we could consolidate here before we get 515s, where we are currently. But I reckon in the next one or two candles, ES is looking to push its low. So
yeah, it is.
That will give us what we need to get 515s.
Oh yeah, ES looks horrible right here.
It does. It's getting heavy. Why do you say it looks horrible?
This hammer off the high 76 into an equal low.
There you go. There's your stops.
There go the stops.
There's your stops.
There go the stops. Yep.
Okay, now this is an interesting market.
Okay. All right, it's got Jack's attention.
The lean forward meme.
Yeah, I'll like that, yes.
Got a look in. Yep.
Well, I guess I can take this channel off my screen now. That's not being respected anymore. I had that hourly downtrend channel that we were in, but no longer. 558 is trying to get a bounce.
Yeah, it is. 558s indeed. Up about 14 points off of that. Gold continuing to grind lower here.
Delta's
33.67.
Yes, Delta went from positive, what, about 2,500? It's now negative 3,500. Still negative 1,800 in the NASDAQ, which isn't all that deep for the movement that we've had.
Put in a base here. Oh, what's Delta?
NASDAQ minus 1,800.
What about ES? Tell me it's still positive.
Minus 3,400.
All right, so they flipped
So
it.
went
Okay,
from
cool.
positive to negative.
Okay, I went long 1ES very cheap.
Love it.
We'll get stopped if it makes new lows, but just for like 130.
What price we get? Hold it.
1 second here.
Okay.
This has to be very quick.
All good. All good. Staying there. 64.52. Stops did go off as we bottomed out. 64.51. Gold continue grind lower. We saw these. Gold was very, very. Go ahead, Jack.
No, we lost 130 bucks.
Oh, we're out?
Yeah, like it was long there not to like make new lows as
Right
we
here,
like
right now.
recaptured. Yeah, right here, right now. Oh, it's not a bias that was long.
It's range 64.50s. What was the other thing?
Yeah.
Braden, any trades? Braden, are you in anything, or you are? All right. So
I'm trying to be patient, not get a high entry on this, but I also do want to see 540s here.
That's right.
540s
Okay.
is new low day.
Damn,
on
gold,
AQ.
Hoag. Gold.
Yep.
Gold continue to push lower here, Hoag. 33.65 just trade. Remember we were talking about, do we take this long? Hoag's like, nah. It's like, I'm not seeing it. Okay, very good. Very good. Looking for that failed downside auction. That is not the case. This is a successful downside auction for the time being.
It's all sells now.
The last 30 minutes or so, gold is down about 15 bucks. What's going on in copper, Braden?
Copper set looks similar to gold right now.
In gold, more selling coming here. Gold, look.
Although we're a lot closer to a key level on copper than gold.
You still short that copper?
No, I had to get out of it.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
What's the dollar doing, Hoag? Stronger? It's less dollar. Well, dollar getting stronger. It's going higher.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the bone today. It's up 0.01%. Nothing big, but it's come off its overnight lows pretty good.
Dow's coming back. 64.52. What price did we get long from, Jack? In that ES trade?
54.
Okay, 54s? Right.
Yeah. Just like 54, like it was only like just to see if it was bouncing, like the stops had gone off. It's kind of like what I did yesterday right at the close. We are finding kind of like it again.
Yeah, me too. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Range. Oh, man. Stops going off in gold. There, new lows in gold. Stops just bottom out 33.64. Gold continue to push lower. Gold is down.
Yeah. It's in trouble now.
15 bucks. Gold's down 15 bucks in the last 30 minutes.
Let's take a look.
Everything's red today. What's green today? Is Crude up today?
There it is, 62.14 last trade in Crude.
Dow. The Dow is
The Dow.
still
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
Dows.
Everyone's flat right now. Nice trade, Chike, man. What is so?
It's
What's
unreal.
what's that trade? Nice job.
Thank you.
All right, so all right, take a bit of a breather. See these prices.
All right.
Last trade 23,558. What's up, Jack? We back in?
No, but I'm just alerting you that I might be.
All right, yeah, okay. Alert.
I gotta
got
wait.
it. We have 1,000 lot downside in the NASDAQ. Is that true? 560s? 560s true?
What do you say, GK?
I said I'm not mad at the longs in the ES.
You're not mad at it?
Who's long? I
Well,
mean, neither. Me neither.
no one's long yet.
No one's long. Yeah, there might be 1,000 lot down there in the NASDAQ. Bid 1,000 times. Bid 1,000 times. 50, 23,056, 530. We have bear flag written all over it. It's not gonna be another push lower. Somebody gonna sell into this? who's laughing there? Braden, was that
It's
you?
just it's such a hard market to go to trade right now.
It is.
It's super sketchy for me to try to get long on it. As discounted as we are, it's difficult to try to get long here when it proves to just continue to sell off on every rally.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Long
take
anything, it's got to be the S&P.
That's what I'm thinking.
Chica's not mad at the longs. 72% long in the NASDAQ tilt. It's 64.
Yeah, it's hard to get long on this. It's hard to get long on this. Like, we didn't see a really strong buying reaction off of the low day, just point by point bleeding up. So, like, where do you get long there? We didn't really have an impulsive buying reaction off that low. Typically, if we did, after taking the sell stops out, I would like to get long on some reaction from buyers, but point by point, just bleeding up very slowly. So it's hard to get long there. It's gonna keep being patient.
I like that. It's smart. 74%.
74%. How would you feel if you were short ES right now?
Exactly. Short ES from here, short. I mean,
how would you feel if you were like?
No,
better go now. Better go now because they can run this up on me. Because I'd feel. All right. With that being said, everyone's flat right now. See if we 74% long in the NASDAQ as we trade 23,593, about 40 points off the lows. We bottomed out there. It's been a grind lower. We little pop here, $5 pop in gold, back up to $33.69.
JD in gold.
Yeah, JD, come on in. We got some funded P&Ls and payouts. Markets, we see some good pay. Come on in, JD. What's up? Happy Tuesday, JD.
Happy Tuesday. They call it Turnaround Tuesday, but it looks like sideways megaphoning Tuesday to me right now. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here are top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Matthew T at the top, number 205 on the big board. He's going to get a boost after an $11,063 winning day trading the NQ yesterday. Big day for Matthew T. Isaiah's number 14 on the big board. $10,579, also trading the NQ. Sri Latha, we've seen this name quite a bit this month. Got the live funded bonus, performance bonus, took some payouts, moved up on the big board. Big month for Sri Latha. $5,698 yesterday trading the NASDAQ. Sammy J spread on around silver, the NASDAQ and ES yesterday. $5,223 all day for Sammy J, number 16 on the big board. And Daniel O, number 181, $5,218 trading the NQ yesterday. These are some decent P&Ls for these live funded traders. All right, let's move on to payouts. Again, impressive numbers for these live funded traders. Up at the top, Nicholas D, $16,000 payout. Number 178 on the big board. Mark R, our old friend Mark, unfortunately, took that final payout from his live funded account, $5,134, and closed that live funded account. I'm sure we'll see Mark back in the live account very, very soon, though. Excellent trader. Has been around for a while. I love keeping up with his progress. So best of luck to you, Mark. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. David, number 73 on the big board, $2,663 in the pocket. Rodney M, number 53, $2,500. And Lynn H, number 52, $1,670 in payouts. Pro Ball traders, each and every one of these live funded traders. There you have it, folks.
Ooh, thank you, JD. All right, new lows ES. How about that? 64.48. New lows NASDAQ, 20,546.
No failed
Starting to put in
downside
some
auction
limit.
today.
Yeah, I'm starting to
All
put in some
sellers
limit
now.
buys off of 20-day EMA here at 540s. Try to start to get filled into this. Wow.
Ooh, what was
Believe me
that?
yet.
Whoa. Look at that. All right, we are selling off. We are selling off pretty aggressively right now. 64.43 new lows ES. NASDAQ continues to sell off. New lows NASDAQ 23,538 quarter.
This all says stay short to me.
Yeah.
We're in the second line of single prints from the August the 12th. The first line was support. We just walked right through the second line. I see 64.30 in the S&Ps.
40.30.
Is halfway through that August 12th daily bar from unemployment.
$64.42 new lows put in there in the ES.
Yeah, I don't
New lows. All right, there goes some more stops. We are selling off.
Yes, we are. Yeah, technically we gave up support in the S&Ps twice now. No failed downside auction. Opening below the IB low. Just all sellers from here. I don't want to try and pick any bottoms.
Nope, smart. 64.39 new lows just put in the ES. NASDAQ. Man, oh man, those are 515s in the NASDAQ.
515s. Yeah.
Up here, man. 50 on the till.
It'd be a nice place to bounce as well.
Man, oh man. What do we do with this Hoag? What do you like to the downside?
In the S&Ps, the halfway of the 12 o'clock, August 12th daily bar, right. 64.30.
64.30? Okay.
Yeah.
64.30. All right, this is
really all I see. You never know when buyers are going to come in for this shit, though.
It's London close. We got London close 28 minutes. That's when it could be. Do the London close. A little bit of pop there. 6 point pop in the ES. About another 64.39. And I'll back up to 64.44. I know.
For gold.
Gold saw some selling at 33.70.
That's IB low.
15s to hold.
Yep.
At least I want to see consolidation around this area.
What time frame would you be looking for?
Yeah.
On the 15 minutes. 15-minute time frame. I want to see consolidation for at least maybe an hour or two around 515s. If not, just like at least some resistance that pushes us back up to the 600s.
We might get that. Look at that. $50-50 tilt. 50-50 tilt. 30-point pop. Braden. They dipped a toe. Where do they dip a toe? The buyer's going to give it a shot here. Right back up to that 5-minute candle. The close of the previous 5-minute candle here. 23,546. Man. Want to close in about 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Anything on the wire? Nothing. Nothing right now. $64.39. Buyers gonna give it a shot here in the ES. 71% long in the NASDAQ. As we put 30 points, 30
That's
points.
crazy.
Is profit. Braden,
Everybody's
man, what are they going to do?
everybody's
515s?
still like, buy the dip, buy the dip. 71% long.
Right now they are. Man. What's on the downside? I'm looking for the ladder on the NASDAQ. There's something down there.
Okay.
Not seeing much.
All right.
Damn. What do you think, Hoag? What are you thinking, Hoag?
We have a hammer, which is kind of the opposite of a shooting star on the downside.
Sure.
Nothing but excess on the low here. It is a reversal pattern until it isn't.
Hammer. A hammer. Well, is that what you're seeing right there?
Yeah. So you got all wick and just a small body right at the top.
Sure.
See, I would typically look for 100 points off of these type of levels. The only reason I wouldn't have taken it today is because I had that short bias. But that's why I expect us to see 615s or 600s from this level bounce.
You're talking about perhaps taking a long?
Oh, no. I'm talking about if you were long from the 515s. Like 600s to 615s would be like the best target.
Nice out.
Yeah.
Okay. We got London close coming up about 24 minutes. The buyers might step in there, but more selling coming in.
Yeah, it's no reason really to buy it yet.
You see what's happening. What's about to happen here? Dow grinding lower. NASDAQ might be the one. Let's move first. NASDAQ, ES, NASDAQ, ES. Markets are moving. Yesterday, we can't trade this terrible price tag. Hey, these markets are moving right now.
Great price.
See the build up
the right way.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good just to take a step back as well, if you can't see the market clearly.
GK, which way would you be?
570s here.
Pardon?
If you were flat right now, which you are, what would be the next trade? Perhaps, or set up. Perhaps
it would
be looking for
the 515s with like a 5 to 10 point stop, and then looking for those 600s to 615s.
The Euro close 23 minutes. The buyer's trying to dip a toe in here and try to make sure if is the coast clear. Is the coast clear for the buyers, the longs to step in and, walk this thing up? I'm certainly going to give it a shot.
Yeah, we've got that hammer on both the NASDAQ and the S&P on the 5-minute chart. Braden, I see you're already long.
Are you in?
Yes. Yeah, I've been long 15 micro from 533.
All right, cool. You stay locked in there. 533.
Oh,
Are you planning
nice
to
level.
I would like to see 600s like you mentioned. At the same time, this market just the rallies just continue to get sold. I'm a little optimistic because we did take the last week low at 585, the short GK took, but at the same time, these rallies just keep getting sold. So part of me wants to lock in some profit, maybe leave a runner. So it's tricky. Mentally, it's tricky today.
From 33s. All right. 33s. ES 6448. Gold. $2 off the lows there. 33.66. Crude stuck to $62. Last trade. Yeah, did the same thing yesterday too, Hoag. Dragging them out. We did see that sell-off from, call it 9:20 Central Time to 8:30 Central Time. About a $15 sell-off. Bottomed out at 33.65. About $2 off of that right now. Oil is stuck right around $62 even. and we're trading 62.04.
This looks in Q's start. I don't know if I'm getting in my own head about this, but like we're down 250 points off the open. This is a low of day bounce, 40 points, and it's just not urgently wanting to break through this high at 60. And I might be reading too far into it, but this doesn't look strong.
Hoag saw perhaps a hammer pattern, correct, Hoag?
Yeah,
And
on both.
that would be a reversal.
5-minute chart. Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's a short time frame reversal pattern. Yeah.
Hammer session stops get triggered, and you see that thing pop, turn right back around. Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes. Typically,
Okay.
that's going to be something like that. Yeah, and you can see it in the S&Ps too, because this is that last single line of TPOs. We swept the stops below that, and then we would maybe see some sort of a turnaround. But again, this is only a 5-minute chart, and it's less reliable than a longer time frame. But it still remains. It is a possibility, and it helps you limit risk. But is it going to hold? Is the question.
That is the question.
See if there's any volume or liquidity anywhere. Not seeing anything really in the S&P dome. Just about, I don't know, 64.25 for about 300 on the bid there, but nothing tremendous.
No. Yes, about 64.45. All right, we got 19 minutes till the euro close. Was that when the buyers are going to try to step in? Is that where they're going to try to grind this thing higher? We're gonna find out. Yeah, it's we're a bit of a holy pair right now. This might be the line in the sand, the tug of war, if you will. So we'll let the manager trades. Braden is in house account flat. Chike flat. James, come on in here. We got some announcements. What do you got for us, James? You got the news? Please tell me it's the news. I don't think it's the news though. We'll have to wait for that patiently. No, not the news. Damn, I always want the news. James, when you're ready, come on.
I know.
What's up, James?
No, you gotta let the news cook. When the news is ready, the news comes out of the oven, and then you get to hear the news. Instead, I'm bringing you different news. I'm bringing you the news of TopstepTV. At Topstep, we are always striving to make your trading journey better. Your feedback helps us do just that. If you've learned something valuable from TopstepTV, enjoyed the community, or had a positive experience with the trading combine, we'd love for you to share it. Head over to Trustpilot, search for Topstep, or click the link in the chat and leave us an honest review. Tell us what's working, where we can improve, and remember, your voice helps shape the future of Topstep and supports fellow traders just like yourself. So check out the link in chat, let us know how you feel, and thank you. Again, your feedback helps us get better. Also, talking about getting better, today, August 19th on TopstepTV, don't miss a special edition of Mindset Matters with world-renowned trading coach Robin Dane. Known as the Trader's Coach, Robin has helped traders on Wall Street and beyond master the psychology of performance. She'll be sharing live tips and tricks to sharpen your trading mindset, as well as answering your questions directly from the chat. Tune in today at 1 p.m. Central and take your trading discipline to the next level with Mindset Matters only on TopstepTV. Don't miss it. We love having Robin stop by. We've had a lot of great feedback from the chat on her segments. So Mindset Matters, that's today at 1 p.m. We got another special segment coming for you later this week. Are you ready for another Topstep X API session?
Oh no. Yes, we are. We are ready for that. We're ready for a Topstep X API session. It'll be Thursday, August 21st. Take it from here, James.
That was my voice the whole time. I'm a sound like Jack. It's a good impersonation. Topstep X API sessions. Andy A is sitting down with Hoag to show off how he's able to use the Topstep X API tools to create incredible tools and tricks in the Topstep X platform. If you've ever wondered what API access can do for you, then look no further than the Topstep X API. That is this Thursday at 1 p.m. Don't miss it. I love these segments. I love seeing what our community is doing with these tools and finding out how you can incorporate it into your own trading plan. Now, please, I hope I don't freeze again. Back to you, Andre. I'll see you soon.
Okay, if you do, everyone, Robin Dane's in the house. Everyone sit up straight. She is no nonsense, tells it how it is, and she runs the show. She runs.
Oh, yeah, she's the boss.
We are just along for the ride. We are riding. We're just riding shotgun. Robin Dane is in the house. Oh, next question. Nope, I'm not done. Next question, Hoag. He's got a. Love her. Yes, again, stay tuned for that. We got API session later this week. But we also have 74% long in the NASDAQ right now. Average price, 23,588. A little bit in the money. Rain is long. Go ahead.
I'm actually looking to automate my strategy sometime in the next month or so.
Oh,
For that trade, that trade you take. I was going to ask you about that. That would be.
Yeah, it's very, very, very systematic. I just need to know a couple things, but I'm gonna look into that, of like what the API is actually capable of doing.
Okay, well, hey, tune in Thursday. Tune in Thursday. It's a blank canvas for you, Chike. Tune in Thursday. Ask questions. But yes, I think for what that trade that you've is very mechanical, very systematic, like you said. I think that would be ideal if you can really dial it in, back test it. Topstep X API access. Chike went on 100-point trades. Imagine if you did it with the API. Did that with, and it was automated. It'd be pretty sweet. Well, you have to come back on taking those automated trades. So, Chike, I'm trying to like to get a segment called Man vs. Machine off the ground. Very tricky.
Okay.
Get a algo trade versus human. See who wins. There's your Thunderdome.
Oh, so is it an algo trader versus a human trader?
Correct. That's what. Yeah, I want to see what happens.
Okay.
Oh, I got your attention. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to put my strategy against someone.
Okay, so you want to be the algo or the human? You want to be the algo?
Oh, the algo, yeah.
Yeah, you're the algo.
Once I actually get it off the ground.
Okay, sweet. Well, I'm counting on you.
You guys remember the story of John Henry, don't you?
Of course. The corner of what? No, I do not.
John Henry was the champion railroad spike driver with a sledgehammer. And then the steam spike driver came online, and John Henry wanted to compete against it.
Ooh.
He won, but he died in the process.
There you go. So did he really win? Did he win at the game of life, Hoag? Did he win at the game of life?
No, he did not.
Yep.
He did not. He used to call a couple of guys in the pit John Henrys because they were always trying to fight the machine. Getting whacked.
Yep, sounds good. Jack, hit that mute, Jack. It's 64.50 last trade in the ES. We're trying to grind this thing higher. We got 13 minutes till the bottom of the hour, which is also the Euro close 76% long in the NASDAQ.
I think we consolidate here,
Okay.
Just looks about right.
Yeah, we're just kind of setting up, at least
Maybe
in the
till
S&Ps
5.
on the 5 minute, a little bit of a bear flag.
Okay.
We get back to IB high, we'll see what happens. Or IB low, I should say.
Braden's locked in here. You still got the fall 15 on, Braden?
Yeah, I've got 15 on. I'm trying to partial out, but I'm having technical issues.
Well, we'll get 64.49 half last trade. Yes, still got 75% long in the NASDAQ on the tilt. 60% long in the ES tilt. 12 minutes till Euro close. What do we have in store for the day? Oh, yeah. So, obviously, we got morning recap coming back for this. We got trade with Topstep, J, London, JD. Well, J's are wild. How about that? 3 J's. 1 second. And then we got Lunchbox trading with JD and Shay, Indiana. Alex Ferreira in the house. And then we got, Mindset Matters with Hoag and Robin Dane. And Power Hour, myself, Fatima, and Jack. I hear Fatima is very, very feisty. Very, very feisty. So we'll see what is going on with her. All right, watch this thing push.
All right. Andre and Hoag are out for a second there. But we'll continue to watch it rolling around. So Braden's long. GK's flat. 64.50 trading right now in the ES. Man, I left for a few minutes and things really went wild here, didn't they?
Things went sideways. Someone kicked the cord. Someone kicked the cord.
They're waiting for you, Jack.
Oh, thank you.
212. Okay. Still 75% long in the NASDAQ. Quietly grinding. Okay, overnight VWAP 23,676. Cheek, any levels? You got your eye on any level?
It was just
What
that
would you? Okay,
515s.
515s. You didn't take the trade. Is there any other prices
No.
you're looking for? That's it. One trade done.
6. Yeah.
Or what-
600s. I do want to see 600s. But overall, we're gonna sell off today, and it might be one of those days where, like, the next day you get like not maybe about 20 ticks of upside, and then we just continue a sell off for the whole day.
Yeah,
that's what I'm kind of thinking right now.
I closed my longs at 572. $1,200 trade. My updated P&L is down 341.
Well done.
Well played.
Yes.
Thank you.
What was the low watermark there, Braden?
What's that?
What was your low watermark on the P&L? You were down how much? You just made $1,100.
Oh yeah, my at my worst I was down 1,400.
Jab,
So a good
jab.
comeback.
Now. That's
Wow.
it. Is. Look at that, man. Look at that. Great job. Love that. Love the comebacks there. There's your jab, jab, jab. That is what we love to see. Absolutely love to see. Okay, Braden, where do you go from here? And that you got your patience.
Well, like I
right?
said, it was very. I would have liked to actually held that longer, but this price action is just so slow compared to how fast the selling is. So I still think sellers have control of it. If we can come up and test a key level like 600s and start putting in kind of an equal high and forming some higher lows off of low of day and building some maybe bullish market structure, then I would look to take another trade. But at the moment, I'm still in the mindset of I'm going to take that trade off because
Love it.
as of now, all rallies are getting sold, and this might be the same story.
Nice trade, man. Nice trade. Nice comeback. Still 75% long on the tilt. Let's get these euro close out of the way. See if the buyers want to ramp this thing up.
I would really be interested too if we do sell through low of day one more time and start pushing 480s, 470s. That would start to feel like a very oversold market conditions intraday. So
Right.
then I would look to position myself into that for a long trade and maybe hold it into power hour, look for a reversal. But things will need to get interesting in the next 40 minutes.
Yes, they will. Well, Jack, any levels? 63.39. We bottomed out in the ES. Let's see.
Let me take a look, see real quick. I mean, we really started selling 64.20 would be 6,400 in the SPX. That might be a spot if you're looking for. This is kind of what I was doing back in April, where we were just kind of free falling. Is those big numbers in the SPX tend to be a place where it would pause or maybe reverse. So they're interesting to me.
Yeah, we've got like 25 minutes of price action off of this low of day of kind of a retracement, but it's a 50-point retracement, and it's still a high volume time in this session. Just not a lot of movement off this low.
Not yet. No, I agree. Jack, can you explain the SPX and its significance? You talk about it, you refer to it. What is it and why is it significant?
Well, it's for options and things like that. So SPY, SPX is much bigger, obviously. That's the spot market, like where the price is now. I think sometimes people forget that we're trading futures. So like the ES, right now we're trading the ESU, which means that it expires in September. That's why we're going to roll soon, and then we'll be trading a contract that expires in December. And so that's why when you see these futures prices, they're all generally pretty much always higher than what you see if you turn on CNBC right now, and they're like the S&P 500 is here because they're in the future and stocks go up. So right now the gap's about 20 points between the ES and the SPX, and there's a lot of options activity in the SPX.
Thank you, Jack.
We talk about zero dates and stuff like that. People aren't doing zero dates in the futures. They're doing zero dates on SPY and SPX.
Good stuff. All right. Let's do a price recap. Last trade in NASDAQ, 23,559. We bottomed out at 23,514 half. Range was back. We did top out right at the opening bell. Remember, on the opening bell, sellers came in, right? Sellers came in, topped out. We were trading right around 23,773. Gradually sold off. He did accelerate a couple times to the downside, but it wasn't linear. And we sold off about 210 points. Bottom out again, 514. ES much more stubborn. ES did right off the opening bell. We did see some selling, but then we saw the pop, and it did continue to sell off, and we bottomed out at 64.39. We're looking at about 40-point range or so, give or take. Low of 39s, high of 64.76. London closing in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll see where we go from there. If I want to step in.
PBJ asked, what does the spot market mean? I hear it also in Forex. Well, spot market is a general term that just means here and now, the price. Like you go to the grocery store, you pay the spot price for your Twinkies and lettuce. Generally, most things you buy in life are going to be at the spot market. But we're trading futures, right? In the futures industry. So we're trading prices that are settling in the future. So the spot, if you're buying or selling a stock, you're doing it in the spot market.
Correct.
And because the S&P index is just a market cap weighted price of all those 500 companies that are in it, there is a spot price, right? There's a price that is the here and now. On the spot, as Reef Juice says.
On the spot, indeed. Got gold grinding higher. Back up to 33.70. About $5-6 off the lows there. NASDAQ going to take a peek here. 23,573. All right, Hoag, failed upside, downside auctions. Anything you're seeing there? We call it a failed downside in either NASDAQ or ES? Nothing there?
No, you can't really call any of them, because if you look at the S&Ps,
sure,
the 30-minute bar closed below the IB low. The IB low is 64.54.75. Closed below it and left single TPOs, single prints below that level. So that creates a gap, if you will. Some people would call that a fair value gap. But it also says that the market is attempting to accept lower pricing. If we do come back and trade to the initial balance low again, 64.54.75, that can act as a resistance area, or it can recover. You don't really see recoveries from a situation like this kind of doing very well, but you can kind of use that IB low again, 64.54 in the orders as a kind of a resistance area. But if we do reaccept in the range, the previous range, then things have changed a little bit. So what we're looking for is opportunities, I think, to short, as long as we keep those single prints below the initial balance low. We close those out, things may have changed, and then you've got to reassess the situation. You have a similar situation in the NASDAQ as well. Here's the 30-minute. Market open, left the opening range at the dead-ass high. We've been one-time framing lower ever since. The initial balance low was left behind at 23,623 is the IB low. We closed this 30-minute bar below it, and we've left single prints or single TPOs below that initial balance low. And that is the market saying it's attempting to accept lower pricing over time. We come back to that IB low, it can be an opportunity for an execution for a short, possibly, because we're looking for that point to be the level where sellers really accelerated and started pushing into this market to the downside. So again, we leave single TPOs, it's all shorts till then. Reacceptance above the initial balance low changes everything, and you have to reassess.
Thank you, Hoag. All right, let's reassess here in about 30 seconds. Yep, we'll see what happens here. Still got 75% long in the NASDAQ. Braden is working on the comeback. Was down $1,400. Now just down $300. Braden, what's the next move? Your patience. 76% long in the NASDAQ. GK. Looking for those
Yeah.
600s. If we get to those 600s, what do you
yeah.
what do you want to
No,
see? We're about 20 points away.
That's just a price target. I don't really know what's gonna
Oh.
happen after that. So yeah, hands off
If you
today
took-
for the rest of the day.
You take that 100-point weight banger, I'd do the same thing, man. Well, I want to see you automate
Yeah.
this. I want to see what happens with the automation. I mean, especially
Yeah.
you can size up, right? You keep sizing this thing up with the trades.
Yeah.
If you really
I'm
dial
kinda-
this thing in.
I'm not the best in terms of coding. I can hold my own, but like I'm just gonna see what I can do. Maybe if there's anyone out there who wants to give me a little hand, why not?
You heard it there.
Well, that makes you like Zuckerberg or Gates with this crowd, so don't worry.
All right, one has closed. All right, the prices. They're gonna try to do this. We're still on the bit of a grind higher here again. About 70 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. So we trade 23,583. Grind higher here in the ES. Crude stuck at $62, $62.07. Gold is trying to figure out what to do with 33.70. Trading there right now. Here, all right, James, come on. You said you gotta let the news cook. All right, did the news cook enough? Is it baked in the oven? And use it right now. The hard-hitting news, James. Do you have it? I am ready for it.
Yes, Andre, I am here with the news. It has come out. It is crispy golden brown. It is ready. The edges have been perfectly baked. And here it is. And of course, the news you need to know is news that always makes me think, oh no, could that happen to me? An FBI has caught a man spending $140,000 on Pokemon cards and video games with the company credit card. He's been doing it over a couple different years. He works for the Ruan Transportation Corporation. How did he get away with this ingenious scheme? Well, he used the company card to buy online gift cards and video game accessories, masking them as things he needed to do his everyday job for the transportation company. Please look no further into my company card spendings. The good news here at Topstep is it has to be approved by our boss. If you are a longtime Topstep TV fan, you'll notice that I sometimes use that card by accident, and Danielle likes to shame me on TV by blasting what I'm trying to buy with the company card. Thankfully, it's never been Pokemon cards. It's always some like random food delivery place I forget to change it from. But anyway, if you're going to work for a company and they're going to let you use a company card, don't do this. Don't make Pikachu sad.
140
G's.
grand. What are we doing?
140 G's, and he has to pay back like 146,000. So everything he took and then some, as well as going 4 months in prison and then 2 to 3 years of probation once he gets out. So hope catching them all was worth it.
4 months in prison.
Oof.
What are you in for? Killing a man. What about you? I was collecting Pikachu.
Oh my gosh.
Quickly make my way up the ranks of the prison gang system. All right. Here's other news you might be interested in. You're feeling the itchy finger to place a bet, but there's nothing to bet on right now? Turn no further than the Little League World Series.
Oh.
That's right. When little kids already got enough stress on their plates going at the World Series for Little League, make it even worse by letting them know that their entire college fund rides on them hitting it to third and rounding the plates. A lot of controversy if you think it's okay to bet on sports games for children. Can you believe it's a 50-50 split? I'll take those odds. But yeah, they say that if you can bet on it, you can. This site also allows betting on political options, esports, and Olympics. So no real different than Polymarket, but it's actually not Polymarket. It's just called Bet Online. The name like that you can trust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Definitely.
Bet. Where? Online. Easy.
The only acceptable way to gamble on Little League is a cash transaction with another dad.
Correct. Cash
so
only.
you slowly become the episode of South Park with Randy Marsh at the sports games.
Yeah.
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah.
Speaking of not hearing a bell, did you guys hear this on Friday? The sonic boom caused by the Chicago Air and Water Show. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about this. I don't know. I was out of town, so I wasn't here. But the Air and Water Show happened this weekend. We had the Air Force jets flying overhead, and supposedly one broke the sound barrier, thus causing a sonic boom, which shattered windows at residential areas in the Lakeview area. You can see pictures of windows completely boarded up after this sonic boom allegedly shattered them upon happening. These planes make a lot of noise when they're here for the weekend, but I have never heard a boom like the ones they're describing. You can check out videos online. It's pretty damning, but my absolute favorite part has been the Air Force's response to this. If we can pull up the next one, a scene from 30 Rock. Is that a sonic boom? And the Air Force, it's not. We've looked into it, and it's not. Yes.
Nothing to see here.
The Air Force came out and said they did their due diligence, and guess what? No sonic booms happened. So, sorry about your windows, but that wasn't us. Yeah, I don't know. Windows got broken. Professors at Northwestern who are in engineering professors say that those planes definitely caused some sort of boom. Did anybody of you guys hear this? Any Chicago guys hear this on Friday?
Yeah, I was at the Cubs game. They had footage when the Cubs were playing, and it scared the hell out of both teams and fans when it went off. It was different than normal. My dog went crazy.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. You've lived here your whole life. You know it was different this year. So the last thing I have is kind of goes in tandem with this. We had a really bad thunderstorm last night, and someone made this meme this morning.
Oh, how about that? How about that?
It was I can attest the thunder last night was loud enough it shook my entire apartment. That was also a first in Chicago for me. I've never had thunder move the building. But anyway, that has been the freshly baked scented news. I'm going to go back in the back until later. Let you guys go back to these markets.
What a bake.
Don't go anywhere. We got Robin Dane coming up later today at 1 p.m., y'all. See you then.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. User in the chat says some trash memes. User does not like the memes.
Well, get us better ones. Don't just.
Yeah, Topstep TV. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. Can you do a better meme than that? We'll show that in Power Hour.
Be the
show
change
that.
you want to see.
Great example. S&P is back to the IB low. I'm going to put this on a shorter time frame. IB low 64.54.75, almost to it. And look what happened. Resistance, sell off. Beautiful, beautiful chance there.
Of what? A short or a long?
Short off the IB low.
Yep. We've gone nowhere near the IB low in the NASDAQ. This was a nice little sweet little spot there.
Could we get back in if we get back up to that setup?
We can. I mean, it's really cheap. You could literally risk 2 points if we get to that level again.
I still think we consolidate for a while, so we might get back to that level.
Okay, I like that. Braden, how's it going? You got your eye. You are locked in on the comeback. Did you take a trade? Are you still plotting your next move? What do you think here,
Yeah, I
Braden?
took a short scalp off 587 just into the 570s. Just for like a quick little range trade, but then we broke lower. I really would like to see, with how weak this buying price action is off of that strong selling move out of the open, I really would like to see a new intraday low. I don't know if we'll get it in the segment, but if we do, I'll start to build a long position there.
Okay,
so right
what's
now
the
this
updated
is
P&L?
not updated. Just it was a 5 micro trade, so down 294.
Let's go, man. All right, here we go. Down to 200s. It was down $1,400. Was down just down $350. Now just down $296. We are watching a comeback happen from Mr. Braden. This is great stuff. You saw Chike take a 100-point banger. So got short from 23,685 and covered at 23,585. Pro ball trading right here. Absolutely love to see this. You're on Top
All right,
Step TV. Go ahead.
Braden. GK, I'm stepping out to prep for the recap. Great spending time. Great trades. Good job, guys. You guys are great traders.
Morning recap.
Andre?
Yes. See you later.
Andre, Jack, we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yep. Hogue will see you in morning recap here in about 21 minutes. Hogue's not going anywhere. Just getting a little prep. Morning recap moving to after fast markets. Love to see it. See how this goes from here. Braden did take a short scalp. Like it. Chicky, we got to get this strategy automated. think we got something. I
Yeah.
think we got something.
I'll scalp this through 560s here. 5 micros.
Are you back in? What's your position now?
I'm back in.
Shit, let's go.
5 micros, 565. Short.
Short from 565. 5 MNQ from 565.
Unbelievable.
Wait, did you say you're short or long?
I am short.
Why,
Short.
Chica? Why'd you ask? Why did you like the longs or you like the shorts? What do you think? I want to.
Oh, the short. Yeah, I think we
Sure, okay.
consolidate. So going short here is fine. Maybe to 40s or something like that.
Okay.
Again, we have to mention every time Nvidia moves significantly, down $4 right now. That's $100 billion in market cap.
Insane. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. What do we got here?
Apparently, they're all millionaires.
Did you see that?
Nvidia.
At least.
Yeah.
He was flexing. Well, the dude was flexing. He's like, I've made more millionaires than anybody. I think he said billionaires too.
He said billionaires. Jensen said he's made more billionaires than anyone in history. And
what a flex,
not wrong.
man.
That's crazy.
That's insane. Can you imagine?
Jerome Powell would like a word.
Thank you. Now you have a good point, Jack.
Yeah.
That is, yeah.
Yeah, let's see how many of those billionaires would have been around in he hadn't done anything in 2020.
Yeah.
Huh?
6 trillion will do the trick. 6 trillion money printer go burr.
Yeah, that's 6,000 billion right there.
Yep.
I heard as well, like, was it OpenAI is like gifting their bonuses of 1.5 million to every employee. I don't know how true that is, but
I believe it. They recently got valued. They took in $6 billion of new investment at a $500 billion market cap. Or I guess it's not a market cap when they're private. $500 billion valuation.
589s. What do we got here? 589. 23,589. Yeah, 900 lot upside. 23,589. Shout out to Lumber Trader. Nice job. 89, about 20 points higher here. And those they've been pulling them. They're not getting filled lately. They're really not getting filled. But we got to call them out. We got to call them out. Market generated information.
I've always, said that Nvidia earnings are the most important day of your life. Every time they happen, but like in reality, the eventual, if OpenAI has an IPO, that is going to be one of the more lit sessions in history.
Not wait. Also, lit session. If we're really showing these FOMC meetings live, is there any follow up to that? Is that really happening?
What's up?
Has it really happened? These FOMC meetings, are we going to be showing it live? Like meetings, will we be seeing it?
Find out.
Well, Goldsby came and said it just one day. He said it one day, and everyone just shrugged their shoulders at Wolf's side.
I think maybe they're going for some transparency where they'll show something, but like that's the kind of thing I don't think should be shown live. I think people should be able to speak freely in those without consequences. Like it would be hard to have hot takes.
Well, for us or them, we're gonna go crazy.
Easier for us.
We're gonna go absolutely crazy with the hot takes. Yes. That's what the minutes are for. Why do we need the cameras? That's what the minutes are for. We get the recap.
People don't read anymore.
They sure don't. They do not. We got about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes here in fast markets. We got morning recap coming up next. Yeah, that. All right, now we got 2 900 lots to the upside. 2 900 lots to the upside in the NASDAQ. Let's see if offered, let's call them 1,000 lots. 23,588 offered 1,000 times. 589s offered 900 times. 20 points higher. Do we do anything with that? Are we going to go get it? Are they going to move it? But we're closing in on it, about 12 points away. One got pulled. And the other got pulled. Wah, wah.
Waka waka.
Waka. Yep, yep, both got pulled. All right, Steven does jump back in. Well, we are on the grind higher. Braden, you are looking at the next trade. Are you? Oh, Braden's in. Braden, what's your next
I'm looking
trade?
for low a day. Yeah, I repositioned 15 micros, 577 short. I'm gonna look for low a day here.
All right, 577, 577. Very good. Tilt 71% long. 1200 they back. All right, they're playing games. All right, 599 is offered 1200 times in the NASDAQ. Nothing doing on the ES. Is that one?
Yeah, a little consolidation like Cheeky was looking for.
It was anything again. We got White House press briefing at noon Central, as well as President signing a congressional bill. Bowman, 1:30 p.m. Let's see if we get that. There's that 1200 lot up there. Jack, what are we thinking here? Last 10 minutes here in fast markets. Anything in the ES? You pull off a last minute buzzer beater in Power Hour.
Yes, I did. We'll see. There's a 680 lot. I'm kind of in between levels to be interesting right now, and feels like the market kind of is too, because we're seeing it slow down a little bit here.
I'm rooting for Braden. We're gonna get this comeback, man. We are gonna get this comeback.
Oh, 100%. I'm rooting for Braden.
We're gonna do this, then. Absolutely gonna do this.
Let's get it. I mean, hopefully this can play out. How long do we have? 10 minutes? 15 minutes?
We got all day for this comeback, but yeah.
I'm seeing 1,207 contracts on the N key.
See that?
Yeah,
599s.
Those 600s. Yeah, 599s.
Yeah, they pull it every time. It'd be cool if it got filled. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be cool because Braden's short.
I don't feel they.
It'd be cool if they came down.
600s.
It'd be cool if they came down and just cleared out the books, Braden. That's what we want to happen. A 1200 lot comes down and says we're going to clear out. You want to see slippage? All right. Okay, so this is how slippage happens, folks. Say that 1200 lot. All right, write that offer. If that 1200 lot wants to come to market, they're going to clear out all the prices. All right, that 1200 lot's going to clear out the entire book to the downside. So your stop, you are not going to get that price. Say your stop is at 23,570. You know way in hell you're getting out of 23,000 if you're long, right? Your sell stop is at 23,000. You ain't getting 570s. You're gonna be getting down to the 550s, all right? And this is how slippage happens. That 1200 lot goes to market. It's gonna clear out all the price to the downside, and that's where the slippage occurs. So
that's why you don't trade.
Somebody asked where the 680 lot was in the ES. It's at 52 3/4 in the offers.
Maybe the market runs away from this thing.
Let's see. We've got a couple minutes. Yeah. We've got however long till fast market ends. Let's see if we can get the push.
We might.
Push.
Push, you're right. Push. Can we push? ES looked like they wanted to make the first move. Braden wants to get down to low of day. Low of day, 23,514. We are on the comeback kid. Braden C. The C stands for comeback. Oh, that was a bad joke. Anyways, all right, JD, get in here. Get in here, JD. Big board time, man. Let's see what's cracking on the big board. Who is in the zone? What is up, JD?
There was nothing wrong with that joke at all, Andre. Best joke of the day. All right. Here is the big board. Top 25 live funded traders here at Topstep. Let's pull them up. Do we have a drum roll, please? Boom, there are the top 10. No movement on the top 10 from yesterday. Every trader held their rank from yesterday. Juan C. up at the top. Trader J, Yassine, Motisum, Christine, Elisa, Yihang, KJ Futures, Kyle B, and Stephen D. No movement on the board. Our number one trader up there, Guan C, holding that 30-day P&L, $86,279. We also saw yesterday that he took an $80,000 payout on Friday. A big month for Guan C, no doubt about it. All right, 11 through 25. So 11 through 14, also no movement on the board. And then everybody else on the board moved up just a single spot. One position rank changes from number 15 down to 25. A couple traders to note here. In 13th place, Sri Latha. was on our P&L board. $5,698 in profits trading the NQ yesterday. Also, number 14, Isaiah's, $10,579 in profits yesterday trading the NASDAQ. And number 16, Sammy J, mixed it up trading silver, the NASDAQ, and the S&P for a total of $5,223 in profits yesterday. Big days for a couple of these big board traders. All right, let's pull up the top 10 one more time. Get your cameras ready, take your screenshots. We'll leave it up there for just a couple of seconds. When you post to social, make sure you tag Topstep. Hashtag TopstepTV. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. Hashtag Opening Call. You can tag me too if you want. That'd be great.
Yeah. Hey, Andre, you like jokes?
Hopefully it's better than the last one. I said, yeah, of course.
You could say that board was Guan with the win.
Man, we are just mad.
Right
here. Oh my gosh! Hey, wow, wow.
I'm not frozen. I'm just gonna stay
I feel
there.
like the hook. I feel like the first, the hook, the old time hook where they pull the hook when you're on stage. Like that's what they need.
We need a graphic where a hook can come out and just scoop you out of there.
All right. Well, right now, okay. How about this? Now we got the ES might be making the move to the downside here. Braden is short. Braden, what are you short from?
577, 15 micros.
Come on, man. Let's get this. We got 3 minutes.
You got a TP
here. Yeah. What's the TP?
I'm gonna try to scale out of it on the break at 560. Looks like it wants to break. I'll try to pop out of some at 50s, 40s. I would love the partial, guys. I'm having an issue. I've got 15 micros short. If I try to hit 5 to cover, I'm getting account max position exceeded.
Do you have any other positions on? It might have to do with the other orders you have in for like.
I've got no orders, no open position, no pending orders.
Well,
so that's something.
Reach out to
a bit of a hiccup.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm already in touch with them, but I would like to be partially out of this. Looks good though.
5. You could
I would hit cancel all orders and then re-put in your and then try it.
Okay.
Contract limits.
Okay. Maybe maybe there's a ghost story. Yeah, that worked.
I did. You probably had some orders sitting somewhere.
Okay, well done.
Okay.
Thanks, Jack. Shout out to Jack.
Solid.
Boy, I remember what that was.
Okay, well I covered some right there as it was selling just as a tester, but it worked. So yeah, we're covering some.
Perfect.
We got equal lows at 50s now testing for me. I want to see that break.
Come on, man. What's this P&L at? Braden, I don't want you looking at P&L. What's the P&L at?
Flat, like pretty much flat now. Break even. I've got unrealized. We're up $60-$70 if this keeps running lower. But yeah.
Come on. Again, Braden was down $1,400, folks. Was down $1,400 about an hour ago. Now he's on the comeback, and looking to be up a couple bucks.
Remember, you don't have a stop unless you put one back in. I can't see on the screen.
Right. Good stuff, Jack.
I wouldn't be aiming for too low just yet.
Good stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. It's choppy for sure.
Love this.
Maybe another hour of consolidation.
I do like how weak and slow that the buying momentum was off of that low of day push, comparative to the selling momentum. Very weak buying. We almost have like Chica said, like an hour of buying, and we only have 50 points to show for it off of like a 250 point sell off. Right. So I do want to see low of day get taken, but yeah, right now it's ultimately a little bit choppy. I think I'll hold these break even.
Okay. Let's see. I like seeing that green.
You might get here. We got a couple minutes.
Right now. That'd be amazing. Clip this.
We're gonna
use this.
When we see a wide divergence, hold on. We'll see. Come on,
it's comeback season.
It is season. SZN. SZN. Oh, here we go. ES might be making the move. Again, lower about 3 points off the lows in the ES trade, 64.42. Yeah, it might have something to do with that copper trade. But whatever, we're over that. We've moved along. We're all in this together, watching each other's back here on Topstep TV and in the chat. GK with a 100-point banger today. Braden on the comeback right now. Was down $1,400. Looking to now scratch on the day. Can it go into the green? We got Crude selling off here. Crude pushing lower, $61.93. We got 30 seconds left here in fast markets. Braden, by no means should you cut this trade just because fast markets is ending. You managed this trade as if no one was watching.
Yeah, I'm going to leave this open, and if we break 50s, we might get a low day push right there. So,
what's your target? What are you looking for? Just so we can all cheer along with you when we go jump off.
like if we take low of day here, I'll start to trim out of it, lock in more and more profit. If we take low of day, I would look for like 480s, 470s, which would be almost 400 points off the opening price. So I would look for, at that point, I'd probably try to switch to longs and look for at least some type of retracement back to the upside. But yeah, I mean, we'll be break even more or less on the day. So nice comeback.
Okay.
Very
Hell yeah,
nice.
it is. Well done. Chike, thank you so much for joining us. 100-point banger. Now you're going to lock it up and call it a day? Or what does Chike do? Go see that F1 movie, man.
I'm going to look it now. Just look out my account.
Okay, very good. All right, sounds good. That was awesome stuff. Jack, great job. Braden, keep us posted on this trade. Again, we're looking for new low of days on the comeback trail. That being said, we got morning recap coming up next. And after that, we got trade with Topstep, along Coach J, JD, and John London, the 3 J's in the house. Jack and I are making bad jokes while Chike and Braden are chopping it up. Topstep TV, let's go. We are not done. Huge day. Let's go. Well done. Nice trade, fellas.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. Very, very interesting morning, as these markets always are offering opportunities, some of them tougher than others. Seen some pretty good pullbacks in these equities. Maybe a surprise to some, maybe a little too much for some, but we don't get to choose that. We got to take a look at these markets and trade what we see. And you guys in the mornings during opening call help us with the decision on the time frame of the opening range trade. You are always choosing the 5 minute. We're going to come up with some interesting ways to change that up a little bit. Look forward to those. But as usual today, you were looking for 5 minute opening range trades. Worked out pretty well in one, and a flat out miss in the other. Let's take a look at gold first. All right, what are we looking at as far as context is concerned? We open in range, in value, very centrally located in the range from yesterday. Wasn't really expecting an opening range trade to play out so much this morning, but we did. It traded out to the short side, getting us a short 5 micro gold, 33.81.80. Now, we did get out of 2 of them at about 2-to-1 reward over risk. We moved our stop. We started seeing the price rejecting below last week's low. Was kind of looking for the market to hold there. Unfortunately, it did not. But we moved our stop up above the anchored VWAP, which was at the time right around 33.78. I think we got out just above that with our stop. So with the profits that we had, we're still profitable on the day, even after the gold opening range or the crude opening range trade. Excuse me. But we are seeing gold continuing to push to the downside, leaving the IB low, spanning it for a while, but finding resistance there and seeing if we can pull this market even lower. We are pretty low in the daily here, in the kind of range that we've been in, getting a little bit of a breakout below a longer time frame trend line there. Let's see how this plays out. Of course, now crude oil. Right. Opening range trade. Again, you guys chose the 5 minute opening range. Oh, one last thing about gold. If we had never moved our stop was initially 34.80 above the opening range high. If we'd never moved our stop, we could still be short. Was that a Lenny? Maybe a little bit. All right, now let's take a look at crude oil. Opening range trade broke to the short side. What were we thinking? What were we looking at? The market opening in range and in value, probably looking for some sort of range activity today, and that is exactly what we are seeing. But on the 5 minute, here's the opening range. Got us short 5 micro crude, 61.77. Our stop was placed carefully at 62.02. Wasn't too long, maybe 20 minutes. We were in this trade. We got stopped out. Opening, the initial balance was set very early. Initial balance here. We are in a normal trading day here in crude oil, which is a rare thing to see. We don't often see the market stay inside the initial balance the entire session, and it's looking like that's setting up for that as we speak. ES, there were a couple of house account trades, nothing really too much to speak of, but the context was, yes, we are in the daily bar from the last unemployment day. We did not leave the opening range at the dead ass high of the day. We did take a look above it, up near yesterday's high, up near the overnight high. Couldn't quite get there. The market has been selling off ever since. We've been talking about these single prints in that August 12th range. We found support there until today. We bounced once. Was looking pretty good for the S&Ps, which was acting much stronger than the NASDAQ. But eventually we did take that out. We did come down to the second level of single prints from that August 12th session. And that is currently where we are kerfuffling, if you will. Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Now our traders were trading the micro NASDAQ. I have all my 11 lines and everything on the NASDAQ. So we're going to take a look. 30-minute market opens in a very narrow range from yesterday. Opening range remains the dead ass high. Well, there's our first shot that we might be coming into some selling. Now, Chike was the first one to put his toe in the water, and he shorted 3 micros, 23,685, using whatever his secret sauce is, and his secret sauce seems to be working very, very well. He risks 50 points on it. The target was 100 points. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart and see how this played out. So here he is. He's short 3 micros, again, 63,685. Never gets to his 50-point stop. His 100-point target eventually hit for a 100-point move. Very nicely done. Nice profit on that. So short at 685, out at 585, 100 points. Braden had a couple of trades, a couple of wins, a couple of losses along the way down, but Braden really did a nice job of kind of sniffing out a little bit of the bottom here. We've got a long 15 micros, 23,530, and just took the ride and saw money, took money. That was enough to make him up nicely on the day. He got out approximately 23,572, again, putting him up nicely on the day. And as we were coming into the end of fast markets, Braden was holding on to 15 shorts, approximately, let's just say they're 23,580, I believe, is pretty close to the level he was in. And he was going to be taking little bits of profits as the market started putting in new lows on the day. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure he still got them on, and it is still continuing his way. If he does that and he's able to piece out of those on a new low of day, Braden is going to have a really, really nice day, and good for him. We got some great traders here at TopStep. Let's take a moment and take a look at our quotable quote, shall we? All right. Looking for the quote. It's all right. I can just tell you what it is. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Okay. So much of power is not what you do, but what you do not do. The rash and foolish actions that you refrain from before they get you into trouble. We've all done it. We've all FOMO'd into trade. We've all revenge traded. We've all succumbed to our impulses while we're searching for our intuitions. Just remember, always ask yourself, is what I'm about to do in my best interest? That might be just enough time to get yourself out of your lizard brain and back into your cognitive brain to make a good trading decision. Thank you, Robert Greene, for that quote. Thank you for watching the morning recap. As always, so much more to do in Topstep TV. On Topstep TV today, we've got John London coming up next to join Coach Jay and JD for Trade with Topstep. Going to be very interested, and it's good to see John London as always. Hey, folks, stick around. There's still a lot to do here on Topstep TV. Don't forget Rob and Dane coming up in a little while, and looking forward to seeing you there. Bring your questions. You know she's really good at those rapid-fire questions. Hey, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
right, welcome back to Topstep TV and Trade with Topstep. I think it was Corny Joke Tuesday, from what we heard from Fast Markets. So we got the J Crew here. I think that's what they call us, right? All of our names start with J. It's me, Jay, John Doherty, and John London, the J Crew, and that is my contribution for the day. How are we feeling today, John London? How you doing?
We're feeling good, man. Market's bearish, breaking down a lot this morning. It was starting to break down early, at the open and a little bit before it. I think the market's scared of the potential revisions Goldman Sachs announced for the BLS data coming out early next month, as well as maybe like Jackson Hole. Powell's been a little hawkish the last couple times we've seen him, and so a lot of people are worried about weak labor market, weak jobs, hawkish Powell. And yeah, NASDAQ's about to test lows right now. So we got a small $100 cushion on the day. We'll try to trade some larger size. I'm looking for a small bounce to maybe short into at like 580, maybe 23.6 is what I'm looking at. But I need a bounce first is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we do have the S&P making new lows on the session. The NASDAQ looking like it wants to take out that low. 23,514 is the low in the NASDAQ. Not really much to talk about on the tilt. I think pretty much this whole way down, we did see a long tilt, 76% long on one of these bounces. But it looks like not many traders are looking to get short here. Just a 53% long tilt right now. John, you said you took some trades earlier, got a $100 balance.
Sure.
Were you get into the flow of the market? Did you get short? Did you long one of those bounces?
Yeah. So I went short mostly. So once we started breaking down, I'm trying to see exactly where. Once we started breaking down under 23.7, I think it was earlier, right around here at like 9:40 market time. Once we started breaking down underneath there, and I thought it was pretty probable that we were going to at least attack this low at 660, kind of attack the range leading to that low, if that makes sense. So once we broke down here, I kind of looked for that range and jumped in short here and wrote it down. And then once we hit the lows, I don't ever like attacking the lows of the day necessarily. I'd rather attack the range down to it, if that makes sense. I think that's a little bit more higher probability with how I trade. And so that's what I look for. I just caught the range down. And I should have held it though, because we've just been breaking down since then. We haven't really stopped.
If only we knew before we put the trade on exactly where it was going to go, right? We'd hold all
right.
the good ones, let go all the bad ones.
That's right, always.
JD, how are you seeing the markets today?
Well, we keep printing new lows. We did just bounce off a low in the ES right now, but I don't see any reason to fade this just now. This will be our third consecutive down day for the ES. And I believe Hoag was talking about this yesterday. Linda Rashi's quote, 3 down days in an uptrend, you buy the 4th day, right? So I'm thinking just the way this market's reacting right now, we could continue lower. But as soon as I start talking about it, we see some strong buying coming in. We just bounced about
nice bounce
6
here.
candles off the low.
Yeah, we did. Nice bounce here in the NASDAQ as well, trading 23,545. S&P's trading 64.40 half. That tilt did pick up a little bit just here in the NASDAQ. It was 53% long about a minute ago. Now 65% long. They have not been getting paid all day if they have not been taking profits. There were some quick bounce opportunities. You got a 70-point bounce in the NASDAQ. But you're not taking profits, see profit, take profit trades. We're going right back down to these lows.
Sure.
Also have to mention, because for whatever reason cattle decides to move during this session, cattle is up 0.25% since we started this hour. But
can't fight that market, man.
Yeah.
Straight up for cattle. You got a
Straight
bid in
up.
the ES 400 on the 35 bid in the ES right now. What's up, John?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I've never really traded cattle. I assumed it's low. Is cattle is the liquidity good enough to genuinely day trade that? What's the symbol for that? Actually, I don't know if I've ever.
LE is the symbol. I think it is. It trades a decent amount of volume. It's not going to move like the NASDAQ is
right now.
But I think it is decent enough to trade.
Sure.
It's like 10 up. I just pulled up the dome.
Yeah.
It's thin, but it's tradable. It's thin, but it moves slow. Oh, it just popped in more new highs.
Yeah, it just ripped up. I just see that.
For whatever reason, during this hour, it tends to move. But John, to get into a trade here in the NASDAQ, what would you be looking for? Any levels that you're seeing that you would want to interact with? I know you mentioned 580s earlier. Is that
Yeah.
I'm shorting if you get up there kind of level?
Yes. So if we get up to 580s, I'll probably take a small short just because I think there's an easy like 600 risk. I can use 23.6. I like to use whole dollars a lot. I use a mix of like whole dollars for my levels, like quarter dollars, like 550, 575, 625, but also just confirmations a lot as well. 550 could reject here. I just think it's a little bit too extended on the downside for me to take, a range trade from 550 down to 515 maybe. But if we get up to 580, I could have a tight risk, $20 risk up there to 600. I think that makes sense. Maybe I'll use like 605 as a risk so I don't get stopped out at the exact level, if that makes sense. But yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I'm kind of seeing this range right now, exactly where you said, that 580 to 590 zone at the high, and then at the lows, we'll call it, 515 up to 525 ish. So yeah, this 550 is kind of right in the middle of that. But if we trade up there, 580s, and what we've seen, for the past 2 weeks or even longer than that, the past 2 weeks since I've been on this segment, is that this time of day is usually that range bound time, right? So identifying those extremes and then, waiting for the opportunities near it.
Sure.
John, you were mentioning some labor data. We do have Jackson Hole going on this week as well. I know, you pay a lot of attention to fundamentals in your trading, especially with some of your longer term stuff. How are you feeling about this week? Are we going to hear anything from the Fed that's different than normal? Anything to shake markets up, or is it just kind of business as usual?
I don't know, man. I think we've had a lot of contradictory information. We had CPI that was mostly flat. The core CPI was at the top end of expected. But then the PPI showed up, super hot PPI, really hot, like shockingly high PPI wholesale inflation. And this is also relative to the labor report revisions that we got for May and June, down almost 260,000. And so that's scaring people. A lot of people are yelling stagflation, which is an economic state of high inflation and weak labor market, which kind of precedes a recession sometimes. And so people are scared. I think people are nervous. I thought we might get choppiness today, really, just because leading into Jackson Hole, that's going to be the first time we hear what Powell has to say regarding all these updates to data. And then, the labor revision data I was talking about earlier, Goldman Sachs is now estimating that they might revise jobs down another 500,000 to 1 million in early September. And so if that has a negative effect, and that might influence rate odds. So it'll be an interesting couple weeks, I think, for sure. But maybe choppy into Jackson Hole is what I'm thinking.
That's a good assessment.
85% probability right now of a rate cut, 25 basis point cut in September. It's been about in the 80s all week. We saw it as high as 99% before that PPI print. But like you said, John, that print did not come out anywhere near expectations. Kind of changed things a little bit here. So thinking maybe we still get a cut in September, but we'll see with more data. Last trade. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's going to be people are waiting on Powell's speech on Friday, 9 a.m. Central Time. Powell's going to take the podium in Jackson Hole. But yeah, they are going to be looking for clues into the future of rates for the rest of the year, not just in the September meeting. But they want to know, people want to know how many cuts they're expecting going into the end of the year. And that's what they're going to be digging through in Powell's speech on Friday. It's going to be a big deal. It's the event of the week, basically. So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I was expecting markets to be a little quiet ahead of that also, but we are seeing a bit of volatility today.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. Bowman's been speaking,
Yeah.
And so we'll see what she says. I think she already spoke. I think she speaks again later today. She kind of mirrors what Curtin. Go ahead.
She's back on at 1 o'clock, 1:10 Central Time. Bowman will be back on.
Yeah, so she'll probably say optimistic things and push for rate cuts. She kind of mirrors. She was one of the dissenters in the last Fed meeting, so she'll probably just kind of repeat what current administration wants, which is rate cuts. That's what she'll push for. She thinks we're going to get 3 this year, which would mean 1 every meeting. I don't know. It depends on. We got PCE inflation at the end of this month too. I think a lot is going to ride on that as well. All right, so we're over 550s now. Let's see if we can get up to like 575, 580. I'll take a short, but need a bounce up there.
69% long in the tilt in the NASDAQ, average price 23,586. So they're still underwater right now. I think where you're looking to probably get short, John, they're hoping for a break even on some of these trades if they're still holding longs. Last trade in the NASDAQ 23,553. S&P's bouncing off those lows as well. We did see that bid step in under the market, JD, and the market kind of bounce from there, 64.42 half. Gold is making new lows on the session, 33.6380 last trade in gold. That is a new low for the day. 55% short tilt over there in gold, but we are making new lows
Did you
here.
see that,
Markets are moving right now.
Did you see that 500 lot bid? Did that trade out, or did that get pulled immediately?
It didn't.
Just
It
a
didn't trade out,
flash?
JD. It's actually kind of still
Okay.
sitting there. In the S&P now, it's
But just give 'em-
384 now.
Yeah. It just flashed at when we were trading 42 bid. Flashed in on the bid, and I couldn't tell if it got filled or not. I just glanced at it, happened to see it pop in, then pop out. It was right on the
See that
bid.
one.
Yeah, see, we're back down under 550s now. If we get a little rebound to 550, I might take a small short. It's kind of thin, but for us to come back down here, unless we just chop sideways, which is possible, we might make another test at that 520 level. Let's see if we hold
We're
down
still
here.
hanging well above the initial balance low in the ES, so there's no reason to really change bias at the moment. So we're just looking for opportunities to get on the right side of this market, which is still the short side for the moment.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Looking at a flagging pattern here.
Let me see. See, I want a little bit cheaper of an entry, though. If 550 keeps rejecting, I think it makes sense to maybe attack like the range down here. Like this little, let me see if I can get my little drawer. There it is. This range right here. I don't really like the low, but I think, especially if it's lunchtime chop, that might happen.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that 550 might start becoming the upper extreme of that range where we move it down a little bit. We have been seeing, lower highs this entire day, right? Every bounce is, a little shallower than the last one. So maybe 550 is the extreme of that range. We will see here.
I'm going to be mad if I miss it because...
Hey, there's always another bus. There's always another bus.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
gold's breaking lows too.
Yeah, it is. Do you trade gold often, John?
Man.
Not really. I watch gold just because the economic, influence and all that stuff, but yields and all that stuff. So I watch yields. I watch gold a lot. I don't really trade them too often. Maybe I should. I watch them enough, but starting to break down now. Gold's been kind of macro moving with the market. Let's see.
We really lennied ourselves out of a great gold trade this morning. We adjusted our risk after some strong buying came in. It never would have come back to hit our original stop. We got short off the opening range breakout, 5-minute opening range breakout in gold futures this morning. We took the 5-minute, triggered a short signal. We took some profit at 2R and then adjusted our risk and moved our stop into profit. And it blasted right through it, but it never would have taken out our original stop. If we hadn't touched it, we'd still be on the short side trading new lows right now.
I'm looking at that. It came right back to that opening range. JD didn't look above it at all. And right
Didn't
back down.
It, yeah. We had our
nice
stop
trade there.
above.
Anyone in the chat hold that trade?
30. Oh, of course, they all did. They all did.
All the hindsight capital analysts are still short gold, looking for zero, looking for it to trade to zero, unless, of course, it bounces, makes new all-time highs, and that's when they got long. But nice trade if you're still holding it. Gold making new lows on the day, 33.6230, new low on the day there in gold. John, we got those 550s, and
I know, man. Yeah,
20 points. So
should have taken it. Should have taken it.
Next play mode, right? Are we in a range, or is there any opportunity for you to take a long potentially in this market, or is the day time frame trend strong enough that you're only looking for shorts here?
I don't necessarily want a long until we get over 600 or 580 at least, and we hold for an extended period of time. Personally, I've been got too much shorting or longing low of the days. I don't really want to catch a falling knife in that regard. And especially if the labor data, if the story of like Goldman Sachs potential, thoughts on the labor revisions next month is dragging markets down into Jackson Hole, I'm too worried about bears having too much control here and just continuing down personally.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Let's see here. We got the NASDAQ right now down 1.09%. The S&P down about 0.5% on the day. Where's gold on this list? Gold is pretty heavy. Gold down 0.44% as well. So not the biggest percentage-wise days we've seen. We are still kind of looking for some consolidation over these past couple of days. John, you were saying it when we got on. It's like these last couple of days have been choppy. They've been rough to trade. How have you been navigating the markets? Are you taking less trades in this environment? Just a little bit more patient? How's your trading been?
A little bit shorter term trades, a little bit more patient trades. I've been doing okay, honestly, trading this market. Sometimes, like ahead of big economic events or things that people are really apprehensive to trade around, sometimes you get some really easy ranges you can attack, like ahead of CPI or ahead of Jerome Powell speaking. Whenever a lot of it like weighs on that, the market can move in a really predictable like sideways range, and so it's kind of like short the tops, long the bottoms. And maybe we'll get that here right now. If we get down to 515, I don't want to get hit taking that low of the day long and just kind of break down, but we'll see. I think a lot of it's riding on Friday, like a lot of people have said.
Yep. Approaching new lows again in the ES. That 400 bid, 64.35 bid for 400. Still there. It hasn't moved. Someone wants to trade there. Someone wants all those 35s.
The question is, if we get back up
oil chart. What's up, John?
If we get back up to 550, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I want to short it again up at 550. I'll think about it though. Maybe I'll take a short. If we get up to like 445, 545, 550, I might try to attack this short again. But I think maybe 560s could do it as well. I think the closer we get to the lows, the more likely it is that we'll test them just psychologically. We get close to lows, people get there's more anticipation for a test of them. And so it becomes more probable that we're going to, at least test them, not necessarily break them. And we're pretty close to the lows now. So maybe 23.5 could be a bounce level I would take if we hit 23.5, and that's a clean milestone level. I think that makes sense as well. On the long side, that is at 23.5.
I like it.
Yeah, but I have to wait. We're kind of in like the middle range.
Look at this 5-minute chart in crude oil. Perfectly sideways. Perfectly sideways.
I love crude. The most range-bound of range-bound markets. While we wait for a trade here, let's throw it over to Gabe. Today is August 19th, and on this day, Gabe has a history lesson for us. What do we got, Gabe?
All right, guys, we are taking a trip back to 2004. Google became a public company via an initial public offering. At that time, Page, Brin, and Schmidt agreed to work together at Google for 20 years until the year 2024. The company opened up on the NASDAQ market under the ticker symbol Google, G-O-O-G-L, with an offering of about 19,605,000 shares at a price of about $85 per share. Shares were sold in an online auction format using a system built by Morgan Stanley and Credit Suisse, underwriters for the deal. Sale of $1.67 billion gave Google a market cap of more than $23 billion. That is your history lesson of the day. A little market related today. Google's initial public offering, August 19th, 2004. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe. If there was ever a time to have a time machine,
right?
Set it back 21 years and buy a couple shares and hold them.
That's right.
Good stuff, Gabe.
Yeah.
All right.
It's also don't forget, guys. It's also National Potato Day, so get your lunch plans ready to go. I think I might order something out myself. Get a baked potato.
Yeah, baked potatoes are good. Yeah.
John, favorite way to prepare a potato? It's National Potato Day.
I don't know. I went to Jason's Deli the other day, and they have like huge potatoes. Usually I go with just conventional bacon, cheese, sour cream, but they had a barbecue one with a brisket that was very good. And so maybe a barbecue brisket baked potato is pretty solid.
That sounds Fire. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that
I'm
was
gonna
good.
go
That was good.
simple. Wedges. Some good potato wedges are like the
Wedges.
best potatoes. Yeah. You tell I'm hungry.
Little
Throw in
olive
some lunch
oil,
too,
little
JD.
salt, little pepper. Throw 'em in
Yeah,
the
there
oven.
you go.
Yeah,
Right
there you go.
there you
You
go.
can't lose. Yeah, that's right.
Cannot lose.
It's hard to mess that up.
NASDAQ trading 23 530s right now. John looking for these 515s. I kind of feels like, the closer we get to this 500 level, the more it's going to act like a magnet. Maybe we see the market trade to it. We got the Dow, kind of dealing with 45,000s right now. The Dow looked like it was going to lead us to the upside initially, and then got on the trend with everything else to the downside. Seeing some more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ 23,522. S&P getting ready to take out a new low of the day as well. 64.36 low a day in the S&P.
Yeah, the range played out. It played out 550 to 515, 520.
Yes, it did.
We'll see if we
Good
can take a
call there,
long
John.
at 5. I appreciate it. I wish I actually took the trade, but at least it builds confidence a little bit. We'll see if we can get a 23.5. I'd take a long at 23.5. I think as long as we don't have too much downward momentum. Sometimes these get bought up, and yeah, that 515 level is getting bought up now. Looks like a big bear flag, though. Very obvious bear flag.
What time frame are you looking at that on? That bear flag?
I'm on a 1 minute chart, but I can. Sure, but I can see it probably plays out on a 5 minute as well, most likely, right? Let's see.
Okay.
Not quite on a 5. Not quite there yet. Maybe a bounce, but the real test level is the triple bottom at 515. Really, low of the day, triple bottom there. See if buyers step in.
That tilt did pair back. We did see 69% long tilt right at those 550s. We were saying they were underwater, maybe looking for the market to get them back to break even, and they did not get it. So back to 59% long in the tilt now, 63% short tilt in gold, making new lows of the day, 33.62 evens last trade in gold.
Get a little baby 3-minute double bottom here in the ES.
Right.
You break out
of
64.44. Make a little pop here.
You were saying, John?
Brad. Oh, I see Brad in chat saying 485 looks like the safer level. And I agree, it might be. If we hit 485 quickly, I'm going to get a little scared of momentum, I think, in that situation. Like, if we get all the way down to here, that fast, that's where momentum could catch up. If that makes sense, 45 right here. It's possible.
Yeah. What are you seeing on that 485? Is it something on a higher time frame chart? Are you looking at a daily or something for that level? Or
I'm just responding to Brad in the chat, really, about 485.
Gotcha.
Sometimes, if you I play whole dollar levels, but sometimes you can kind of get quick movements there and back that fake you out. And so sometimes, giving a little bit of room under or over makes sense. But right
especially
now,
with the NASDAQ, right?
100%, yeah. The volatility of it just moves. We have lower lows here, which makes sense. The 200 exponential is way up there, though. I like playing the 200 exponential a lot on a 1 minute or 5 minute chart. But it's all the way over 600s, and so just got a range here that I'm nervous to. I don't want to get stuck at the chop, basically.
I hear you. Yeah, it's a good choice. Good choice. Do not have to place a trade. Gold is continuing to make new lows here. 33.6160 in gold. Seeing some really nice selling coming in there. We were talking about that during the opening call this morning, right? If we start to see the selling below 75s in gold. The pattern that it's been trading is, trade to the lower extreme of that daily range that we've been in, 120 days in the same range in gold, and that is all the way down at 33.30s. So we may just be beginning that move in gold here, but making new lows.
He's a push down in the NASDAQ.
We're just looking for that crude oil article that we shared during the opening call too. I just found it again. Wanted to see how crude is stacking up against what these big time money managers are doing in the crude oil market. Listen to this. If you weren't here for the opening call, we shared this article. This came from an article written by oilprice.com based off of some data that came out in the Commitment of Traders report in crude oil earlier this week. So a couple of bullet points. Speculators are driving oil futures to the most bearish positioning since 2009. Money managers, professional money managers, now hold the first ever combined net short in West Texas Intermediate crude oil futures across both the CME and ICE exchanges, making it the most bearish positioning since 2009.
That is first time ever. So significant for sure.
Institutional traders loading up on the short side in crude oil.
Interesting. So
John,
they basically expect a Middle East, or not Middle East, but they expect conflict resolution. I'm assuming, if they think oil is going to decrease. Yeah, I just posted this news. Meta is supposed to downsize their AI division, and some executives are expected to leave. That is causing Meta to test lows real quick, and I think that might be helping the NASDAQ drop right now. We'll still look for 23.5 if we get here. So we'll still look for it, but almost there. We might be able to start scaling now. I'm going to try here a little bit early, but that's okay. And then we'll maybe add another. We just took 4 micros, and we'll look to add another 4 if we get down to 23.5.
We got John in a trade here. And thanks for sharing that Meta news. I think that's the second company we've seen recently that kind of cut their AI division. I think we saw Tesla do something similar recently, or maybe that was compute team that they cut. But interesting stuff here. What price did you get long in there, John?
So I'm at 512. But I'll look to add another 4 at 23.5s. And we'll keep it about 8. And then a risk level. My risk level is probably about 480 right here. And then I'm going to look for a larger reward target up to maybe 550 if we can get it. So that's the plan. But ideally, I'd like to see a bounce at 500 with it.
I'm not really seeing a whole lot on the books at 500 here. There's really nothing on the order book sitting there. 40 contracts. We just sold through those new lows in the NASDAQ.
All right. So we just added that other 4. And then we'll use 480 as a risk.
All right. What's your average price now?
Average price is 504.75.
504. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see. If we get too bearish.
Yes, looking weak.
Yeah.
It is 64.32 half last trade in the S&P. Still no short tilt, right? It looks like sellers are not jumping into this. Remember that tilt is the aggregate position of Topstep traders in sim accounts. But it's still a 57% long tilt in the NASDAQ, not really jumping on the trend yet. 23,495 last trade in the NASDAQ. Did make a new low on the day there. We got John long 8 micros from 504. Let's see. I do like paying attention to these whole number levels, right? If we don't get the conviction for sellers through here, we may see a bounce.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's a good risk reward trade.
Yep.
It's just as long as the momentum doesn't keep up is what I'm worried about. If the momentum keeps down, I'll just be an easy cut. We got a little cushion on the day anyway, so we can risk it. But yeah, we'll try to give it a little bit more room on the upside if we can. A $20 risk, $25 risk. Reward target would be about $50. So as long as we don't dump down and hit 480 and then bounce back up, I'll be okay with no matter what happens.
Joe Black in the chat having a conversation with himself, targeting 64.20. Joe Black targeting 64.20. I love it when he starts talking to himself in the chat.
Sometimes that's what you got to do, you know. But trading can be a lonely game, you know.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we get over 5.
I'm gonna bounce here. Testing these 23.5s now.
Yeah, as long as we don't hold too much resistance, which is possible for sure.
But John, we'll let you manage this trade. We can explain it afterwards why you got in long. But you guys heard John was looking at this reaction to this whole number level, 23.500s, and then taking an opportunity from there with managed risk, right? You know, could this continue to go? Yes, but John's going to be out of that if it does.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a mix of like, okay, so I have a, 100%. And I have a cushion on the day. And so no matter what, even if it turns against me, I'll be fine. I think this situation makes a lot of sense, especially with it being lunchtime. We're extended on the downside, maybe not too extended. I still think momentum's on the downside for sure. But I think if we end up pushing up, we could squeeze some of the shorts out. But if not, we'll just cut this, you know. And we got into a good risk reward trade. And honestly, I haven't lost on Top Step TV in a minute. And so if now's my time to lose, honestly,
Right.
I've really started
No,
thinking
don't
about
talk like
trading
that.
in power hour. No, we're gonna win. I'm just gonna put it out into the universe. But if I lose today, I lose today. I'll be all right with it. I've had like 7 showings in a row where I've been green. And so if now's my time, you know, I probably deserve it. So
7 in a row. And John is going to be on with us later this week as well. He'll be here Tuesday trading with JD and I. So we'll see. We'll see if we can keep the streak going. But it's like baseball, right? The perfect way to get a no-hitter is not to talk about the no-hitter, right? You just let it happen.
Exactly.
That's right.
Just keep throwing pitches. Just keep throwing pitches.
I should have said anything.
484 new low there in the NASDAQ. The S&P trading 64.31.5 currently.
Sure.
Let's see what we get here. Still no tilt to really talk about here. So a lot of traders in the chat saying this is a short, but that tilt is still long. So are you guys trading it? Let us know, chat, if you are still in these shorts. Maybe you took your profits, locked it up, and just watching the show right now. Seen a little bit of a bounce here. NASDAQ trading 23,495. That 500 level, right? That's the line in the sand. Do we have enough sellers in this market to continue lower, right? Do they gain any traction below 500? Or do they start to cover as, you know, day traders who are in profit here, probably been short all day. At some point, you got to take profits, right? So we may see a bounce here.
Yeah, we're almost back up there. Yeah, that 485 level was right that Brad talked about.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it
props to
was.
Brad. Yeah. Good job, bro. He was right about that one. As long we still got time, but it's just momentum versus extension. You know, we'll see if we can.
Last week's hold low held really well on that last bounce in the NQ. 23,587 last week's low in the NQ. Held strong.
Yes, it did.
All right, we're gonna have to cut it right here. We're out. It's okay.
All right.
It was time. It was time. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Good call. Good call. Took a try. Took the opportunity. It's one of many trades that you're going to take. We're not going to get them all right, even though we like to pretend that we will. We're not going to get them all right. So I think the right move there, cut it. You can reassess, see if we get another opportunity. We are seeing some orders here on the offer step in.
Sure.
Interesting here. NASDAQ did make a new low on the day, 23,474.50. Seeing about a 10-point bounce from that point. Is this how do you assess now, John? You took a trade, losing trade. Is this one that you would get back into? Do you give yourself a little bit of a break in between?
I'm gonna give myself a break. Yeah, probably. Sometimes my best trades are trades when I jump right back into something, like something changes and I jump back into it. But I also think there's risks in that situation of like spiraling into a frustration mindset where you're frustrated, like a revenge trade. Usually, if I take a loss, sometimes I'll jump back in. If I have like an idea and it fits perfectly within that idea, sure. But if not, I usually just give myself a little bit of time, wait, try to reevaluate trend and see what happens so I don't kind of revenge trade too much. I still think it's possible we bounce back, but we'll see. 75 held, which is kind of a $0.25 level that I like to look at too. But leading into power hour might be where we get some of those moves happening.
You did say that, John. Whole numbers, halves, and quarters, and we did bounce off of those 75s pretty nicely there.
Yeah, I got stopped out by like $5, so it happens. You got to laugh at it when it does, I think.
Yeah, you do, man. Yeah, you do. 33.63.70 last trade in gold. We did see a little bit of a bounce off the lows there. Gold, again, down about 0.5% right now, so could potentially have some room lower here. We got the S&P trading 64.31 evens, made a low at 64.27.75, and the NASDAQ made a low 47.5 and currently trading 20 points above that, 49.50. 49.50.
Sure. Yeah, if we continue that trend, we could go up to like 525s and then head back down. That's possible too. It's all just trying to figure out who's in control. I think we bounce up to 525s. Shorts might be willing to jump back in, but I might take a trade at 525s on the short side. But
okay,
we'll see. Maybe.
John, looking at 525s. This 500 level seems like it's going to be, a fight here.
Sure.
Where sellers have tried to push it. They got 25 points below it. You may have, had some shorts getting in saying, okay, finally, I'm going to sell it. If we don't hold below 500s, you may see a little bit of a bounce. And I like that 525 area that you're looking at there, John.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I'll be a little disappointed my long didn't work if we push up here. Usually you get stopped out of a trade. You're not really rooting for the same direction. You'd rather just break down and be wildly wrong. I think,
right. Yeah. Just make me all the way wrong, right? Instead of just a little wrong.
Exactly. By $5, but that's how it goes.
Fine. You want to sell off, go to zero, right? Don't stop until
That's
you
do. 100%. That's right.
Then you're right. You're right about your risk management at that point.
Exactly. Confirms your exit, right?
Exactly. Okay, cattle made a new high on the day during this segment. Again, I don't know what happens at 12 p.m. Eastern time, 11 a.m. Central in the cattle markets, but they start moving. We've seen, 1% moves during this hour in cattle alone. Something's going on there. 68% long.
I think it closes right around this time. I think cattle closes right around now. Coop, are you in the chat? What time does cattle close? I think it's like 12:15 Central Time. 12 or 12:15.
Yeah. I was gonna make another terrible Tuesday joke there, but I'm not gonna. I gave myself one already.
Yeah, I was wondering if there is actually any professional cattle day traders that just trade cattle, and how do you explain that to somebody? It sounds kind of obscure, but I'm sure there's people that
speculating on beef.
Right, cattle prices.
Beef speculator, right?
Yeah. Super nuanced, I guess.
Yeah. Who could tell you all about it? There's a real low supply right now. There's not a whole lot of beef out there, and that's why we see prices just continuing to rip.
So you said it in the chat there, John. Your stop should have been a better entry.
100%. Yeah, hindsight.
Game we play sometimes, man. Yeah.
500 could reject here. It's holding a little bit. Like you could tell some sellers are stepping in at 5 just to see if we retrace that bottom back down. But if they start to get squeezed out, that's where we might go back up to 525. But I was off by $5. Maybe I should have gone with the $0.25 exit at 475, or maybe let it test there. But it's all good.
All good.
Arthur Gill in the chat, one of our Stetson winners. Gill passed a combine trading live cattle. He got that hat.
Nice. Sometimes the low liquidity markets can be more predictable, if that makes sense. Like the trends are a little bit easier. I don't really do it too much. I usually like the volatility of the NASDAQ, but I'm sure you can find some trade ideas there.
Like you said, probably a lot less speculators in the cattle market than there are in the NASDAQ, right? Where it's probably moving off of, more so spot prices, cash prices, and less on opinion.
Right. No, 100%.
NASDAQ
Or like
trading
catalyst.
23,505. Maybe holding these 500s as a support here. I know John was looking at these 525s to the upside for a potential short. Let's see if we get there about 20 points off of that level right now.
Yeah. Walt Hooker in the chat says, I know some ranchers and feeders that are trading cattle. More likely than not, if they're producers, they're using the cattle futures market to hedge their actual products.
Sure.
That is, after all, the purpose of the futures markets is a hedge for producers. The rest of us are just speculators.
Right, we're kind of joining their party, so to speak.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, we're right at my entry level at 505, so naturally I'm just hoping we dump down here and break lows. But we'll see what happens. Getting up there.
We are seeing I'm seeing a consistent bid step in. Somebody just like continues to bid 400 contracts right below the market, and push us a couple of points higher, and then they pull it. So I don't know what the intentions are of that order, but it started happening right around those 480s. Someone comes in, bids 400, market pops up just a little bit. We get a pullback, they bid again. So maybe pushing the market just a little bit higher here. We got a couple more minutes left in this segment, Trade with Topstep. John, tell us a little bit about your YouTube page. I'm looking over there now. Got almost 3,000 videos on YouTube. You do live streaming.
Thanks so much.
Tell us what's going on over there.
Yeah, man. So I mostly cover economic reports and data. That's what we cover a lot, is economic reports and data. We trade live, but my whole premise is like, I don't claim to be an expert. I don't claim to be the greatest day trader of all time or anything like that. It's just a place to learn and grow and talk about markets and finance. And so, yeah, I've been running it for a few years. Started out as a hobby, kind of has grown since then. And yeah, it's been a blessing for sure.
Nice. Good stuff, man. If you see, John is in the chat. He's the blue name beginner trader. So you can click on John's YouTube page there if you want to give him a follow. 163,000 subscribers over there, John. How long have you been doing it?
Nice.
2017, I think, is when I started.
Okay.
I started off in penny stocks, and then I just got destroyed in penny stocks. And eventually I started trading the SPY and Q. And then I realized that I didn't need to get around the PDT rule if I traded futures. That brought me to Topstep, and been there ever since, So
Got you.
Been fun.
Nice. Been in the game for a while. Seeing that rejection up there, we didn't get to 525s. High that move was about 510, 511 in the NASDAQ, trading 30 points lower now, 23,488. So for those longs, every time we've seen the long tilt get to somewhere near 70%, it hits that 69% level. We saw it up at 550s. We saw it again here at 510s. That tilt pairs back, and the market does as well. So are there opportunities for longs in this market? Maybe, 30, 40 point bounces in the NASDAQ, but they are, for what the market has been showing so far today, see profit, take profit trade. So I'm looking for that V reversal, V bottom reversal. It's just not happening yet. Shorts are having a lot of fun today.
Yeah, bears, they're in control for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you're going to take longs, you got to have a loose risk, small trade, loose risk, just kind of try to let it bounce back. And then I think something we might see is a bounce back towards the middle hours of the day sometimes. And then we might see a continuation of the downside, or maybe we'll get an end of the day reversal. You never know. But
yeah, that's
probably
what we got Delta negative 2,000 in the NASDAQ, congruent with direction. So these are, sellers pretty serious about selling this. In the S&P, see negative 7,500 Delta, again, congruent with direction. So that squeeze potential that we look for at the end of the day, it may play out, it may not. We still got about 3 hours left in the session. These are pretty strong sellers come in, and really all day. They started early and just have not stopped selling this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe a healthy pullback
Strong
here.
15-minute candles. Strong 15-minute candles on the ES. So sellers definitely in charge right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. At 475 level holding. I feel better about my trade though, because at least we're going opposite. At least my stop was good. You always hate to get stopped out by $5 in the NASDAQ, but
yeah,
we'll see if we break lows here. So I feel a little bit better. There we go. Just cracked them.
New lows in the NASDAQ as we speak. We got a couple minutes left here. John, thanks for joining us. Thanks for trading with us. John's going to be back on Thursday. But before we go today, John, anything else you want to say to our audience? Plug your YouTube channel, any socials or anything like that before we get out of here.
No, sure. I appreciate, being on the show, and y'all just be careful, leading into Jackson Hole. There might be choppiness. There might be sideways. There might be apprehension. I think we got the Fed minutes tomorrow as well. So y'all just be careful, see profit, take profit trades. I think that makes a lot of sense. And so, yeah, y'all be careful. I appreciate the support.
Awesome stuff. John, they want you to say that you're the third best trader. Who are the first two? Who are the first two? Your number three.
I would go with Bernard Arnault, Michael Burry. Sarcastically, the first two, maybe.
Okay. Where's Nancy in that list?
Oh, Nancy's number one, actually. I'm going to remove Bernardo,
League of her own.
making Nancy number one. Yeah, 100%, 100% agree.
League of her own. Yeah,
she's at the tip of the
good stuff.
top for sure.
Good stuff. Well, John, it's been fun. JD, you are going to stick around for the next segment. We got Lunchbox Trading. Get your potatoes ready to go. We got JD, Shay, and Coach D coming up. Shay is on Coach Deanna's VIP team. They're going to hang around until about 12:45 Central Time. Then we got Alex Ferreira and Andre coming in. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time for Lunchbox trading. It just so happens to be National Potato Day. Hope you took a minute to prepare your favorite spud. Joining us today, we've got Shay from the great state of Michigan, a member of the Chameleonaires Topstep VIP Season 3, and we're joined by his coach, Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires. Shay, good afternoon. How are you feeling today?
Pretty good. Excited.
Awesome. Great to have you. Coach Deanna, how's it going for you today? You in the markets at all? What's going on?
No, I've been messing around with Topstep API, so I've been in coding land all day. Yeah.
Anything you care to share with us?
Not just yet. I'm just literally started it like 2 days ago, just creating some structure around it, and there's nothing to show for yet. But it's very interesting. I want to try and translate some of my models that we do in some of my other projects and businesses into Topstep. So yeah, we'll see. It's probably going to take a while. There needs to be
very cool.
A lot of work done before I can share anything. So yeah, but you'll be the first to know.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Can't wait to catch up with you on that. Just so everybody knows, we have the White House press briefing about to start. Has not started yet. I'm looking at the stream right now. As soon as it goes live, we're going to try and pipe that in. And if they start talking about anything, I'm going to keep an eye on the headlines. Always got one eye on the ditch. And if headlines start flying out and we see markets moving, we'll turn up the volume and see what's happening in that press briefing. Not expecting a whole lot. It's going to be a lot of questions about yesterday, the meeting with Ukraine President Zelensky and other European Union leaders. I believe much of what they're going to be talking about today has already been spoken about, not exhaustively, but I don't think we're going to learn anything new from this press briefing. It's going to be just a quick couple statements and some Q&A, but probably nothing too market moving. Again, though, we will pipe it in just to be on the safe side and keep you all apprised of what's happening there. All right, Shay, let's get into it. Topstep VIP account creation should be starting, possibly underway. But are you excited to get into this account? What are your expectations as we get started in Season 3 of VIP? Oh, did we lose Shay's audio? Oh, no, I think we lost him. That's okay.
Like
That's okay.
The echo cancellation is a little bit harsh because
he sounded fine just a second ago.
Yeah.
That's okay. We'll come back to Shay. We'll get it figured out. Deanna, you chose Shay to come in. Have you guys met before? Have you been talking in Discord?
We haven't. I think you've been in chat, so I wanted to know a little bit more about you, and I thought this would be an excellent opportunity to do so. And also, if you want to share at some point once we get the audio done, how you're looking at the markets, and how you're currently approaching your trading style, and then also some of your struggles as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we love doing the most around here. When we bring new people on, we want to know what they're looking at in the markets, what they're seeing when they put a trade on, how they're reacting to movements. A day like today, are you on the right side or are you on the wrong side? This has been a pretty straightforward down move today. Hindsight Capital, live here on Topstep TV. But yeah, interested to get his perspective on the markets. Shay, are you with us again? Let's see. Nope. Still off on the audio. That's okay. I think this White House press briefing is just about to start in another minute or two. I see the camera starting to get focused. People are taking their seats. We'll see if anything worthwhile comes from this. All right, Deanna. Looks like it's you and I for a few more minutes. What's been going on in the markets since yesterday? We had you on with another one of your VIPs. Kind of got sidetracked by the Zelensky-Trump meeting, so we didn't get to talk to him too much. But have you been in the market since yesterday? Are you seeing anything? What's going on?
So I've been tracking what's going on. Now, August is not my favorite time of the year to trade at all, which is why I've decided to do other things. But I'm always watching. I can see everything. So I've been watching natural gas. It started moving a little bit more, so maybe we can have a bit of a settlement fade to the upside. That's the only thing I'm seeing as an obvious setup. Silver has started moving. So silver was pretty quiet for a while. We look on the daily chart. So we've had quite a few weeks of being fairly range bound and sort of some movement, but generally not really going anywhere. Now, today's move is interesting because it's almost following gold in a pretty high correlation. So whether this is a sign that maybe metals have reached the high for now, that's my hypothesis. And also seasonally, I think silver likes to turn around about this time of the year and go into some shorts. So that's something that I've been watching as a general idea, maybe coming into next week or maybe beginning of September. I would still like to see it get down to 37 and maybe even break 36 to the downside for like a really committed swing move down. But no, I'm not really looking to trade too much whilst the summer doldrums are in full swing. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
What do you think the you never really heard too much about seasonal tendencies for silver.
Yeah.
Why do you think that occurs? A seasonal tendency in silver.
Oh, yeah, I think it's probably best to ask somebody who's more fundamental, but I just look at patterns. I'm just like, oh, this happened that summer and this happened that summer. There's also a gold penchant to create a low in December and then to start going back up, and then that trend continues throughout January. So, over the years, you just kind of start noticing these things. And as you've, I like to journal a lot. So obviously I write everything down. I write the month, the time of day, what could be impacting the price. And I don't know about silver, but I just think that the metals have come up so high. They're just a little bit exhausted. Everybody, like, how high can gold go? How high can silver go? And obviously quite high, certainly over 3K, close to 4K. But at some point, we have to have some sort of take profit move happening. So I don't know. I just think this is more technical than anything fundamental. And maybe some seasonality, taking profits as people start the next quarter into the end of the year. And perhaps that's the main reason for it. But I don't know, maybe we can ask someone who's like deep into the fundamentals of metals. I'm just
I'd really like to know.
Simple day trader.
I'd really like to. I am interested to know more about the fundamentals of silver, especially if there's seasonal tendencies, seasonal patterns. What's affecting that? Is it production, supply, a little bit of both, a little bit of everything?
I would probably say a little bit of both. Yeah. Because obviously we had gold jumping to December contract. Now I know why that happens, and it happens on most years where we kind of get to July and August, and then suddenly we don't go to October, we immediately go to December. And I know that that's because of the requirements for the users of the commodity. Obviously at Christmas, you have presents, jewelry, and everybody is asking for their delivery of gold to happen in around about that time. So that's why crude oil is like every month, but gold frequently skips a few months. And I actually went digging for this a few years ago when one of my students from the market talker side asked me about it, and I was like, I don't know. And then I started kind of digging, and it was definitely because of the delivery requirements. So maybe there's something like that going on with silver as well. But yeah, maybe I'll do some research and we can talk about it at some point.
Awesome. Yeah, that makes perfect sense too. All right, we do have a little bit of news. We got a clip in the back for Home Depot. We saw them with a little bit of a miss on their earnings this morning. Earnings came out about 5 o'clock a.m. Central Time this morning. We saw a spike in the Dow, even though those earnings were a little bit off. But this is another article or another piece of content Fixing and remodeling things around your house could get a little more expensive. Home Depot announced prices on some of its items are likely to be going up very soon. It broke the news in a release of its quarterly earnings results early this morning. The nation's largest home improvement retailer says the Trump administration's tariffs are having a ripple effect on their products. Home Depot says just under 50% of its inventory is imported from suppliers outside of the U.S. The company says while some products will go up in price, it won't be broad-based. 50% of their products are imported from outside the U.S. That's is that normal? Is that a lot or is that a little? I don't know. It sounds like a lot.
I'd say it's
Prices at the home. You'd say it's a lot. It sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
But expect an uptick in prices at the Home Depot coming soon. Do you have Home Depots in the UK? Have you ever been to one?
No, but we have equivalent, which is called Home Base and B&Q. So we have those kind of things. But I think they mainly have domestic stuff. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm sure they import some stuff. But you go in there and it's a lot of British companies. Yeah.
Fair enough. Keeping an eye on this White House press conference. Still hasn't started yet. I don't see. Oh, walking out right now. Okay. Taking the podium as we speak. I don't think we're getting the feed in the back, but I've got an eye on the news. It's okay. Getting some quotes already. Press Secretary Leavitt, Putin agreed to begin the next phase of peace process. So they were talking about scheduling a meeting after Trump met with Ukrainian President Zelensky yesterday. It looks like they're securing that meeting right now. Haven't seen anything about a time frame yet, when it's going to happen, where it's going to happen, but talks are happening right now. Not much of a market reaction.
Well, not yet. Let's see what they say. I think the markets are really hoping for peace rather than anything else. And obviously they shrugged off Trump's comments yesterday. It's like, yeah. I was obviously here with you, and it moved a little bit, but then it just fizzled out. Nothing.
Sending something over to Cam right now. Hang on a second. But ES put in a new low of the day in the ES, 64.22 half. We're trading right around this 9 EMA right now, 62.48 even. Checking in on the tilt, see if anything's changed. We got a little bit long in the equity, 62% long in the ES, 66% long in Q, 52% short in crude, and 54% short in gold. So pretty flat in crude and gold, and a little bit long in the equities. Gold is going to settle officially for the day in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes till gold officially settles. Checking back in on these headlines. Say again, D?
Crude oil popped the toe in the new low of the day.
Oh, let's take a look.
Just a little bit.
Yep, there it is. Just dipped below. Trading back inside that range, going back to, I mean, you could actually extend this all the way back till 3 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Just a sideways market pretty much all day. I don't know if you were listening to the previous segment, D, but I was talking about an article that I found yesterday on oilprice.com about money managers, speculators, putting on these massive short positions in crude oil right now. There hasn't been. So money managers right now, I'm going to read the quote again. Money managers now hold the first ever combined net short in West Texas Intermediate crude futures across the CME and ICE exchanges, making it the most bearish positioning since 2009. Heavy bearish positions in crude oil right now.
So $60, here we come, eh?
$60.
Mm-hmm.
Were you trading crude in 2009? Were you there for that sort of?
No, I started it in,
bottom?
so I was still trading Forex in 2009. So I only started trading crude in 2012 when I went into prop. And they effectively gave me, put me on an equities desk. I didn't like that. And they're like, okay, why don't you try crude oil? So I tried it. I liked it. Stuck with it for about 12 years. Last year it died on me. And now we're trading other things. So
There you have it. So when they talk about this position sizing being the largest since 2009, we were sort of talking about it this morning during the opening call. The last time this happened is when a bottom was put in, right? Could that same scenario work out again? Yeah.
I was just about to say that. Like as soon as the major press releases and start saying how something is too low and it's going lower, it's the lowest it's been, and it's the biggest positioning, I'm always thinking, maybe I should get like
got a turn, right?
at least like a long call or something, just like as a punt.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Yeah, contrarian D, you know.
Exactly. And it turned into a huge bull market after that
It
2009 low was
yeah.
put in.
Yeah. 2014 was one of my best years for crude oil. It was amazing.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. That and 2020. So those 2 years. Just absolute madness. Like you just needed to pick, especially once it went up to, because we had like a bit of a crude oil crisis. So then kind of they pushed it up to 114, I think. Once it started turning around, all you needed to do is just find any old reference point and go short. Like you didn't need a buy button. It was amazing. And it would just fall like 350 ticks, 400 ticks, 500 ticks. Easy. Like 350 ticks was the average range back then. And they kind of held on for quite a number of years. Then we fell down to 220, stayed in the 220 to 200 range. And then last year we went down to like $1 a day, which was insane to me. It's not the same market. So it's either that somebody's trying to keep the crude oil prices down, or I don't know, maybe people are just not interested in trading it as much. So maybe there's no liquidity, but something's changed for sure.
There's an interesting take on it. But there was a time when crude oil was the most popular traded product here at Topstep too. It's been quite a few years since that shift occurred and everybody moved over to the NASDAQ. But yeah, something did happen, and it just turned everybody off of that market, and they haven't gone back.
No.
We've got the press secretary down there at the bottom of the screen. I'm still watching for headlines. Last headline that came out.
She is.
Levitt on security guarantees U.S. boots will not be put on the ground in Ukraine. That is a promise. Still no real market reaction, though. Let's take a look back at the ES. We're popping just a little bit.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of that is technical, because ES is sitting both at my ADR low and at my implied volatility level for the day. Of course, I don't have ES on my live. Hold on.
Some comments in the chat about our crude oil discussion.
Yep.
Drops Trades LLC says it's probably the year they couldn't give away the oil. I remember after that rally in 2009, T. Boone Pickens came out, the big oil magnate from Oklahoma, said we'll never see $80 oil again. It was trading at like $140 a barrel. We will never see $80 a barrel again. And he was proven wrong within just a couple of short months, but
yeah. What year was that? When did he say that?
When did he say that? 2010, maybe? I could look it up. Let's find out. When did Boone Pickens say we'll never see $80 oil again? I'm typing it in now.
That's why you should never do like predictions. Maybe you can give the timeline. It's like we won't see crude oil at 80 this year or anytime soon. But don't say ever again. That's just such a such a big statement.
Ooh, this article's from 2006, actually.
Oh.
That's not the right article then.
Hmm.
It was right around then, 2009, 2010. I'll put out that. I'll put out that guess. Some more headlines coming out. Accommodations for Zelensky-Putin meeting are underway. Maybe we can turn up the volume for a minute and see what they're talking about here.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to litigate the private conversations between the president and President Putin, aside from what the president himself has already spoken on. But I can tell you there are many options that are being discussed by our national security team right now with both parties.
Can you give us an indication of where?
I just told you we'll provide you details as soon as we can. Thank you for trying, though. Libby.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to ask about the National Guard troops. How is the White House coordinating with how they're being placed in D.C., what areas? And then also, how long should people here in the district anticipate the National Guard to be on the ground patrolling the streets?
I don't have a timeline for you, Libby, but we will keep you posted on that. I think the president, as you know, and this administration, he came to this briefing room with members of his cabinet to lay out the rationale and the reasoning for federalizing the National Guard here in Washington, D.C., and for our work with the Metropolitan Police Department to make our district safer. We've seen violent crime has taken the lives of far too many residents here in our nation's capital, and the president wants to make it safe again. And as for the coordination efforts, this interagency team is meeting and talking daily. In fact, there's a meeting taking place right now in the West Wing with members of the interagency task force to continue to discuss not just the National Guard deployment, but also how we can continue to remove public safety threats off of the streets of Washington, which, as the numbers I just showed you prove, they are doing every single night. I will just reiterate, 465 total arrests and counting since the start of this operation. I believe 11 or 12 days ago. I'll have to check the calendar, but those are pretty remarkable results. If not for this task force and their high level of coordination and the leadership of this president, there would have been 465 more violent criminals on the streets of this capital that you all live in every day. So I think we should all be very grateful for that. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 3 questions about the D.C. crackdown.
Sure.
First, I was wondering if you could clarify something President Trump said.
I think we can turn that down now. It's about, seems like they're just talking about the National Guard in D.C. now. This isn't really market moving
No.
news at the moment.
I always feel like she's shouting at us, like she's like scolding me, you know?
Stop yelling at me. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yes, you know, you shouldn't
Kind
be
of her
doing
job,
that.
though.
You should not be doing that. It's like, okay.
It's got to keep order in the room. That room's chaos anyway, from what I hear. I wouldn't want to be in there. We're trying to get
Yeah,
Jack
it's
and
horrible.
James in there, though.
Mm. Oh, really?
They opened up. They opened up for applications. Was it earlier this year? Any news source could apply for a White House press pass. So
Wow.
we put in our application. We're waiting for a response. Can you imagine
That'd be
Top Step
cool.
TV in the White House briefing
Yeah.
room? That would be excellent.
That'd be amazing. That'd be awesome. Jack
All right,
Belzer
we've
from
got some
Topstep
more.
TV.
Yes,
President,
Jack
where
Belzer,
do you
Topstep
think?
TV.
Where do you think it should we buy on Q? Is it buy the dip time?
Is it time to buy stocks again? Every time you say it's time to buy stocks, it's time to buy stocks. Well, let's take a look at some XFA hot streaks from yesterday. You guys ready to see these?
Oh yes.
We've got some excellent traders to highlight here. Up at the top, VID is still hanging around. 43 days on this heater worth $13,980. Picked up another $200 trade in the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Then we've got Joshua B. on a 36-day ripper, $13,214 in profits. Made about $350 trading gold yesterday. JC is still on the hunt. 30 days worth $42,178. No doubt our hot streaks P&L leader on the XFA side. Picked up another $600 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Muhammad, 30 days worth $15,673. Made $1,056 trading the micro NASDAQ. And then Jonathan R, 27 days worth $8,539. 250 in his pocket trading the NQ yesterday. Big shout out to these XFA traders. All right, looks like we lost D. We lost Shay. Shay, did we get any volume back on you yet? Nope, still no volume for Shay. That's a bummer. I was looking forward to talking to Shay about his experience, how he found Topstep, his trading style, how much he's looking forward to VIP, what his expectations of VIP are. It's what this segment is really about, talking to some of these VIP traders and getting to know them, and just learning. Everybody learning, you know. Oh, we got D-Bag again.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, and it kicked me out, so I had to re-log in. Every time we have these White House press briefings, I don't know whether somebody's messing with the satellites, because I'm actually on Starlink. I don't have a normal broadband connection because we're in the middle of nowhere. And yesterday, the European YouTube stream went down. It kept kicking me out, and it was all to do with like US websites. So I was like, stop attacking the satellites.
I think I found the timing very curious myself, you know, right at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. Everyone in Europe, it was like a blackout on YouTube.
Yeah.
We were looking at our stream stats, and we were talking in our daily production meeting after the markets closed. And we had like our biggest downtick in viewership as that press conference was happening. And it was the conversation started with, how did we lose viewers when we started watching that stream? And it turned out it was because as soon as that news feed went live, all of Europe blacked out on YouTube. They were unable to access YouTube, which is, I think, the only place to really watch the stream live.
Including me.
Mm-hmm.
And again.
So, very curious, very interesting timeline there. But Starlink to the rescue, huh? Let's check back in on these markets. Oh, we lost her again. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at the tail. We got 70% long in the ES, 74% long in the NQ, 52% short in crude, and 51% short in gold. Equities tilt ticking up right now. Again, 70% long ES, 73% long NQ. We're just grinding higher right now in the ES. This volatility is really drying up too. Looking at a 5-minute chart. Let's take a look at a 15-minute chart actually. Let's spread this out. So we got some nice wicks on the downside, a little excess to the downside. So this buying might have some legs for a little bit.
So
looking back at our 5-minute.
The wick connection is happening again. We do have. So just wanna draw your attention to 64.30. So that's my ADR low. If we
gone again. 64.30 ADR low. That's average daily range low. I don't know what these average daily range in the ES is. I know different services give different ranges there. You know the drill there. But 64.30, we'll keep an eye on that. We still have this press conference happening right now. Any more news? Any more sound? Order filled. Who's in the market?
Order filled. Order filled.
Was that UD? Did you just get in?
No, I did not.
Oh, maybe it was Shay. Shay's still in the back. We can't hear him, but maybe he's putting on trades. Shay, give me a thumbs up if you just got in the market. Nope, maybe not.
No.
Decent grind higher happening in equities right now, though. We do see volume sort of dying off, though, but we'll see if we can hold this little pop in equities right now. A couple minutes, we got a special guest coming in, 12:45 p.m. Central Time. Andre is going to be jumping in with our resident Olympian. We're going to hear about what Alex Ferreira is up to. He's off to training camp again, starting tomorrow. We won't see him for a couple of weeks. But if you didn't know, Alex Ferreira, he's a skier. He's going to the Winter Olympics, 2026 Winter Olympics, coming up very soon, just a couple of months away. And training is underway. Well, it's been underway, but now it's go time, right? Looking forward to seeing, hearing about what's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks with him. He always brings a great attitude and great stories about what he's doing. So looking forward to that. 64.35 last trade in the ES and still popping. Bid just came in, 43.75 bid for 470. Let's see if this trades out. Someone wants to get in here.
Yeah, I have the level at 64.30. It keeps like disconnecting me again every time this press conference is happening. Something weird goes on. So yeah, 64.30 is the level that I have as an ADR low in ES. And also I have 64.22 as the implied volatility to the downside on the options. So it bounced from there. We might have found the low for the day. If it stays above 64.30, then we have a situation for an auction fade back up. If we reclaim 64.30 to the downside, everybody go and just jump off a bridge.
Jump off a bridge. So there's an opportunity for a nice, what I'm hearing from this is there's an opportunity for a nice cheap long right now. You know where your risk is, just below 30.
Yep.
And upside potential, back up to 56 possibly. 64,
I would say
56 on your...
64.50 is where VWAP is.
Okay. 64.50 VWAP, yes. 64.56, the number I mentioned on your Topstep daily levels is yesterday's low.
Some confluence there.
And we're seeing just the slightest of pickups in volume. Ooh, let me change something up. We still have our live hot streaks to go through, but I'm going to give these a second to update, and then we'll go through them. We'll do some live hot streaks in just a minute. Let's see what's going on in other markets. Crude oil is trading back inside that range from earlier. Just a little head fake to the downside. Maybe possible baby liquidity grab. Trading right back in the range. Gold. I still can't believe we got stopped out on that gold short. This is the trade of the week in gold we had on opening range breakout this morning. We adjusted our risk when these buyers started stepping in here at about...
Where was your stop?
Right here, buyers started stepping in. We got out of our last three at 33.7850. We were in profit, so it was a profitable trade. But if we hadn't moved our original stop, it never would have came and got us. Well, that's debatable too, you know. Whenever you put a stop on the screen in the live market, you always assume you're going to become a liquidity if prices get close enough. So if our stop was in, would it have gotten run? It's hard to say. But based on this chart, we would still be in this trade. A little disappointing.
Where was your original stop, though? I can't remember.
Oh, our original stop was, so opening range high was, we were looking at the 5-minute opening range right here. So the high was 33.8470. And I believe our stop was above 33.8530, which was 35.8530 is yesterday's value area high. So our stop was just above their back inside value from yesterday. Didn't quite come for us, though. Or wouldn't have hit us, I should say, if we had kept it in.
No.
Again, debatable.
That would have been a good one.
Well, we got a couple minutes left here. I see our guy in the back right now. Let's go over some LFA, live funded trader hot streaks real quick. Here we go. First up at the top, we have got Ian Yu on a 12-day heater worth $6,829 trading the NASDAQ. Ian picked up another $600 yesterday in the NQ. Abel on a 6-day heater worth $1,246 trading the NASDAQ, $200 in profits yesterday. Isaiah's 6 days worth $11,817 trading the NASDAQ. Isaiah was on our P&L board. He was our P&L leader yesterday on the live side with a $10,579 profit trading the NQ. Huge day for Isaiah yesterday. Gert L, 6 days were $2,182 trading the MNQ, just about $200 in profits yesterday. And Chandler rounds out our list, the top 5, trading the micro NASDAQ and gold, $306 in profits, bringing him to 5 days on this hot streak worth $2,466. Great job to all of these live funded traders here at TopStep. Impressive hot streaks all around.
Definitely.
All right. Got just about a minute here. I think we might need to take a break so they can set up another 2-up shot. So I'm going to give Cameron a minute. Give me a thumbs up, Cam. No break. All right, let's go right into it then. I see our guy, our resident Olympian, Alex, in the back. It looks like he's in a locker room getting ready to go. Andre is here. Give me the thumbs up when you are ready, Andre. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Away we go. Alex Ferreira and Andre. Let's get to it. TopstepTV. Deanna, thank you for joining us for Lunchbox Trading again today. Sorry we couldn't get Shay's volume up and going. We're going to work on that with him because I want to meet him for sure. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Let's get Alex and Andre in here. Let's do it.
Ah, yes, there he is. 2-time Olympic medalist, 3-time X Game gold medalist, back-to-back Crystal Globe winner, 16-time World Cup podium, and going for the gold in 2026 Milan. And, of course, Top Step partner Alex Ferreira in the house. Alex, how is it going today, my man?
Dre, thank you for the kind intro. Everything's going great. I'm in the locker room now, in the middle of some training going on. Got some rollerblade, got some trampoline going, hit the gym. It's been a long morning, so it's all good. How are you?
Yeah, good. So you're in the locker room right now. Wow, talk about behind the scenes access. All right, Alex, let's get right into it. First of all, how's training going? What are the next steps? Australia is in a week or so.
Yeah, training's going great. Working super hard. I've been taking up a couple of Mike Tyson's old workouts. Tons of air squats, a lot of crunches, a lot of push-ups, and heading to Australia in 2 days for our next training camp.
Wow, awesome stuff. All right, this is what it takes to become an elite athlete going for the gold in 2026 Milan Olympics. All right, Alex, going to take a bit of a change of direction here. I want to get your thoughts on this, your mindset, and kind of if you have any similar experiences. So in trading, right, we tell our friends, we tell our family, hey, I'm going to become a trader. We're going to be trading as, and a lot of times they look at us with this, with some skepticism, doubt, concern. Are you sure you want to do this? Or are you just a gambler? What is this all about? And eventually, the light bulb goes off when, I'm cashing checks right now. And I get the healthy skepticism when we jump into something like this that may be foreign to others. Any similar stories like that with skiing and becoming a professional skier? And, what was that like when, you told people, hey, I'm going pro with this thing? And what was the aha moment, the light bulb moment there, Alex?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember telling my parents, hey, I'm going to be a professional skier. And they were kind of laughing, joking around, just like, oh, yeah. Keep doing whatever you're doing. You're going to be a professional skier for sure. Have fun. And, then the lights turn on and they're like, oh, shit, Alex actually is a professional skier. And I think the aha moment was there was this regional event, and it was called the Gatorade Free Flow Tour. And if you won the regional event, then you went to the national event, and you compete against all the national other competitors. And I ended up winning that one. And when you did that, you got a spot to do tour, and that was the professional level tour. So it was kind of like, oh, Alex is actually, he's got a shot at this. Oh, sorry, the lights went off in here.
Oh, look at that. We've got the motion sensing. Yes, I want to talk about that. So when Alex jumps back in, so there was the regional tour, you won it, then you went to the do tour. All right, and did it become real? Did the friends and family kind of back off and say, hey, this kid knows what he's doing? Was it when you're collecting hardware, when you're cashing checks, or a combination of the two?
It was a bit of both, So I won this Gatorade Free Flow Tour, the national event, and immediately right up after the event, a representative from Pox Sports Helmets and Armor came up to me and gave me her card, and she said, "We want to sponsor you, and we want to start paying you and giving you money, and representing our company." And it was like, oh, this is how it works. You start doing well, and you can start getting some sponsors and doing, whatever you want to do. Like, you start to become your own job and your own boss. I remember right in that moment thinking, yep, this is definitely what I'm going to do. And my parents, they understood after that. They were like, oh, Alex is going to start making money, and he's going to be able to support himself. And then even beyond that, he's going to, do really well.
Okay, I want to talk about that a little bit more. So the business of sports, obviously, your passion is skiing, right? Always being outside, outdoors, athletics. You come from an athletic family. Of course, like you said, you're cashing checks. The business side of sports. I'm very interested in this, as always. How does that affect you? How is it in the back of your mind? Is it in the front of your mind? This is how you're paying the bills. This is how you're setting yourself up for the future. And what are the pressures like with that? And just the business. When is it a business? And if it is, when did you learn it's a business?
Yeah, it's definitely a business. I didn't learn it was a business until very late in my career, maybe around 27, 28 years old. So within the past 4 or 5 years. Before that, I was just having a blast, doing whatever I was doing. Not as focused as I probably should have been. But I realized quick that, you really need to, you got to strike while the iron's hot. And people kept telling me that, but I didn't understand that I needed to live that. And what I mean by living that is I needed to be going out soliciting people. Hey, sponsor me. Here's my cause. Here's what's going on. I'm going to the Olympics. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. And this is why you should do that. And this is why we should be together in collaboration. This is why I'm going to show value to your team and stuff like that. So it was really difficult at first, and I didn't know what I was doing. And it's different, if it was if I was a professional basketball player, it'd be like the LeBron James of basketball, right? Like, all you have to do is show up and play basketball and train and all that. Being a skier, you have to do that, and then you've got to handle your social media. You've got to handle all these upcoming interviews, all this, negotiating the contracts, the business behind the business, because the business actually of skiing isn't that large, or especially competitive skiing. So it was kind of like I was working 4 or 5 different jobs at once. It was just a lot in one go.
Interesting. So Alex Ferrer, the salesman as well. Now Alex Ferrer, the trader as well. Fascinating stuff. And we said, how did you learn it? It was a business. You said you had to learn it quickly and strike when the iron is hot. So when you're, collecting gold medals, you got the, the hardware around your neck, you're in all the photos, doing media. I guess that's time to, pound the payment, if you will, and, sell Alex Ferreira.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember, and it was tough. Like, I learned money and everything was important once I was working with a previous agent, and all of the checks were going through him. Ooh. And I realized he was, siphoning off more than he was supposed to be siphoning off. And I was like, oh, wow.
Huh. I
didn't realize people in this world could be so evil and so ruthless. And I myself had to get a little bit ruthless. And, I had to fire that guy, and I learned a lot that day. And my stress levels were super high because I had lost money, and it was intense. It was really, really intense. And you grow up fast, and you learn very quickly when your life force is being sucked away from you, just like in trading,
Sure, absolutely.
One fell swoop.
It is. And in trading, I guess, the primary reason, for lack of a better phrase, we get into this for the money. You didn't necessarily get into skiing for the money, and you get in for the passion, the competition. In trading, it is in front of mind. And, you got to deal with the losses, and you got to deal with the gains, and how, not letting it affect your psyche, per se. Try to stay as even keel as possible. Does that bleed into your mental at all? I mean, I'm cashing a big check. Maybe I'm not cashing a big check for this competition or this sponsorship. It does it bleed into your, your training, your preparation at all?
I mean, absolutely. Sorry, the lights are going out here again.
Oh, that's what this guy does, man. Lights out, they call him. Alex Ferreira, lights out, going for the goal in 2026. So, yeah, does that do you think about that? You know, do you ever ski for the paycheck? Because in trading, we're talking about, when you need the money the most is probably when you're going to trade the worst. Added pressure does, I understand that you needed money, but is that added pressure to how you perform and how you train and how you push yourself?
Absolutely. I used to not be thinking about the money as much, especially when you're a kid and you're having fun and it's just for sport and passion and all this stuff. But when you start to get older and you start to have a girlfriend, you're moving into a new place and you want to buy a house, you start to really think about the dollars a bit more intentionally, thinking like, wow, I do have the opportunity to win $50,000 today from the prize money. That might incentivize you to go a little bit harder than you typically would. That also could be like in trading, when you need the money the most, that's probably when you're making the worst trades. When you need the money the most, you probably could be doing the worst tricks, So you really have to balance that. And I wouldn't say it's totally in the front of my mind all the time, but as you get older, I think it's something that you think about more. And it's your life force. Money makes the world go around. It doesn't make you happy, but it gets you food and it gets you anything that you want. So it is important.
Awesome. It is indeed. I just want to stay with the business of sports. And now as this is the last hurrah, right? For the Olympics, all in, balls out, balls to the wall, all gas, no breaks. So, you have an eye, on, post-professional skiing career, Alex. Not just saying that you're going to, retirement is from that, but like professional competition and, the businessman, Alex Ferreira, maybe perhaps after these Olympics. What does that look like? And what's the thought? What do you say to yourself?
I mean, that's the $1 million question. What are you going to do when you retire? What are you going to do after the last hurrah, after the last Olympics? And it's not entirely sure. It's up in the air. I've been placing a little bit of eggs in a couple different baskets, but I'm really loving the trading world. I'm loving learning from you guys and John and everybody like that. It's been very exciting. And yeah, there's so many different opportunities. There's Hans. There's keep skiing for fun, of course. I've always loved that, and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens, but the idea is to win this, balls out, go all in on this, and let the chips fall where they may.
All right, again, all eyes, the goal, the focus, the singular focus is on the Olympics 2026. All right, Alex, thank you so much for jumping on here. Just trying to get into the mental of an elite athlete, going for golds, constantly pushing. Okay, so how's training going? What would you rate your progress right now? How far along are you into the training in terms of, in golf? Are you on the back nine of training, preparing for the upcoming season? Are you on, 8th, 10th, 12th hole? And what does that look like in terms of the roadmap for Alex Ferreira and training as we're getting into competition season?
Yeah, absolutely. So the roadmap coming up is I'm going to Australia in 2 days, and we're probably in the 8th. We're still in the front nine, but the back half of the front nine. Still getting into it, still training, still getting strong, getting the body 100% ready, mentally speaking, doing all the visualizations, all the affirmations, getting that prepared as well. So, yeah, we're on the front nine. We're coming in, and then we've got some training camps after that. We'll go to Japan for an airbag session, and then we'll head to Austria for about a month. And that's like the final hurrah, the month before, just your cramming of your testing going on there, and then you have the test right after in China.
Man, what a life, man. Alex, thank you so much. Again, Topstep partner joining us. They'll keep the lights go out. They call them lights out for a reason. He's going to get that gold. When he gets that gold, everyone's going lights out. You heard the competition. You should listen up, competition. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. We got a Mindset Matters session coming up after this. Alex, any final words before you jump out of here?
Don't quit. Never give up. Make good trades. Make that money.
Let's go. Make that money. Make that gold. Alex Ferreira, thank you so much. Coming up after this, we got Mindset Matters with Robin Dane and Hoag in the house. Alex, thank you so much. This is Hey, can you say this is Topstep TV? Let's go. Real quick.
This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Thank you. We're out.
And it even. Quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even. All right, it is time for our Mindset Matters. And yes, the boss is here, Robin Dane from Broadway to Wall Street. She spent 8 years being trained and mastered her neuro-linguistic skills with Anthony Robbins. She's worked with the top traders at Tudor Investments, as long as other places. She has worked with thousands of traders. We're always blessed to have her with us. And she is an active trader herself. Robin, it's great to have you here. How you feeling today? How are things going?
It's a great day. I'm so excited about today because I think this is a good format. I'm going to do a case study today on, I have thousands and thousands of coaching files. So I figured let's do the case studies because they are relevant to what everybody needs and it's very exciting. But I wanted to make an announcement. All of my questionnaires are finished that I've received. If you did not receive a reply, please email me and I'll have to look it up. So for some reason, Yahoo attached emails in the wrong place and I had to really search, but all of them should be out. So if you filled out a questionnaire from the website, you should have gotten a reply by now. Email me if you didn't. And I appreciate that. And the people that I did email, the late ones, I gave you a little bit of an extra bonus if you want to do coaching, and there are quite a few in there that should really consider it. So, and that's only good through Friday. Okay, so I want to get into it.
Remember, folks, I mean, Robin goes through those one by one personally. That's a lot of work that Robin is doing for you. So make sure if you sent one in, make sure you get it, of course. Okay, Robin, case studies. You've got thousands of them. I can't wait to hear them. But folks, if you do have questions, go ahead and put them in the chat. We're going to collect those. And I'm sure that some of these case studies are going to kind of speak to each of us in our own way, but a lot in the same way, as we're all human beings. And I'm really looking forward to hearing this. Again, questions, put them in the chat. We'll collect them. About the last half of this session, we'll go through those questions. I know Robin likes the quick questions. And she's got a little something at the end for everybody as well. So make sure you stick around. Robin, the floor is yours.
Okay, so a quick on the questionnaires. So questionnaires can come in now. We held them up for a while, but you can do the questionnaires from the website. Okay, so David is a 32-year-old male from Texas. He's married, one child, and his wife is pregnant. He was in the construction business. He's been trading for 5 years, and he manages to trade about 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. And so when I got him, the challenges that we had, well, he's a part-time trader. He trades 5 markets. His biggest issue was the fear of missing out, which a lot of you have. He was over trading and he wasn't journaling. His averages were averaging, he could only get up $150 a week the most, and he was more down $522 a week. His biggest trading loss was $4,500. He has 6 items in his criteria, but he has 2 strategies. And I always mention you have to have your plan, your strategy, your criteria, and your stops. He was getting scared and he was exiting too soon, and he was exiting at the sign of any kind of profit. So that's what he was dealing with. So I'm going to actually read from his exact words of what he went through. Now, this is, my clients are very personal to me. This was from 2021. I'm not going into his personal stuff, although I told you about his personal stuff, but it's what everybody's going through. It's not something that's isolated to him. And so I just want to read you. So I asked him for his top 3 trading challenges. I usually do that in my coaching sessions. First one is lack of patience and discipline. So I have them describe it to me. I don't usually have them type it because when you talk to me, you talk from your subconscious memory. And when you put it in the written word, you have time to think about it. And I don't want that. I read you better when you tell me. But he wrote to me, so I had this really nice description. I thought you could relate to it. After I read the first one, we'll stop and ask some questions. I do have at the end what he did and how he changed and how good it was for him. Okay, I started trading sessions off fresh with discipline and patience, I feel like. And as I stay patient, the market moves and I start feeling like the patience is just what I'm describing, a bit of hesitation or apprehension. A setup may or may not happen, but either way, the market is moving and I feel like I should be doing something. I can't make money from the sidelines. So my patience turns into impulse and I force a trade without a real setup. Sometimes I imagine a big move is about to happen, and it actually normally does eventually. So I jump into the position early so I don't miss out. I often end up stopped out and the market moves as I expected. But I got in early, and just because some of my gunpowder that launched the move. So he had some things happening. I occasionally miss a good setup because I just want a little bit more confirmation than the impulse enter into a poor setup. That happens out of regret that I just missed out on a good one, not wanting to miss out on another one, and though it's a bad setup or no setup, I trade to the start of it. I have a hard time holding a trade to take the profit and often pull the trigger down at the first sign of a pullback or tighten up my stop way to the close, both sides reducing profit potential of my trade, often to the detriment of my P&L. Fear of losing money, giving back profits. Also, I find flat out fear of being wrong and the feeling of a loser because my trade was a loser. So that's the first one. It's pretty descriptive. But what he's doing is he's describing his mindset during the trade. And, we sit there alone as traders. We may be in the trading room, but we're sitting there as traders in the room, and we have a flood of thoughts going through. So the thoughts are really critical. Does anybody have any questions on the first one? Lack of discipline and patience. I'm going to go right into the second one. Okay.
One of the first things you said was he was having a difficult time seemingly discerning whether he's hesitating in getting into trades or if he's actually being patient. I would imagine there's a bit of a thin line when it comes to that. And feeling like if he doesn't have anything on, that he's not working hard enough. Okay. That's one of the things that I've told traders, if you don't take a trade the whole day, you can't feel like you wasted that day. If you didn't see a setup, if the market wasn't aligned with what your setups were telling you, you're better off doing nothing. You don't have to feel like you have to trade to be a trader is really just my thought on that. But where is that line between being patient and being hesitant to get into trades?
Well, that's why you need to know yourself. Great traders know who they are. So when he feels it, you can feel it in your body. Your mind and body are connected and you can feel it in your body. And it's a great observation when you have that thin line. So what he described in his resources to fix is interesting because he deals with all those little imperfections along the way. Great traders know when not to trade. So if you don't see a setup, it's okay. Keep yourself busy. And again, I'll go through some of the things that he did. I'm going to go through the second one. I'm not going to go through the third one because I think we'll have questions on this. Okay, one trade affecting another becomes a slippery slope and the snowball effect. In my first trade of the day was a good setup, but still a loser. It makes me feel like a loser and it gives me a lot of self-doubt for some reason. If my first trade of the day is a bad setup and still a loser, I feel even more like a loser and like I have no self-control or direction in my trading. If the first trade trades are winners, I get overconfident pretty quickly and sometimes jump into losing trades immediately after a winner, thinking that I'm the guru. Every trade affects the next trade for me emotionally. I have a tough time separating them emotionally from each other. I have no current tactic that acts as a reset button for my emotions. My P&L performance affects my whole rest of my day also, a losing day. I'm less inclined often to continue working on trading related topics and just to shy away from my computer. So he just avoids it. On positive days, I'll watch the charts long, more talkative with the trading group than usual. I don't know how my trading P&L affects me so much. Okay, so in that instance where he says it's a slippery slope, a lot of traders that I know in the room are having one loss after another, and I always tell them to make sure you really work on the first trade of the day and make your first trade a positive trade. So let me give you some of the things that he did. This is really interesting. So do you have any questions now on that one?
Well, there were a couple of kind of keywords that kind of struck me, and is you know, he's getting out of a losing trade and getting back into it, thinking he's a guru. Having a losing trade has never made me feel like a guru. It's always
No,
put
he
me on
said that
guard.
after winning trades.
After
That's what
winning
he felt
trades.
like.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that makes sense to me. But every time I've believed that I'm God's gift to trading, or that, you know, I say to myself, I get it now, I can do this. I'm gonna be, you know, I'm great at this, whatever it is. There's usually danger at my door, because I'm gonna put my left down. I'm gonna put my guard down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop doing the work. I'm gonna stop focusing on what I need to focus on to find good trades, and I'm just gonna think that, you know, the market's gonna just continue to pay me no matter what, and that's a very dangerous thing. So tell us, Robin, what did he do?
Yeah. So he did a couple things. A couple things jumped out at me when I was coaching him. First, I had him remove the P&L because he was focusing on the P&L. If you're focusing on the money and not the quality of your trade, then you're going to make mistakes. The P&L can emotionally affect you because everybody has that connection to money, and money is different for every person. And especially a big loss, you don't want to start the day with a big loss. You want to have small wins and build on that. He said, and these are some of the things that we did in the coaching. He said, I started saying to myself, what's the market telling me? So when you're in a trade and you're managing the trade, what's the market telling me? That keeps your mind busy. And we've talked about that once before, or many times before. Questions in the moment stop your mind from getting pulled in. So instead of getting hooked and pulled in by Mr. Market, ask a question to keep your mind busy. So what's the market telling me? And he said that what that did is it helped me stay mindful in the moment. Then he said, I was a bit tense. So I stepped away and I did 10 push-ups. He stepped away and did 10 push-ups and broke the pattern. When you physically break the pattern of your trading, and you can feel yourself getting hooked. Get up, walk to the kitchen, get something to eat, do something. But he stepped away, did 10 push-ups, came back, and it just reset his mind. He did the trading game. Yep, he recentered. He started in sim first, and his rule was he had to do 2 winning trades, and that would earn him the right to go live. And he went from trading full contracts to doing 5 micros. He was trading 5 markets in the beginning. I had him scale it down to 1. Every market has a different personality. You have a personality as a trader. Every market's speed determines if you can manage that trade. So test the different markets if you're trading many, but focus on one so you can learn the personality. If you trade one market and it fits your personality, it's a good thing. If you're overstressed with the market you've chose, maybe it's too fast, try a different one. And each market just has different little tiny tidbits. ES has shorter bars, but it's faster. NASDAQ has more bars, but the bars tend to be longer and the moves can be longer. So you have to find the one that's fits your personality. And I find a lot of traders haven't done that. He set his targets to hit them. And when he hit the target of 100, he had $100 to start with because he was losing $500. And that might have been in the day. I might have had that wrong. 500 in the day. So I had to get him back to winning. So when he made his first $100 goal, he would switch to sim and he would lock in the profits. You want to lock in the profits. Small wins. You'll feel better tomorrow if you lock in profits today than you will giving back the money. So you have to have small wins. And he walked away when he got, again, stressed. When he got to his level, he walked away. He had coffee with his wife. He watched his levels. And then when he went back, he went into sim because he wanted to learn. So it's okay to go back into sim. You locked in your profits and then you go. That discipline alone of stopping when you locked in your profits is key. That discipline, that one little discipline to stop when you hit your profit target for the day. He'll feel better at the end of the week making $500 than he will losing $2,500 like he was doing.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Much better, much better. Okay, then he says on the pullbacks, he tended to get hooked. So when he had a pullback in the trade, that's when his emotions really started to kick in. And he found that after we had done coaching, we got rid of his block. He was much more controlled. And every time he felt like he was getting emotional from the past, he did something that he felt was excellent, and it was okay to miss out on the trade. So if he saw a trade that was in there and it worked, and he didn't go into the mindset of, oh, I missed that one, and got stuck in that mindset. Oh, I missed it. There's another trader in the corner. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
Oh, yes.
You just want it to be a winning one. So he found, though, that when he had the small pullbacks, that's when he had that thinking. So we had to do some shifting on that thinking. So the fear of missing out had him jumping in too quickly. And he just kept saying to himself, there's another one coming up. There's another one coming up. And in doing that, he was doing the moving forward thinking. What can you do in the moment to move forward, not backwards? He can't change the trade he missed. He can't get back money he missed. You can't either. You have to focus on what's coming up in the market, reading what's happening, and figuring out what you have to do next. So moving forward, pulling your mind forward. Don't let your mind get trapped into moving backwards. Okay, and then he did, see if I got everything.
Folks, if you do have questions, a lot of this is probably, pulling some questions out. Make sure you put them in the chat. We're gonna have Robin, go through those questions at the end. So make sure you put them in the chat. We'll collect them again.
Okay.
Robin, go ahead.
So he had again, we had these, few things that we changed. He did the trading game. I've talked about that before. He took the P&L off. That's a very positive thing. He had his mindset, and he broke the pattern when he was getting his mind pulled into a trade when he shouldn't. He set a goal for the day that he knew he could make. Don't set a goal. Don't set $1,000 goal when you can't make $1,000 in the day, because you'll start to push. Set a goal you know you can make, and then stop. That discipline right there to stop is the discipline. What is a discipline everybody needs? Why do you think discipline is the biggest word in every trading book you read? Because it's the hardest thing to do. It's the hardest thing to do. So you have to practice it to get it. I mean, you just had this wonderful guy on that's a skier. He's not going to go out there on a ski slope that he doesn't know and are not familiar with, or he's not going to do a race on a slope he's never skied on. He's going to practice on it. He's going to figure out where the moguls are. He's going to figure out where the turns are, what his body has to do. It's the same thing for a trader. When we're in there, we have a mindset that we have to control as we're in the trade, looking for the winning trade of the first trade of the day. I'd like to make sure we leave everybody with that. Make your first trade of the day a winning trade, a winning trade. You'll feel better for the rest of the day. And if you don't, examine the loss. What did you do? Don't go on to the next trade just to get back the money. Examine it. Most traders don't track what they did. There's something you did incorrectly. Either you got into the wrong place. Make sure you're doing stops, please, right now. With Trump doing all these announcements and things that are going on, the market has these big swings in a direction. You got the fight with Powell. You've got the potential of different wars around the world. Don't not have a stop. I can't believe I'm reading questionnaires of people don't have stops. I mean, that's crazy. I've never seen a successful trader without a stop, a hard stop. Never. They're smart enough. You can have a whip in the market. I remember the first time I went through it. Thank God I was in the right direction. And I ended up making a lot of money, but it scared the heck out of me when it happened. It went so far. Thank God I was in the right direction. I would have blown my whole account. So don't not have a stop. Find out from somebody how you do a bracket trade, where you make the entry, you have your profit target set and your stop loss set. You can move it after you make the entry. You can move those and adjust them as if you need to, but use a stop. Do you use a hard stop?
Every time.
Yeah, every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time. And even if, if I have a bracket on it and the bracket is, the stop is further than my point of invalidation, I'll move my stop closer.
Yeah.
But you got to have that stop.
Yeah.
You hear that, folks? This is 30 years of experience working with traders and a lot of really great traders, and all of them have had stops. Always.
All of them.
Put on a stop.
And the higher you go in the business, the more you want it, because you have the more to risk, more at risk. And I know that you all are putting your trades on based on your risk reward. So you want to have that on to have your risk reward right. Okay. Any questions? That was our trader case study. And I know a lot of you are trying to do, you're working and you're trying to trade two at the same time. He allocated a couple hours a day. He isolated it. His wife was pregnant. He's got a child. So if you have personal things going on in your house, you've got to manage that because it's important. I had a guy in Hawaii, and his wife was a realtor. She did something in real estate, title searches. And he says, do you think it's a problem? My wife keeps coming in asking me how I'm doing. I said, no. Tell her to stop. Lock the door. Do not let her in. Tell her if she has an emergency that she can slip a note under the door and let you know if something is wrong. Do a little tap, tap, tap. Put the note under the door. Do not have her ask you during the day how you're doing. That's the worst thing that could happen. That's a whole other topic of telling your spouse about your trading day. One of my rules is never talk to anybody about trading who doesn't trade. That's one of my rules. One of my rules.
Yeah. A lot of folks don't understand it, don't get it. They just think it's, gambling or whatever it is. And nothing could be further from the truth. So you mentioned, one of your traders was only working a couple hours a day because he had other things to do. And I find that people that have kind of limited time to trade are really trying to force a lot into that limited time to trade, that 2 hours. So I only got 2 hours to trade. So I got to find something. I got to find something here. And I think that creates probably some pretty uncomfortable situations when you're, kind of demanding something within a time frame of a market, and you're not getting it. I tell people you have to wait for your setup. It doesn't matter if it doesn't come in your 2-hour window, then you don't do anything, because that's really kind of being a trader. So Robin, we got some questions here. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Shotgun.
Rapid fire questions. All right. So Tushar is asking, how do I learn to take a small loss now to avoid a larger loss later? Because I'm dollar cost averaging my losers. Is there a smart way to dollar cost average to avoid taking too many losses? Tushar, I don't know what Robin says about it, but there's a thin line between adding to a loser and accumulating an inventory in a zone. If you're dollar cost averaging just because you're losing money on the trade and you want to lower your average entry price, that's usually a bad sign. Robin, what do you think of this question?
Yep, I have another rule: never double down on a losing trade, especially if you're new and you're in the beginning. You can adjust that later on in your career, but you have to have consistency, stability, and certainty before you do that. In the beginning, don't do it. You'll save more money in the long run. That's my advice to especially new people and when I say new, I'm talking 1 to 6 years. That's new to me. Beyond that, you're like in the intermediate stage. But even though in that stage, I tell people, don't double down on a losing trade. You'll just lose faster. It's not worth it.
In the pit we called those, moron trades. Trade goes against you, you just put more on.
Yeah, you don't want to do
I
that. You don't want to do
hope that helps you. Hope that helps you too, Char. All right, T-Bone. My biggest issue is exiting a trade when it is in profit and it starts to turn. My mind tells me this is coming all the way back, but I fail to react. Any good tips on overcoming this? So that's the pullback issue that one of your traders you just mentioned was talking about. What do you say to T-Bone?
Yeah. Okay, so when a trade, you're going to have pullbacks in a particular bar. It's going to depend on the time frame that you're using. If you hit your goal, take your profit. Take your profit. What's the worst thing that happens? You get in again, and you get in at a price, and you've locked in cash. I mean, lock it in. I call lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. So a good way to, if it does a pullback, that tells me that trader might not be reading the market properly, or his indicators are not allowing him to have those little pullbacks and be calm through them, because you're going to have them. You're going to have those pullbacks. You just don't want to have big ones. And if you screw up and it pulls back too much, lock in any kind of profit. Don't let it go negative. Don't let a winning trade go negative. That's another rule I have. Don't let a winning trade go negative. Lock in. I don't care if it's $12.50. Don't let it go negative on you. You'll feel better that you close the trade. You can always get in. You can always get back in.
Well, you say a lot of those pullbacks are just the market breathing.
Right.
Just the market taking a breath.
When you have a trend going on, you'll go down, 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 down. The picture, it's different. Down, 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 and you have a breath. And the breath comes from, if everybody's selling, the breath is the people buying and locking in their profits. And then it goes down again, and then they have another breath. Now, is that going to happen all the time? No. But the market tends to breathe in a trend direction, up or down. So buying, 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 sell off a little bit. Buying, 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 sell off a little bit. So you've got to know your market and how it works, and you can tell the difference between a breath and a reversal. If you don't know that, that means you don't know how to read the market. So reading the market and reading the bars that you're working on, the time frame is very important. The higher the time frame, the less the emotion. The smaller the time frame, the greater the emotion. And sometimes the smaller time frames can give you what I call tidbits, the things that are happening in the moment, what traders are doing in the moment based on what they're buying and selling. So I have a tendency to, I call it my 100 trade guys. Every 100 trades, it gives me a bar. And I see what they're doing in the moment, even though I trade off the 5. I see what they're doing in the moment. And if my 100 trade guys, if I'm going short and I start seeing my 100 trade guys doing some buying, then I go, I got to see if I'm going to see where they stop buying and they switch back to selling. And so when they switch back to selling, then I hold on to the trade. If they don't, then I watch my chart, my 5-minute. If it's taking out highs, I'm out of there, because you got to read whatever chart that you're trading from. The detail just gives you in the moment what's going on.
Do you find sometimes that looking at that fine a detail might give you some false signals?
Of course. I mean, if you're not used to it, a lot of people can't trade the way I trade, because I watch all the detail. I watch time and sales, and I watch in the dome the order flow in the inside market. And I have my time and sales set. If they buy or sell outside the inside market, that's an indication they really, really want it. So I'm watching that like a hawk. And that detail alone allows me to decide, is it a rotation in the market, or are they continuing? Are they eating up all those orders on the bid or the ask? And I watch that detail. A lot of people cannot deal with that. It's very intense. It's crazy. I don't like, I mention it to people, but I don't teach that, because it takes you years to get the feel for that. I can't live without it. I learned that way. I learned on time and sales. I never had charts. So I can't live without time and sales. That's my security blanket.
Okay. All right. So we've dealt with traders that, are having difficult times on pullbacks. Okay. They're long, the market's going their way. They get a little pullback. They get a little bit freaked out. What about the other side of that coin? They're long, they get to their profit target, and the market goes another 100 points their direction. What do you say to somebody who kind of looks back at that and says, I was long, and look what I left on the table? They had a profit target. They reached it.
Get back in. You see a little pullback, just say, I locked in my profit. Do I have more? Where are we going? What's the market telling me? We're in these new all-time highs. You've got to do these extended fibs, because you don't have any kind of data to hold on to going up when there's nothing there. We haven't been in this place for years, for years and years and years. So you've got to do an extended fib or something, and it's kind of a guesstimation. It's not solid, because there's nothing there to hold on to. But you can't sit there and look at it setting up again and not get in again. Get in.
Right.
Get in. Lock in the cash and get in.
I mean, it's a successful trade. It did what you wanted. You didn't know what was going to happen after that. You shouldn't feel a loss for missing a part of it, even if you do get in and get the continuation. You're in. You're good. You're good. All right. Thank you.
That's thinking backwards.
Yeah.
That, with what you just said, is thinking backwards. That's the problem. You've got to think forward. Where's the opportunity? What could I get next? What do I see? I'll wait for a small pullback, and then I'll get in again. If it doesn't work, I'll get out at this level. I won't give back my money. Lock it in. I put sometimes 4 contracts out, and I put them at each level, and I call it lock and load. And so when it hits the bottom one and it takes it out and locks in the profit, I load it up again, and it goes to the top of that list. When the next one gets hit and I lock in cash, I put in another one. I just have my cursor on the buy, and I call it lock and load. So lock it in, load it up. Lock it in, load it up. What's the worst thing that happens? I have my cursor on the close button, and I close all my trades. The other thing I do is also a leapfrog. I call it a leapfrog, where I take the bottom order of the 4. If I see it starting to run towards my number and going in my direction, I leapfrog it up to the top. I leapfrog it up to the top. I move them up that way. And I'll wait till they all hit. I have a place where I know I'm going to get out, and I let them hit one by one. And I call that one a leapfrog. So I leapfrog or I lock and load. Lock in the cash, guys. Lock in the cash when it's there. You don't have to wait for 10 points on some of these moves. You can have several trades on the way to the 10 points. On the way up, you will feel better locking in cash at the end of that run than you will holding on to it, letting it work against you, going into fear, closing it and not getting in again and letting it go to where it really wanted to go to. You'll feel worse.
All right. Next question. Rebel trades. How do you know when you're in the right mindset to size up in your trading?
How do you know if you're in the right? Are you winning? That's the first question. Would be, are you winning at your trades? You can do a game. Again, you're the trader. You can make any rules you want. Create a game for yourself that works. If you start with one contract, if it's a mini and that works, and it works several times, say, okay, I have to have 5 trades. And after I have 5 trades at one contract, I'll add 2. On the next trade, take the 2. Oh, this is a good point, actually. I'll do 2. And then on the next trade, don't do 2, go back to 1. If you're winning, you go to 2, and you win. Even if you win, go back to 1. I call this technique putting your toe in the water. The stress of increasing size is an emotional stress that people get when they increase size. So to avoid the stress, go in, come back out, put your toe in the water. If the water's too cold, get out of there. Don't go back to 1. Give yourself, again, 5 trades at 1, go to 2, try it, and then go back. Anything you can do. Don't lock because you switch to 2 or 3 or 4. You don't have to do that every time because you set it in your computer. You can go back. So do it and come back out. Toe in the water. Just test it out. You like that one?
Yeah,
Toe in the water.
I do. And you're right. I mean, adding risk to your trading plan, to any of your strategies, it takes getting used to. I like the idea of sticking your toe in the water from time to time to kind of build that muscle to be able to deal with the added risk of that trade. But one thing that I always tell people is when you're thinking about sizing up, don't go from 1 to 5. The biggest jump you should take in risk is going from 1 to 2 contracts. It doubles your risk. You get comfortable with that, go from 2 to 3. That only adds a third again as much risk. When you get comfortable with that, then add another one, and that's another quarter again as much of the risk. So it is something that takes time, and it's something that requires you build that muscle, even if it's just intestinal fortitude to be trading bigger.
But don't increase size to get back your money. Increase size because you're winning and you're ready. Know yourself. Know yourself. All the lessons that I've been doing all these months have been to learn who you are as a trader. Everybody in the room there, everybody that's listening, every one of you are different. You're all different. You have to figure out who you are, what you can deal with, where you get your emotions to kick in, how to control them, and you're the one that has to define it. I can give suggestions along the way, and that's what I do during the coaching to work with you. I don't try to teach people how I do it. I look at them emotionally, see what they're dealing with. That's why I take so much time with the forms, even though the questions are the same. I look at it every time, and it's a different read on the person, because I have set that up in a particular way so that each question leads me to the next situation of the trader in their head. And I can tell how it's developing as they go down through the questionnaire. That's why I can't do a blank one and just hand it out to everybody, because everybody's different. So everybody's got different challenges. Figure out who you are. The market is what it is. You can't change the market. You can read the market. You can have an idea of where the market's going, but it's not 100%, or we would all be trading it that way.
Awesome.
Next.
Just kind of looking at the markets here. We got the ES just put in a new session low. NASDAQ not quite yet, but gold has flatlined. We're getting a little bit of a move higher in crude oil after looking below that initial balance low. But there's just a quick look at what's going on in the markets right now. Next question is from Shubham. Shubham, how can I use journaling in a structured way to break out of the performance impulse loop, where I know what works and what not, but I still keep repeating the same mistakes? I'm very interested in Robin in hearing what you have to say about how to journal. There's lots of different ways to journal, lots of different things to be thinking about and writing about. But what would you say to Shubham about journaling? Maybe the best way to journal might be a good way to kind of work on his performance/impulse loop.
Well, I attempted that journaling group. It was too time consuming for me, so I had to disband that. But I tend to look at the quality of the trade, not necessarily the numbers. And so I suggest that you look at a losing trade. What did you do? Look at the entry, look at the management, look at the exit. Where did you make the errors? If you even just track that every single time, do you have to work on your exits? Do you keep getting stopped out? Do you keep moving to a profit target as you trade and it keeps hitting your stop that way? So are you repeating the same error? And if you're repeating the same error, what do you need to change? And then incorporate that. Tracking just the number, I don't think helps anybody. I made $100 today, $50 I lost there. What does it tell you? You get a number at the end of the week. What does that tell you? You've got to look at the quality of your trade and where you're making the error. And then look at where people are successfully managing that part of the trade. You got three parts: entry, management, exit. So look at what part of the three that you're having your challenge and focus on it and make some try things. Try things in sim. You don't have to try things live. Try it in micros and in sim, and then see if it works. Once you get something to work, incorporate it.
Robin, would you suggest for somebody who's journaling that kind of stuff, the quality of the trade, to add a little bit of emotional information as well, like how they're feeling at entry, during the management, and at exit, maybe even afterwards? I think there's a lot to glean from that. I mean,
I think in the moment, just as the trader that I talked about, he was telling me exactly what was happening mentally in the moment. I think that's excellent to do. I think that's a great point. So mentally, what was happening in the moment? You have two parts of you got the three parts to look at: entry, management, and exit. But you have an emotional part and a technical part. So was the error emotional, or was it technical, or was it a combination of the two? Because that will form it. When the case study talked about hesitation, apprehensive, he started to go into that he was having a lot of self-doubt about himself when he was doing the losing. He was beating himself up. He was not in control. And so every loser was a snowball effect for him. And so that was affecting him emotionally. That affected the next trade. So yes, I think adding the emotional part for that, Hoag, is absolutely perfect. And documenting it if you can.
Yeah, and review it. Refeel those trades at the end of the day. You might find something that you're going to be able to use in that.
Exactly.
Monica asks, do you have any suggestions for someone who has a tough time shorting the market, specifically the ES?
Oh my God, I love shorting. I'm the short crazy
We all do.
person.
The money comes faster.
I mean, the market's so high now. I'm waiting for today I didn't get a chance to trade because I was working on this and I wanted to be sure we were in a good place. So I didn't trade this morning. And when I saw the move, when they had the charts up before I came on, I was like, oh, I missed that down move. That was my favorite. This is ready to turn. This is, we're at the place. It can't go any higher, but it does. So can't go any higher, can't go any higher. There's going to be a rotation somewhere. Something's going to happen, an event. Why you must have your stops in, because when this thing rotates, it could be a real swift down move. It's fascinating to watch. I remember in the old days we had Bernanke, and it was that's how far back I go. Bernanke,
yep.
and everybody would go, what's his suitcase? What's he carrying in his suitcase? The Bernanke suitcase of the day. That was in the 80s. These guys.
He was carrying crackers.
That's what he was doing.
Crackers. That's all.
So, but everybody would watch it. And now with Powell and this oil and water with Powell and Trump, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? And Trump's making things happen every day. You never know. You never know. It's fascinating. It's a very exciting market. You guys are really lucky. We had Biden time where it was horrible. I could not trade during Biden for the life of me. And I consider myself a decent trader. I don't consider myself the best trader, but I'm certainly a decent trader. I could not read those markets during Biden. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it. Before he got in, I was making $1,000 a day. I could not make my money when he came into the market.
Strange.
I can't even. It was 4 years of pain, absolute pain for me. It was really. It really is amazing. You guys are really, really fortunate. That's why you have to be in control, know who you are, and set your disciplines and work on them. Lock in your profits. Lock in your profits. There's another trade around the corner.
Monica, just so you know, my dad was at the Board of Trade for 40 years. I grew up walking around the trading floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. When I got my job on the trading floor, I didn't understand what being short meant. But Dad, how can I sell something that I don't own? And he looked at me like he had this look, and I knew what was going on in his head. It was, why, you asshole? You don't have to buy it first. As long as you sell it first and buy it later, you can make that profit. You sold it at 8, you bought it at 6, you just made $2. Makes sense? Yes.
Does Monica not understand? Wait, does Monica not understand shorting, or she just doesn't like it?
Monica, I think that most people don't understand shorting because 80% of the stock eating world is buy side only.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
You have to, for me, the reason I like it, the market falls faster than it goes up. So I love shorts because I call it a whoosh, because it'll whoosh through a bar, a whoosh, whoosh. Yes. I love those whooshes, so a way to get over that, Monica, would be take a piece of paper and write down what's great about shorting. And create as many lines as you can on the page. What's great about shorting? Ask people in the room. Money comes faster. You can get these whooshes. And it falls faster than it goes up. And when you get used, I usually have people say, I can't stop shorting. I can't go long. I usually have the reverse. I usually have traders come into me and say, I can't, I'm just a short addict. I can't seem to take a long. And so that's a little bit harder to turn around. But shorting, just what's great about shorting? What's great about it? And when you watch a few times and you try it a few times, try it with the micros and just try it a few times. Lock in the cash. Get to like it. Do the wins. Short. It's coming up now. It's coming up. So you got to get ready for this, Monica.
Well, this might help Monica. It might help others too. There's two types of auctions. There's the English auction, where whatever is being sold is priced and people compete and bring price higher and higher until the last person buys it. Then the sale happens. The Dutch auction is whatever's being sold is priced too high, and the price is lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered and lowered until the first person buys it. Kind of like equities. Nobody's left to buy it, so that Dutch auction comes in and it falls fast and falls fast and falls fast until it finds those buyers. Then that Dutch auction is over. That might help just a little bit.
You could watch Trading Places. Watch the Eddie Murphy movie Trading Places. That'll show you shorts.
Such a great scene.
That's a great movie. A great movie.
Now you have a couple of challenges and a bonus.
Yep.
I think we may have. Yeah, why don't we do that? I think we're in good shape here, and we might end this session on time today, Robin, which I'm not used to with you.
Okay, but it's
all right, we're staying late.
Action-packed session though. It's a good session. We didn't lose the connection. Yay. Okay.
Yay.
So I want to give you two challenges. I want you to think about anything or anyone that you have unfinished business with. Something that you have unfinished business. It's like a thorn in your hand and you haven't taken it out. Some unfinished business. I want you to take the challenge on to finish that business before our next session. And I'm going to ask people what it was that they completed. Is it a person you should have called? A person you should have apologized to? Something you should have done? Is there anything that you have unfinished business with that you need to finish? And take on that challenge and finish it.
It's like an AA thing, right? If there's somebody you've wronged, you've got to go. You have to go apologize to them. There's any unfinished business. Okay. Excellent.
Any unfinished business. Take the challenge on. Okay. And the next one is, what do you need to let go of for yourself in trading? What must you let go of that is hampering your trading right now? What must you let go of? And I know you can find that one. That's a good topic for next time too. What did you let go of for yourself as a trader? Let it go. Because if it doesn't serve you and it doesn't help your trading and it doesn't help you move forward, it's not worth it. Let it go. What do you need let go of? I see you thinking. I see the steam coming out of your ears.
Absolutely. I mean, this is fantastic. There's always things that we leave unfinished, right? There's unfinished business, and I think in everybody's life and in their business, and some people even in families, there's so much to this. I mean, if you really think about it, I could probably come up with quite a long list of unfinished business, and then things that I need to leave behind as well. I'm
you have to examine
older than most of these folks, so I may have a longer list, but I think this is a really cool exercise, and I hope everybody kind of checks it out and gives it a try. Because all those things are just they're like sandbags holding you down.
Is it worth it? Sometimes you give up many years. I give these pieces of advice, so to speak, or coaching, because I've gone through them myself. There's nothing I give you guys that I haven't gone through myself and had really, really huge lessons with. My mother and I were like oil and water, but she ended up becoming my best friend. I ended up being her caregiver at the end. My brother and I hadn't talked for years. He was the perfect son. I was always the black sheep. And we finally made up a year ago. So, and all that time was wasted. When I saw him, I haven't seen him for about 15 years. I talked to him, but I hadn't seen him. When I saw him, I was in such shock at how old he had gotten. He's 6 years older than I am, and I was devastated. So I gave up all that time of not having my brother in my life. He's my only family right now, and I gave it up. I gave up all that time up. Don't waste the years that you have. They go by so fast, and you'll say, why didn't I fix that? And it's usually something you can't even remember. That's what's even worse. You can't even remember. You just got into the pattern of being unhappy or disliking it, and fix it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
It's not going to matter in 6 months. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly. My last thing is that I am doing a bonus special for anybody this week that decides they want to do coaching, and it's good through only till Friday, where you get a $200 off the normal 3-pack coaching session. And again, there are quite a few people that have done surveys. They have an extra bonus because it took me a while to get those questionnaires done. If I do something incorrectly in my coaching, I always make up for it. So I was delayed in getting those surveys back, so I gave them a little bit of an extra bonus. But if you're in the room now till Friday, and that's the 22nd, I believe. Yeah, 22nd. If you contact me by the 22nd, you can call me. In the meantime, ask me, what coaching's about, or ask me any questions. I'm happy to talk to you, and you qualify for that $200 bonus.
Okay,
If you have any questions, just email me anyway.
I just put the link in for your email and your phone number. You are brave. I got to tell you, you're putting your phone number on there. But that's quite a good deal, folks. Check it out. I put it in there a couple of times. Click the link, and take advantage of.
I want to help you guys. I
want
to help you guys. I want to help you guys. I love trading. I love working with traders. I feel that I've been very successful in turning many around. There's quite a few you can ask in the room. They've done coaching already. You can ask them how it's been. I give always 110%. I give more than you expect, and it will serve you throughout your trading career, throughout your entire career.
Awesome. Well, Robin, again, thank you very much for joining us today. As always, it's a pleasure. You are the boss. Love it when you're here with us, and you always bring such good content and such good ideas and good thoughts and good mindset for us. So we'll look forward to your next trip here. And as always, blessings to you. Folks, stick around. We've got Power Hour coming out. Should be a fun one. Trade well, everybody. And remember, Top Step Trader. Thank you, Robin, again. And stick around. Let's go.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to hashtag Power Hour. JD, it's ladies takeover week on Power Hour. How's that going?
Would you call me? No, that's cool. Let's get into it.
Well, yeah. We had some guest conflicts, so JD and I are going to be here, and then Hoag's going to come in a little bit. Andrea's producing. Hey, Andrea. She's controlling the stream, so not all dudes over here. But JD, we're grinding towards new lows. We just hit them in the ES.
Sure
Anything
did.
you've been looking at right now?
Just watching this market go down steadily all day long. Joe Black put it perfectly in the chat just a minute ago. I'm going to read off his his chat quote. For one thing is true, I'm so glad I'm not in the same room with any long traders today who might have a gun. Cheers. I won't disagree with that.
No, I mean, I know this is beating my head against a wall, but right now we are at approaching 6,400 right here, pretty much right now. 6,420 in the ES is about 6,400 in the SPX. So this would be the last level. I'm not saying I'm going to take it right now, but when I went into the day, I was thinking, hey, that might be a good level to buy if it appears. Beyond that, not too much, but this has been a very methodical bloodletting, so to speak.
Yes.
Let us know in the chat, by the way. Hopefully, none of you guys are long traders with guns. I guess it doesn't matter. You're in chat. Can't do anything to us. But yeah, tough day for bottom picking. We seem to have mostly avoided that. What do you think? You just
is now the time?
Go with it at this point. I mean, it's not
At
the
the
time.
end of the day,
If we keep on, if we hang out here, build some structure, it would be a very cheap thing to try. But I'm not going to do it right now. We just made new lows, but I could see that at bare minimum, I could see that 64.20 being a sort of magnet at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. We have been sort of building some structure here. Cut to my chart. We've tested this low. We've been hanging around this low for the last, I don't know, 2 hours now. We just dipped below. Minor liquidity grab. Let me zoom in on this. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart here. So minor liquidity grab below the lows is a low in. Are you guys familiar with fail top and bottom trades? You put a bid in. When you see structure like this, no volume, no volatility, and you just keep dipping at new lows, trying to blow out some stops and it pops again, there's a case for a failed bottom trade right now. You basically just, you put a bid in a couple ticks below the current low. Instead of being liquidity, you get on the market when liquidity blows out, and then you look for a very, very quick rally, 4 or 5 points, and that's a trade. Used to be one of my favorite trades.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it. I'd like to see us push a little, like when I'm looking at that 64.20, I'd love to see us just maybe go down there one more time, see if there's any more stops. We had been pinned like all of yesterday. We were talking about, 50 points higher at the next sort of roundish number in the SPX. And we were, until we started selling off today, did the same thing. That was a sell I definitely regret not taking. But yeah, I don't hate that, JD. Things are slowing down a little bit here. Obviously, the NQ has fared much worse today. Down 1.5% there, just down 0.7% in the ES. I almost don't want to touch the NQ. In part, I usually don't want to touch the NQ, but also, I don't think everything's been so bad today. It's just been tech and AI stocks getting mollywopped across the board. We got Nvidia is down 3.4% right now, but the big story, on no news, Palantir is now down 9.5%. I've noticed that the sort of like media blitz came out. I was seeing a lot. It's like people didn't notice how. I'm trying to do this without passing any judgment. How stretched the valuation was on Palantir until like last week, and I wonder if there's not some like big shorts and stuff in there that finally unleashed. I mean, I saw a ton of articles about, is this the most overvalued company of all time, etc. But like all since its earnings 2 weeks ago.
How did its earnings? I don't even remember. How did the earnings come out?
Well, it beat, but like to give you an idea, here, let me open up the trading view too. It's just kind of spirit animals run amok, where it's like, let's get in here. Let's go to the 1 hour chart.
Look at that.
Here are the earnings right here. They reported 16 cents per share with an estimate of 14 cents. But what's really interesting, this was their first $1 billion quarter, which is good. Like,
right,
it's a good
okay.
company,
yeah.
right? $1 billion a quarter got up to a $440 billion market cap right here. So on that 1 billion quarter in revenue, it added something like $50 billion in market cap. And yeah, it's now filled that gap back down. So, you know, still looking at some pretty stretched metrics there.
Looks like a textbook double top on the hour chart too. That was a 1 hour chart you said?
Yeah, let me take yeah. Well, I think here this was the push for, you know, everyone wanted that 200. Doesn't look like that's coming in the near future at the moment. Trading 157.90 cents at the moment as we speak, down 9.3% on the day.
That is a rough day. Rough day. Almost 10% on a stock.
They've had a lot of good days. That's for sure.
Sure, they certainly have. What are they up all time? 1.5 billion?
I mean, they're still their 52-week low right now is like $30. So even at, you're doing pretty well. We're dancing around that 64.20 I mentioned before. This is tempting as we, you know, consider me tempted, JD.
Yeah. I'm tempted also. I got the keys to the house. I'm gonna have to break some rules and put a trade on. Such goes Power Hour.
Rules were meant to be broken. Speaking of Power Hour,
certainly were.
You know, with Andre out right now, send in your Power Hour content. Tag us. Hashtag Power Hour. We'll show the best, maybe the worst. If they're mid, we'll have to think about it. We'll show that towards the end of the broadcast today.
I might have made a mistake this morning. I asked people. We announced earlier this morning in the opening call that it's National Potato Day, so I asked for everybody to tag us in their potato picks. You see any of those out there? TopstepTV potato picks. Let's grab some of those.
Andrea, hopefully if we get any. Otherwise, I'll search the internet and find the hottest potato picks around. See if we can show them. Were there ever potato futures? Seems like a pretty...
Were there potato futures?
Hoag is nodding his head up and down in the background. Hoag, did they go the way of onions?
There were potato futures.
There used to be...
No. No, they didn't. It wasn't as bad as onions, but it didn't last too long. They tried it. It just didn't last very long. There are a lot of products that the CME has tried as futures products, but just didn't take. There was a girl on the trading floor that actually had the button, you know, like the put a button on. When they announced that contract, and it said CME potatoes have appeal. You get the play on words.
A lot of hayos today.
Oh, by the way,
a lot of hayos.
John Hoagland, who just joined us, definitely the one man I would know to know if there were potato futures. And then if you need some reading, Wikipedia about onion futures, spectacularly.
Yes.
They used to have onion futures, but somebody attempted to corner the market. And so they, in a big kerfuffle, as Hoag would say, they got rid of the onion futures.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
I see Hoop in the chat too. Hoop's making some comments in the chat. If you guys didn't know, the original name of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange was the Chicago Butter and Egg Exchange.
Yep.
Just a little piece of history for
Chicago
you.
Butter and Egg Exchange.
Chicago
They
Butter
traded
and
butter.
Egg Exchange.
They traded butter all the way into like the 90s. 1990s.
I remember when I was I had a summer job clerking in high school. And I remember they would make the announcement right at, I think it was right around 1 o'clock Central Time. Is there any more trading in butter?
Any more trading in
Is there
butter?
any more trading in butter?
And then they would say, closed. We used to have a pool about it. How long would butter stay open? 16 seconds.
Well, really quick to knock a few things off the list here. Hoag, we're gonna do a little above below, I think. You want to dive into the NQ and give us an above below there?
Sure. Weekly kickoff low, 23,420.
All right, 23,420 is what we're playing for the above below today. Will we continue this sell off or will we show some signs of life here in the NQ? Or
Haven't even
20
traded it yet. Well, it was 6
Weekly
points from
kickoff
it.
low.
We'll see.
That might be the dip. That might be the dip to buy going into the close. After a day like this, what's Delta looking like, Hoag? We have negative Delta, positive Delta?
They're both negative. The NASDAQ is actually deeper in the negative, minus 4,200. S&P's minus 3,100. So NASDAQ really getting it. I said earlier when Nvidia was down like 1% that it was getting smushed. Is 3.5% smushed?
That's pretty smushed.
Pretty smushed. Thinking about putting in
Looking
some buy
around,
orders.
I know, right? Negative Delta
mean-
going into the close. These shorts are going to have to cover eventually.
Well, Hoag, that means we've gone to prices in Nvidia that we haven't seen since August 6th. So once again, generational buying opportunity. Bitcoin too. Bitcoin's off 3%. In the spot market, I got a 112,774 right now. Looking around to see all the Mag 7 is down, as one would expect. Apple holding up the best, just down 0.5%. Nvidia, as Hoag mentioned, down 3.45. I see anything else of note here. 10-year yields sticking around. Those are tight. Ahead of Jackson Hole here, 4.3% in the 10-year yield. The number is 23,420. 23,420.
Yes.
Our buddy Eddie's second favorite number.
Yes. They're both for Eddie today because the weekly kickoff high is 24,420. 23,420 and 24,420.
Did you do that on purpose, Hoag?
No, actually.
Is that a
no.
Subliminally.
Yeah. Weekly kickoff high was 24,420 last week. But this week was just lucky, I guess. That's where it landed.
All right. We're spending more time down here around the 6420. Same before he came on, Hoag. We're right now 6,400 in the SPX.
Uh-huh.
I imagine this is as good a place as any for the sell-off to either stick to or stop. I'm met with silence. What do you think, Hoag?
Well, I mean, while the profiles look relatively emotional to the downside today, did anybody feel any panic? Did it ever feel like, oh my God, we're in trouble?
No,
it did not.
You said it yesterday. Oh, you said it yesterday. What was Linda Rashke's line? 3 down days and an uptrend is a buying opportunity, right? This is our
Right.
third down day
Which
in the uptrend.
in the
Look at the daily
S&Ps,
chart.
yes. NASDAQ, no. NASDAQ, I think this is our 5th down day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is our 5th down day. Right to weekly kickoff low on the daily chart. The
Yeah.
the excess high on the 13th, which was last Wednesday, is really telling. It's a shooting star on a daily chart. I mean, that's pretty rough. But when it comes to the equities, we can see a shooting star on a high and take it out the next day. That's how resilient these markets are. There's some question as to what's going to happen, I guess, here with Jackson Hole.
Yeah. Well, the Fed watch right now is holding put at about 15% odds of the rate cut in September. Might be. I don't recommend doing this, but I think I saw somewhere, one moment. There's a 70% chance of a 25% decrease on poly market right now. I think there was a decent spread between them at one point. I'm trying to figure out if there might be something there.
Poly market. I'd never heard of that until you started talking about that, Jack.
It's pretty popular.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of them, and I think that I don't know, their utility might yet to be seen because a lot of times, just because something's a market doesn't mean they know anything more than anyone else, but it's interesting. They tend to be like, obviously there's some of the markets on there are pretty constrained by, arbitrage opportunities everywhere tend to get weeded out. So if you go to, say, the sports things on Polymarket, obviously they tend to be, now they'll differ more than, say the ES and MES or something, because there's still what I mean is they'll converge pretty closely to whatever the prevailing Vegas line is. But there's fees and stuff involved, right? So they don't perfectly, but something like, I wonder how closely the rates go sometimes. I'm going to go do some back of the envelope math.
It's not like a bookie where the loser pays, right?
Exactly.
Right. Everything settles. It's kind of like a binary option. If you hold, you can sell something between $1 and 0, or buy it and sell it, but it always resolves to one or the other. So if you're holding at the end, you either get $1 for every share or you get 0.
0, right?
Do they still trade binary options?
Do people actually trade those? I was just wondering that.
I didn't know if they were like
Nadex was the big
legal.
Let me look up Nadex, see if they're still around. It's been a minute. Nadex short-term options still exist. Binary options. Website is still alive.
Well, that's good to know.
I haven't looked at it in years, honestly.
No, me either.
And it's basically like a yes or no bet.
Yeah.
Will this market close above this price at a certain time?
It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
They wanted to, like, be a product on Topstep, but we were like, no. They had
in a
just
gray
gotten
area.
CFTC approval.
Yeah, I mean,
Website says
anytime you got something resolving all or nothing, it's definitely. I wouldn't necessarily recommend people rush into it. Everyone's big boys and big girls. They can do what they want as long as it's legal. It doesn't hurt anyone else. But yeah, I'm not sure that's something I want to. Oh, the 420 in the ES is looking decent right now.
held nicely.
Yeah.
I am working a bid below the market. We're gonna give this failed bottom trade a try. If we get back down there and dip below new lows, dip below to make new lows, I should say. If we see another liquidity grab to the downside, we might get in this market.
Andrew,
my
did you
eye
get that
on the
picture
financial
of
juice.
the potato I sent?
Did you get my picture of the potato?
Yeah.
Let's clip that.
I just gotta know.
Look at the news. Nothing going on.
Well, the symposium starts tomorrow, right? We got Wednesday through Friday.
I believe it goes through the weekend, but yeah, Friday is the big day. Powell speaks at 9 a.m. Central Time. I assume traders will be dissecting the rhetoric, looking for clues into the future of rates going into the end of the year. How many cuts? Will we cut in September? Will we cut more before the end of the year? A lot of people are expecting 3 rate cuts going into the end of the year.
I think it does go through the weekend, but it's mostly like, whitewater rafting that they're doing on Saturday.
Oh, party
elk
time.
hunting.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, if you ever
What'd you
get the
call it the other
chance
day,
to go to
Jay?
Jackson Hole, nice place.
It is
What do you say, JD?
beautiful.
Oh, you mentioned something the other day. It was like a $1 million cowboy pub crawl or something like that.
Oh, there's a bar, the $1 Million Cowboy Bar. You know it's a cowboy bar because they got saddles as bar stools.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And you know you're in the
Sandra
Wild
Bullock
West,
had her
the
like
old West.
50th birthday there or something.
I hear
Well, the
it's
rest of
luxurious.
Wyoming,
I've never been.
they don't even really, they don't consider Jackson really part of Wyoming, or at least in the same way. It's,
tourism.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty hotty-totty there.
Yeah.
Ahoy, Polloy.
I was there
Indeed.
in 1988, and it was already hoity-toity.
Were you there for the symposium, Hog? What were you doing in Jackson Hole?
No, I was there on a cross-country motorcycle trip.
Oh. How did the Kansas City
How was
Fed
that,
land
Hog?
on Jackson Hole, Wyoming for this meeting anyway? Is there any history behind that? They just arbitrarily choose a spot and then turn it into the most popular spot in America?
I don't know. I can definitely look into it. Well, it was getting there, that's for sure. But Hogue, so wait, you rode from what, like Chicago to Jackson Hole?
No, I rode from Chicago up to Banff in Canada, pretty much all the way down the coast of California to San Francisco, then went to Yosemite, and then down through the desert down to Tucson, Arizona, then down into Mexico, and then back up through Arizona to the Grand Canyon, and then zigzagged through Colorado to Sterling, Colorado, where I actually had family that lived there 200 years ago, and then all the way back across Nebraska and Iowa up to back home. It was 3 months long, 18,000 miles. And I slept inside maybe 10 days out of that. I camped the whole way out, national parks. It was quite an education. It was something I'm very happy I did. And I had made some money, and I'm like, Dad, this friend of mine's going to take his motorcycle across the country, and I'm thinking about going with him. And he says, "Oh, you got to go." I said, "Really? I thought you would probably get mad at me." He's like, No. You have an opportunity to do something like this, you go. You're going to be 60 years old someday. And if you don't do this now, you may never get the chance again. So you have to go, but don't tell your mother I told you this.
Did you stop in Sturgis?
Well, yeah, I mean, not Sturgis proper. The year I went, it was the 80th anniversary for Harley Davidson. So we're heading west through like Minnesota and South Dakota, and all the Harleys were heading east to go to Milwaukee because of the big party that was going on there. So it looked like we were going the wrong way. But yeah, we went to Rapid City, Badlands, Mount Rushmore. We just, checked out every national park, every cool thing to check out along the way, and went through 14 states and 3 countries. Now, just touched 2 of those countries, like Canada, Banff, and Mexico, Tijuana, but I was down there for like a day and then came back into the States. But yeah, it was quite a trip.
Did you sleep on the streets? Did you sleep on the streets in Tijuana the night you were there?
No, as a matter of fact, I was very careful to pretty much stay sober while I was down there. I didn't want to get in any trouble.
Looking to come back with both kidneys. Oh, we actually stopped when I was about 12 years old. We were driving across country to Wyoming, and my mom thought it'd be a great idea to actually stop at the Sturgis motorcycle rally with like a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. Yeah, not sure a right environment for a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old. It was pretty rowdy there. They sold me a butterfly knife, no questions asked. 12 years old.
Well, they're great people. They'll sell you a 12-year-old. They'll sell a knife to a 12-year-old for sure.
I know, I can attest. They will do that. Getting
Sold
a
me
little
butterfly
bit.
knife.
Yeah, no, it was nice. Rallying a little bit here. So yeah, we're back to about 8-9 points higher off of that 64.20 level. While we're looking at that, might as well hit up the Series 3 when we get a chance, if we have that, Andrea.
Ooh. Ding ding.
Sure do. All right, I just got a new microphone.
Right.
Does it sound good?
Yeah.
You always sound good.
Oh, thanks. All right, here we go. So, all introducing brokers must maintain minimum net capital of at least A, 500,000, B, 50,000, C, 45,000, or D, 450,000.
Okay. This is definitely, I'm going to put in my answer. So this is definitely one of the things that me, JD, and Hoag have all passed the Series 3. This is one of those things that I studied anew, but did not really use beyond that. But I think I do know the answer. I don't know how we want to play that out.
I put my answer in. I'm 90% sure I'm correct, but I could be wrong.
All right.
All right, you ready?
3. Well, let's all say the letter at once. 1, 2, 3, B.
Did you say B? I said
C.
C. Yeah. I was in for C. I made the hand signal for C, too. $45,000.
Well,
what an odd number.
I'm frozen.
Oh, there you go, guy.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Well, you're back now, Hoag.
It doesn't cost much.
Right.
To become an introducing broker.
Right.
Just
Old limit
yeah,
was
that's not much at all.
450K. Mr. G, how old is that limit? $450,000? As far as I know, the Series 3 test is so archaic that it hasn't been changed in at least 50 years.
Oh my gosh.
And I don't think any of the rules
yeah.
have changed either.
They still talk about runners on the trading floor and filling brokers and like that's so yesterday.
And every single question is about copper futures, I swear. It's interesting.
Copper, yes. And treasury notes. You got to know your bond math.
Yep.
Well, those are still very important, I would contend.
Yes. Each test is different. If the three of us went and took the test today, we'd take 3 different tests. But I would assume we'd all have the same amount of treasury options questions on the test.
Somebody Peyton asked why we don't offer futures options. I mean, I think if it were feasible, we'd like to. I don't. It would get pretty complicated pretty quick, but I don't know, JD. I never traded any futures options.
They get so complex that you can't really. The models are so complex. There's still trading floors for options because those option models become so complex. So we could do it in a simple way, but if you wanted anything other than that, you would have to go elsewhere. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I think it would be very
Actually,
complicated.
I shouldn't even say that.
Is there a simulator for them, or it's probably not very good? I feel like like trading simulated options probably is kind of way off.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, how many? I don't even know if you guys. How do like what is the unit size for like ES futures options? I'm gonna look this up.
Good question.
If you have any other questions, please throw them in the chat because we're watching the same markets you are right now. A little bit slow right here. I don't know if we're going to get my beloved 420s.
100 contracts
We
per
do
option.
have
Yeah,
MOC
Peyton,
coming up.
Peyton nailed it. 100 contracts.
Well,
100 contracts
yeah,
per option.
I mean, that would be problematic in part because you can't trade 100 contracts.
Truth.
Okay, JK. Yes, I did say unit
JK,
size.
Yeah. Hey-o, there's another hey-o for you.
Yeah, use some manners. It is, despite the look of the show right now, it is Ladies Takeover Week on Power Hour. So
talking about it all week.
Quit being a ruffian. 64.27. I'm gonna check in. Yeah, what's cooking? NASDAQ obviously too, just rebounding a little bit. Not seeing too much happening in the bonds. We're once again kind of stuck around. Well, yields came in a little bit. We got up to 4.35 in the yield. Oh, that was yesterday on the hour chart. Nothing really cooking there either. You're above, below, Hoag. Looks to be above at the moment.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I picked, above.
Financial Times says the U.S. is in talks for a 10% Intel stake, according to the White House. 10% stake in Intel. Who just invested a couple $1 billion in Intel this morning? That headline came out. Someone else is putting money into Intel. I'll have to look for it.
Haven't heard as much about them lately. Nvidia down 3.15%. Well, let's see if we can get something shaken in these markets. Please explain a ticking point in NQ future to NQ stocks. How are we
Tick
at?
is the minimum. Tick is the minimum incremental move that a market can make. So one tick is the difference between 5 and 6, right? Or a quarter and a half. Same applies
Yes,
to
indeed.
stocks. A tick would be a penny. Point would be a full dollar move or a handle. Points handles used interchangeably.
And for the ES and NQ2, the numbers, what the index is, it's just based on the market cap weighted summation of all the stocks in it. For the NASDAQ, you're trading the NQ 100. Sorry, the NASDAQ 100. The ES is the S&P 500. The Dow is the black horse that's done by price. So that's why like Goldman Sachs is the highest weighted stocks here. The people at a proprietary desk, usually, at least when I was doing it, I don't know how it works now, is they would hire kind of like law firms or anything else. They would hire trading assistants right out of college, sort of like blank slates that were usually in math, econ, computer science, things like that, and then kind of weed them out if they didn't know how to do it. Or people would come over from other trading firms that had established desks or just had like a track record, or professional poker players. That was the one that kept on coming up over and over again.
I'll bet.
All right.
Yair
64.
Grillo in the chat wants to know, what is NASDAQ? What is NASDAQ? What are you trading, Yair?
Company.
Some context. Are
Yeah.
you trading the NQ right now?
Why is the
Just
house
read through
account
chat
trading
right now.
such smaller size as opposed to a month ago? Here's my feeling on it. The money is not mine, and it kind of feels like it doesn't matter
Right.
if I put a super small trade on or a big trade on. We probably could size up. Like generally we'll go a little behind the scenes here, is our kind of marching orders are to back the trades of the live traders we have on. And we'll do that. Sometimes there'll be agreement. Whose money is it? I think it's MP's money. But I'm generally much more cautious with other people's money, and especially if I don't have that sort of skin in the game. Like with my own money, I'm actually quite a bit riskier.
Me too.
Aren't we all? Ooh, we just had a bid pop in on the ES. 64.26 bid for 600. Right on top of the 9-bar EMA. You want to get long into
I
the
do
close?
remember that,
Two
David.
highs on the close?
Oh, weekly kickoff low in NASDAQ was our spot.
It was a good spot.
Quite get there within about 5 points, but you're gonna see the weaker hand shorts get out now. They're gonna pop this thing a little bit. Still negative delta 4,300 in the NASDAQ. Positive now in the S&P is 2,100 now.
Wait, say that again. What's delta in the S&P? The reverse?
The S&P is positive now, 2,200, but it's still negative
wow.
in the
So,
NASDAQ, negative 4,300.
So all those shorts covered and started getting long in the ES. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably still some short covering here. Delta was never really that deep in the S&Ps. It wasn't like panic selling. Kind of interesting.
Hmm. I'm going to cancel these bids down below. Getting a little late in the day. We got MOC
I don't
coming
think
out.
you'll. Yeah, I don't think you'll want it now if it were to rip down 15 points. We got 650 lots bid 64.26. When I was trading at a firm, JD, it was obviously an amalgamation of your money and their money. And I've talked about how, the cut's only, 30, 40%. But that made it easier to trade a little bigger because what you made or what you lost, well, your cut was only, 20, 30% of that. So,
Yep. Yeah, 90-10 profit split. Unheard of. As much as soon as like 10 years ago. 90-10 profit split. People complain about it too. I find it. You had to earn 90-10 back in the day. Everybody started. Maybe it was 90-10 their way. Only the cream of the crop got a 90-10 profit split at prop firms. You got to be real fucking good. I dropped enough bomb. It's power hour. Sorry, guys.
It's power hour. It's pretty loose. Going down these questions. What happened to Dolby? He'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Usually when someone's not on, it's not because they've been abducted or something.
He was taken by aliens.
Someone asked what's the biggest difference between kind of those trading at Topstep and what was going on at like a prop desk. I can only speak to what I was doing, but it was very like I don't know. I hesitate to answer that because I don't know what other places do, but usually usually I feel like you're making more hedged bets. At least in what I was doing, it was rare. I don't know how many times people are taking like outright positions in the futures market on the day time frame. But if someone's good at this, I would say, like if somebody could show their stats that they were like really killing it and something like this, I think that would be very interesting to any place that did it. Because if you could do this, it was certainly a lot easier to make money doing what we were doing. If you can trade outright futures profitably, I think that's a big accomplishment.
So you would just be kind of trading the curve, yield curve, and against actuals.
Yeah, against cash. So we were
Cash,
trading like the units, the programs that would execute our trades were we wouldn't like talk about prices. We would talk about how many units of cash. So the cash was $1 million nominal, and you'd hedge it against however many futures for like the DVO1, and that spread would be 1 unit. And then you would usually hedge that spread with another spread. Try and hedge out as much as you can. We got MOC coming up in under a minute.
A little bit of selling coming in too. Just a bit.
Just
those
a bit.
26s trade out? That 600 lot? I wasn't paying attention to the ladder.
I did not see. All right, 30 seconds here.
Huh. Well, we're not getting a lot of help here. Just hanging around.
10 seconds. I think that 420 could be the magnet.
Yeah.
And here we go. Little initial selling after that MOC. We'll get you the numbers as soon as they come across our juice.
positive. S&P up 80 million. They're small. NASDAQ up 2.5 million. Buy side. Dow buy side 47 million. Mag 7 buy side 4.6 million. Minuscule.
It's a non-event.
Yeah.
Selling coming in though. Very, very small.
Just a smidge of selling there.
Mhm.
Well, while we let this sort out really quick, Andrea has the Power Hour content. Let's see that. Should be good.
All right. Yeah.
Show us the potato. Joking.
All right. First, we got Rico Lindsay saying, I almost gave up on futures when I first started because I thought it wasn't for me. But once I locked in and learned what I needed to know about how it works, things turned around. I'm happy to announce I passed the Topstep eval and I'm officially funded. This is your sign not to give up on your eval. Love a success
Nice
story.
job. Nice job.
All right, DNP says, not the best PA today. Shorted into internal draw with ultimate draw being PDL. Took all profits at 23,753 on the NQ. Up 2.8K across 4 XFAs to start the week. Not bad.
Nice.
All right, then we got day trailing say. Day 3 in this XFA, now up 15K total. 75% win rate, 2-to-1 RR. 24 winners, 8 losers. This is the strongest start to an account I've ever had in my year and a half at Topstep. Feeling extremely blessed today.
Nice.
Man, everybody's just doing their thing.
He's having
Right,
it, right?
This is King James. I think this is James D, yeah? After a big losing day yesterday, lost over 5K of balance across 4 XFAs. I'm funded again, going to stick to one account for a while. Looking forward to taking some trades on air with Coach Jay and the team on Topstep.
Nice.
All right, then we got this one. Got Amen Sadat saying day 11 of becoming funded on Topstep. Today's take. He cooked himself on trying to profit more than $35. I tried going against the market again. Mistakes learned. We will come back stronger. Leveled up. So still some solid green days there. And then finally, I know people have been talking a lot about in the office, like, will I do a face reveal? And I figured in honor of Ladies Takeover.
All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yes, there's Andrea.
Hello,
I
it's
like what you've
me.
done with your eyebrows.
Nice job, Andrew. Well done, well done.
Yes.
All right, that's
Andrea
it.
is indeed a potato. Thank you. Thank you,
That is a
Andrea.
wonderful looking potato.
I think it looks more like me.
Happy
253
National
got
Potato
about
Day, everybody.
Yeah. Taking a look. Palantir still hammering the lows. Gonna hit 10% before this day's out. Like the carnage has been localized today to a few industries.
hmm Taking a look at the Mag 7, Nvidia is still down 3.43%. Tesla down 1.75. Tesla's trying to fire sale cars in the UK right now. They're offering 40% off old leases on resale. Trying to dump inventory.
Who is that?
Tesla.
Tesla.
Oh, Tesla. Oh, geez.
Well, I called 6470 yesterday. I'm gonna say we closed today at 6420.
64.20. Sounds about
Yes,
right.
sir.
Maybe
It was
both of them.
64.20 and
Well,
a quarter.
Well, why wouldn't you want to squat? Like, I figure they'll just finish off this day by squashing the 6400 zero-day options in SPX.
We're moving. We're cooking. New lows on the close. And LOTC.
We'll have
Been a while.
S&Ps and the NASDAQ closing at 420.
That would mean something. That's for sure.
Yeah.
What was the low there? At 22 and pop? 21.75.
If I smoked, it would mean something, but dollar Eddie's doing okay, man. I talked to him for a while over the weekend. He's doing well, getting better, hanging in there, resting up.
Well,
he misses everybody, of course.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to having Eddie back on. Show's not the same without Eddie.
Four minutes
Little
remaining.
dip and rip in the ES. That was a
What
great
kind
Eddie
of potatoes
impression,
are
by
you
the
guys
way.
having for dinner?
Probably a russet.
question.
Baked, fried, steamed.
Probably a russet.
Russet, red.
Maybe
You've
fried
got
the
gold?
French way.
French style.
Cook me like one of your French potatoes. Sure. Did that joke fall
Just a
flat?
little bit
Was
of
that
a
another
bid here.
zinger? Heyo.
No, that was a
heyo.
good zinger. That was a good one.
JH is going to get baked. So he's going to be a potato. Ooh, au gratin sounds good.
Yeah. When we're saying overnight high or overnight low, we're referring, you can see all this like low volume stuff over here. Is the futures open, at 5 p.m. and between 5 and when we ring the opening bell at 8:30 in the morning, the high or low there, for instance, here's your overnight high. Actually, right here. It's the high for the session. So
extended
Hoag, I think there's a few people in chat. I know that traded at some places that did the same thing that we were doing, but the typical trade was like, long or short the actuals, and then say that was like 10-year cash would be, say you were like short the 10-year cash, then you would be long a certain number of ZN and a certain number of ZB, kind of on each side of it.
Okay.
So the idea is you're trying to hedge out your outright risk and theoretically your curve risk too.
Got
Well,
it.
it doesn't always work, but it allows you to really size up and try and mean revert.
Oh,
600
yeah,
lot,
because
6430.
I
just saw a
64.23 for
600
1,000 in the S&Ps. Bid down below.
Go get it.
Yeah, you had to trade size
90
with those
seconds
kind of
left.
spreads because you weren't taking big bites. You were working for a couple of ticks.
Yes, indeed.
Offer at 30's building.
Right.
Just a little bit.
Because the edge that was provided too was via the execution, that you could essentially get in these positions and already be up money if you did it right. 1 minute to go, ladies and gentlemen.
Is MOC changing at all? Let's take a look. Any update on MOC?
Yeah, it's sellers now.
Okay.
S&P down 288 million.
Well, they filled that
NASDAQ
600
down
lot.
357. Dow down 158 million. Mag 7 down 130 million. They came in sellers later here. And we're
Someone
rallying.
slinging 500 lots. Someone slinging 500 lots in the final minute. Got filled at 30. I bet he gets filled on his 23 bid too.
Ooh.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
420 was the low. All right. Just about 15 seconds left. Now we're moving and shaking.
Look at this rip.
Wow.
Strong buying on the close.
Now
Strong.
Now they cover. There you go.
And there we go. Rang a dang, 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 dang. That is the closing bell on this day. Wow. What a day it was. Oh, JD. What do you think?
Incredible
That was
day.
kind of a methodical sell-off. We got a little bit of juice at the
And
end.
some institutional buying and selling is usually done in the first minute and final minute of the day. So they're either covering shorts or getting long for tomorrow. We'll see.
They definitely like
I'm
those
hoping the
60
latter.
longs in the spot.
Who wants to get long overnight?
Well, Hoag, any final words?
No, rest up. Check out Fast Markets. Check out After the Buzzer.
We have an opening.
Check everything out.
We have an
Get some
opening
rest. Be
call
ready for
before
tomorrow.
Fast Markets.
I know I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, JD Hoag, thanks for joining. We'll do a quick outro here. Hey, guys. Thanks for stopping by today, but no worries. We'll be back tomorrow, 7:20 a.m. We will send Eddie all your well wishes. I'm sure he'll be glad to hear them. But yeah, 7:20 tomorrow. We'll be back. It's the first day of the Jackson Hole Symposium. We're also going to be right back on track with the correct guest for our ladies takeover of Power Hour. We got Fast Markets, the whole crew. Dolby is back. Where all my Dolby heads at? Dolby will be back from vacation tomorrow. But until then, hopefully you all came out of today not impairing your account or anything like that. I know it was a tough day for dip buyers, but there'll always be another day. Always make sure to be prepared, be careful, and stay cool. We'll be back. This is TopstepTV. I'm Jack. See you tomorrow. Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.